A very good afternoon from the home of champions, Karting Genk, nestled in the Limburg region of Belgium, hosts the fourth and penultimate round of the 2024 Iame Series Benelux season, as the road to the Iame Warrior Final 2024 that will take place between the 4th and the 9th of November at the Cartódromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia in Spain. We still have this and one more round to go. What's more, this weekend signifies an historic moment in the Iame Series Benelux history, the biggest ever combined total grid in the championship's history. What's more, over the next 2 days, we will have plenty of racing. Over 20 senior X30 qualifying heats, culminating in what will be a fantastic event here at this 1,360 metre clockwise 12-turn circuit, and taking you through all the action over the course of the next 3 days, as it is an earlier start for us here on Friday afternoon. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, your English-speaking commentator, and to my immediate right-hand side, my French-speaking colleague, Simon Mirguet. Good afternoon, Simon. A very, very exciting weekend in prospects here at the home of champions.
Good afternoon, Alex. Bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue sur le Karting Genk pour suivre la 4e manche de la Iame Series Benelux. Un rendez-vous très attendu parce que c'est tout simplement le plus grand meeting de la saison. On avait annoncé plus de 320 pilotes au total. On aura l'occasion de confirmer tout cela pendant les 2 journées qui nous attendent samedi et dimanche. En attendant, ce qu'on peut vous dire, c'est que rien que pour les X30 Senior et les X30 Junior, les 2 catégories qui vont nous occuper aujourd'hui et demain, on a 200 pilotes, plus de 120 en X30 Senior et plus de 75 en X30 Junior. Vraiment un très beau plateau pour cette 4e épreuve de la saison. Une épreuve très intéressante à suivre pour le championnat, puisque après ce meeting de Genk, eh bien, il n'y aura plus qu'une manche à disputer. Ce sera du côté de Mariembourg. Et donc pour les candidats au titre, l'erreur est véritablement interdite ici à Genk. Alors au-delà de cette bagarre pour le championnat, il y aura une victoire de prestige à aller chercher, puisque en plus des habitués du championnat, on retrouve ici pas mal de pilotes venus préparer la Iame Euro Series qui aura lieu la semaine prochaine ici même à Genk.
That will be their series finale. Luis Alchega. Bonjour, quelle catégorie roulant aujourd'hui, mais ici à vendredi et samedi, Luis, c'est X30 Senior et X30 Junior jusqu'à samedi soir. Et à dimanche, nous avons mini rookie, X30 Master, Senior Cup et Gentleman pour compléter la week-end ici à Genk. So hopefully, for those that might have understood me, we are running with X30 Senior and Junior today and tomorrow, and then X30 Mini, Rookie, X30 Master, Senior Cup, and also Gentleman. KA100 makes its return at the final round of the championship in the second weekend of October. We're looking forward to welcoming them back. Of course, those wondering why we had an earlier delay, there was a technical issue down at scrutineering, so of course we wanted to make sure that everything was prim and proper and sorted out and ready. But we are very shortly, in about a couple of minutes time, ready to get underway with our first of multiple, I think, what was it, 21 senior X30 races you counted before we even get to the finals, Simon, if I remember correctly, and then we've got about 10 junior X30 races over the course of this. With this, of course, we have the A and the B finals. So the top 36 in each class will go through to the A final. The bottom part of the top 72 will then go into the B final, which means 51 seniors will not make it through to the final stages, and only a handful, about 5 juniors, will make it through the final stages of the finals anyway. But of course, the big talking point, as we're on course with X30 Senior, the battle between Sam Balota and Henki Kaltren really came to a bit of a fulcrum last time out. We've also got the likes of Noah Maton, Alessandro Tudiska, Patrice Kowalski, Dan Steeman, but the overall fastest driver this weekend, Clément Houton, who literally threw a warning shot across the bow of everybody and is looking very quick. Of course, the big surprise at round 3 during that deluge, that thunder and lightning storm, and the massive tidal wave of water that hit Karting Genk. Clément Massot started from stone dead last in the final, and what's more, also made it to the end of that race as the victor.
Ouais, Alex vous disait très justement il y a quelques instants que les places seront chères pour atteindre la finale A dans cette épreuve. On vous le disait, plus de 120 pilotes engagés en X30 Senior par exemple, et seuls les 36 pilotes les plus performants durant les manches qualificatives eh bien, seront qualifiés pour la finale. Cela veut dire qu'il y aura de nombreux déçus à l'issue des manches qualificatives. Il y en aura 21 au total dans la catégorie X30 Senior, une dizaine dans la catégorie X30 Junior, 2 catégories donc que l'on retrouvera ce vendredi et demain samedi, et puis dimanche on aura d'autres catégories avec les mini rookies, les X30 Senior Cup et X30 Master. Mais en attendant, place aux manches qualificatives des catégories X30 Senior et X30 Junior, et on va débuter avec la première de ces manches qualificatives avec la catégorie X30 Senior avec les groupes F et G.
Well, 34 drivers will take to the track for a 10-minute plus an additional lap adventure here at the home of champions. Starting on pole position, Milan Marczak will be joined by Rima Blanc on row number 1. Joseph Smith and Laurit Saxe will be on row 2. Annabelle Bryan and Matthias van der Kerkhoffen will be on row 3. That will be ahead of Romain Roussel, Alexis Constant, Jens Boissart, Maxime Blanchemin rounding out the top 10. Row 6, Marcus Klum and Mirko Wolters, with Philip Svensson and Bo Heymans on row 7. Luca Montebello and Maxime Harutunen will be on row 8. Sibi Weimer and Cathal Clark will be on row 9. Jean Alesti and Quentin Dapoigny will be on row number 10. CJ Bennett and Luca Moulin round out row 11. Row 12, it's Kevin Bakker and Matteo van der Kerkhoffen, with Jules Van Hoel and Sibe Pagana on the next row, row 13. Alex Machado and Skyder Forney will be on row 14, with Emmanuel Liodakis and Alessandro Bigi. And then we've got Anne-Charlotte Antoine, Louis Cardoso, Sofia Zanvari, and rounding out the 34-strong grid, Rosanne Den Driver from the Netherlands. Of course, a lot of the drivers making their way here, some of which, as Simon rightly said earlier on when we went live, that some are here to get themselves ready in the best way possible in a race weekend format here at the home of champions ahead of the Iame Euro Series finale. The drivers weaving from side to side. We did have some rainfall during the lunch break, which was thereby extended due to the issues that we had here at the circuit, but the track has now no longer been declared a wet race, which means we will be at full throttle racing speeds from the moment the lights go out on the gantry. They are on the gantry at the moment as Marczak and Blanc line up alongside each other, the grid starting to get into formation as we are set and ready for the first of 17 qualifying heats here today at the home of champions. And thank you very much for everyone that is joining us on not just the Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel, but on Iame-motorsport.com. Please don't forget that we've also pinned in the YouTube chat the live timing, and also you can click on a link for the results for this weekend. As 34 drivers, amidst a big plume of Iame smoke, come through into the final corner, revs rise, and the lights are out. We're underway for the first time this weekend. Good start by Marczak on the front row, being pressurised from behind as some of the drivers decide to go round the outside. Oh, we've had 3, 4 carts off at turn number 2 already. So an early incident. But meantime, Marczak has got an absolute flyer of a start. A bit of jostling for position going into turn 5 as they head into the Europalan. A little bit of twitchiness from back axles. Oh, right, someone has gone off. Oh, dearie me. That is one of the Thierry Del Rey cars, Jules Van Hoel, that is off. Trying to catch the other one. It might have been a Victory Lane cart, but couldn't really see the other number. However, Milan Marczak leading the way as the field comes down through out of turn number 9 to break the timing, being to go into sector number 3. But look at the absolute chaotic moves being made towards the back end of the order But after the opening lap, it's going to be Milan Marczak that is going to be leading the way. We're going to find out very shortly who is going to be in second as they are diving through into turn number 12 on the opening tour. So Marczak lead, Loritz Zaxa, Annabelle Bryant, Joseph Smith, they round out the top four. Marcus Gloom completing the top 5. Oh, and it was CJ Bennett that got collected by within the incident involving Jules Van Hood there, Simon, but pretty much a fairly clean-ish opening lap apart from the drivers that ended up tumbling off of turn number 2.
Oui, on est parti dans cette première manche qualificative de la journée avec le meilleur des départs pris par Milan Marczak qui a pris le meilleur envol depuis la pole position. Il emmène derrière lui Loritz Sachs, le pilote danois, et la néerlandaise Annabelle Briand. Joseph Smith est 4e devant le premier belge Marcus Gloom. Derrière, on a vu, ça s'est frotté, ça s'est même accroché pour certains, avec 2 pilotes qui ont dû abandonner, CJ Bennett, le pilote irlandais, et le belge Jules Van Hul. Mauvais début de week-end donc pour ces 2 pilotes qui ont dû en rester là suite à un accrochage dans le tour d'ouverture donc de cette manche qualificative. Alors on est reparti là dans la bagarre pour certains, avec Marcus Gloom notamment qui est parvenu lors du tour précédent à remonter en 4e position avec le meilleur tour en course en 57.094 pour l'instant. Alors à l'image, on a encore une bagarre. Et ça se passe pour la 5e position là.
Well, Marcus Gloom got past Joseph Smith just a lap ago, up to 4th. Went the 226 from Belgium, so Joseph Smith might have Rima Blanc for close company. As well, Annabelle Bryant has been overtaken by Marcus Gloom, but Milan Marczak leads the way. Loritz Zaxa, Marcus Gloom, Annabelle Bryant round out the top 4 positions, and Joseph Smith is ahead of Rima Blanc. So a lot of changes happening up and down the order. Quite a few drivers. We've got 32 out of the 34 still running as Joseph Smith loses another position in the meantime. So the 364 goes down another spot. Might have been Jens Burzak that might have just gotten through. No, hang on a second. That was Rima Blanc retaking the place. So that was back up to 5th position when the Dutch driver from, with the 279 running under the same colours as one of his teammates, Matthias Moscard, who we'll see in action a little bit later on, who was also quite quick in qualifying. A little bit of a mistake by Joseph Smith coming out of turn number 11. But with 6 minutes and a quarter to go, plus an additional lap, Milan Marczak now has a lead that is now being truncated as Loritz Zaxa has taken over half a second out of him. Loritz Zaxa, the number 302 from Denmark, is only 7.5 tenths behind the 368 from the Netherlands. So we could very soon, depending on the pace that Loritz Zaxa has, as we're going to see a dive up the inside. That was a move from Rima Blanc and Annabelle Bryant, who's now dropped down to 5th position as they go through the Piff-Paff chicane at turn 7, now through into the sweeper here at 8. But at the moment, Milan Marczak just trying to hold on to that race lead. But looking at the lap times, well, Loritz Zaxa was quicker by about 1.5 tenths and then some, fractionally quicker through the second sector. So Loritz Zaxa will probably get that gap down to about half a second as we watch the battle happening here. Joseph Smith diving up the inside. That's a good move there through. And that'll be on Annabelle Bryant for position. That'll be 5th for the British driver in the 364, running with victory lane. As we hit the halfway moment in the race, and still 32 drivers running. Matthias van der Kerkhoff ahead of Matteo van der Kerkhoff. Cahal Clark up past Siebe Weimer for 18th place. Philip Svensson, the Norwegian, in the 263, past John Alesti in the number 363 representing Spain, as the field makes its way through down into turn 6 and onto the Europlan once again down the back straightaway, and they'll be heading into the braking zone into turn number 7 at about 100 plus kilometers an hour. But Loritz Zaxa at the moment again the Dane is really quick in turn number 2, in sector number 1, and there are the 2 leaders. Out of turn number 12 they go. Milan Marczak was only 4 tenths of a second quicker on ahead of the previous lap. It was 1.5 tenths and a bit, and there goes Loritz Zaxa for the race lead on lap number 7 at turn 2. It was just a case of just trying to make that first sector work. And that is exactly what Loris Saxe has done, has got the lead away from the Dutch driver. And now they go first and second down the Europlan. Third, it's Marcus Gloom. Fourth, Riemer Blanc, who's just set the new fastest lap of the race, 54.665. Right, we've also had a penalty being issued to Luca Montebello down in 16th place. Has used runoff area number 2, which will be off of turn number 10, and that constitutes a 5-second time penalty added to the driver's total race time. Now things could get very, very heated here, because whilst Milan Marczak in second and Loris Saxe, who leads the way, they are losing time to the two behind them as Marcus Gloom and Riemer Blanc are giving chase.
Changement de leader, il y a un tour maintenant. Loris Saxe, le pilote danois qui est passé en tête devant Milan Marczak. Derrière, une bagarre pour la 3e position entre Marcus Gloom et Riemer Blanc. Le pilote néerlandais qui est décidément très très en forme dans cette manche qualificative. Il s'était déjà mis en évidence en début de course en prenant notamment le meilleur sur Annabelle Briand qui est redescendue dans la hiérarchie. En 8e position seulement pour la pilote néerlandaise. Elle a vu passer devant elle notamment Joseph Smith, Jens Beusaert, Alexis Constant qui sont respectivement au 5e, 6e et 7e rang. Et on le voit à l'image désormais, Loris Saxe qui est en train de creuser petit à petit l'écart en tête de la course par rapport à Milan Marczak. On a vu Riemer Blanc tenter de passer et c'est d'ailleurs fait désormais. Changement de position donc pour le gain de la 3e place. Riemer Blanc passe devant Marcus Gloom.
Well, Marcus Gloom losing out now down to what is 4th place, but Joseph Smith has just gone P1 in terms of fastest lap of anybody in this race so far. 54.566. A little bit further back, we've got a battle. Kevin Bakker versus Alex Machado. That is for 10th place. But still, with the fact that the top 4 last time around were covered by 1.1 seconds, that gap is going to between first and second as we get towards the business end. We're into the final, heading into the final 5th of this race. And, well, Loris Saxe still continues to lead the way. Marczak in second, Blanc now third, ahead of Gloom. Smith in 5th. Come across the line, and they were 1.1 seconds apart from 1st to 4th place. But Milan Marczak is going to wait and bide his time. He was 2.5 tenths of a second behind Loris Saxe on this previous tour, lap number 9. We're on to lap 10 now, through into turn 7 here off of the Europlan. You can see the timing differentials, the deltas between the drivers. Jens Beusaert, Alexis Constant, and then we've got Romain Roussel, Annabelle Bryan and Kevin Bakker rounding out the top 10. But it looks like Marczak's trying to get a little bit quicker through that final sector. He's losing a bit of time to Loris Saxe in the opening sector. But Saxe now not having the benefit of a kart in front, and the top 5 rounded out by Joseph Smith. Cross the line to complete lap number 10. 1.3 seconds separate the top quintet out of 32 drivers. Through into 3, now into 4. Into the left at 5 before hard on the brakes, and then rotate the kart through into turn number 6 onto the famed Europolon section. Now they'll start to accelerate, some using the outside curving just to carry the momentum through. Oh, we've got a slowing kart. Sibe Paganar, another one of the Thierry Del Rey drivers, the TD kart drivers, of course, the chassis constructed and brought into the market courtesy of Thierry Del Rey, who will be in action in the X30 Master class this coming Sunday. Had a good chat with him and I said, well, how's the team feeling? He said, well, we can only be positive. That's the best way to be. But Riemer Blanc up the inside. That's a great move. And here comes the rest of the cavalcade. Marcus Gloom and Joseph Smith, they also get through on Milan Marczak. And now it's going to be a change for second position because Gloom gets through on Blanc. Now Joseph Smith waiting in the wings to see what might happen. The timer has expired after this. We've got one more lap to go. And this has given the window that Loris Saxe needed at the front end of the field. Down the Europolon for what is going to be the penultimate time in this session. Riemer Blanc was nearly trying to stick his nose up the inside of Marcus Gloom going into turn number 7. Joseph Smith might lose out to Milan Marczak, and he does, coming through out of turn 8. But it's going to be the run down in towards turn 10 now. Gloom gets his head down. Blanc trying to chase him down into that right-hand sweeper through just off of the grandstands. Joseph Smith trying to get a good run on Milan Marczak coming out of turn number 10 through into turn 11. Marczak goes defensive into turn 12. Last lap underway. And now the gap's going to be at least a second. 1.2 seconds as we go on to the final lap. Oh, they've sent out the checkered. That was weird. I thought it said final lap. I thought it said 2 laps to go, but there we go. They've flown the checkered at this point. So Lawrence Saxa takes the opening victory of the weekend ahead of Marcus Gloom, and that was by 1.2 seconds. Rima Blanc takes P3, Milan Marczak 4th. Joseph Smith, Romeo Roussel, Alexis Constant, Jens Berzot, Kevin Bakker, Annabelle Briand, they round out the top 10. Matthias van der Kerkhoff started a little bit further down the order, if I remember correctly. Where did he start? Well, he started 6th. Actually, finished up lower than where he qualified. 11th, Sky Deforni, Alex Machado, Philip Svensson, Luca Montebello, Joan Alesti from Spain, Bo Heymans, Cahal Clark, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, and Luca Moulin round out the top 20, ahead of Maxime Blanchiment. Alessandro Bighi, then we've got Sibi Weimel, Rosanne Den Driver from the back of the grid to 24th, ahead of Mirko Wouters. Sofia Zanfari up to 26th at the end of the race, ahead of Maxime Harutuneyan. Then we got Luis Cardoso and Charlotte Anturo, Quentin Dapuigny, and Emmanuel Liodakis from Greece. Sibe Pagana unfortunately retiring with 2 laps to go. And on the first lap incident at turn 6 off the Europalant, we lost CJ Bennett and Jules Van Hu.
Après la première manche qualificative de la catégorie X30 Senior entre les groupes F et G, place au groupe D et E à présent avec une grille de départ que l'on va parcourir ensemble dès à présent avec en pole position le rookie Patrice Kowalewski qui s'élancera depuis la première ligne avec Roxane Latinga à ses côtés, autre rookie féminine du peloton, donc Roxane Latinga qui partira deuxième. La troisième position pour le second du championnat, Henki Kalteren, le néerlandais, partira en troisième position avec à ses côtés l'irlandais Conor Grant. Et pour compléter le top 5 de cette grille de départ, on retrouve Simon Lacroix. Thomas Van Vliet, lui, partira depuis la sixième position, septième place pour Florent Dirda, avec à ses côtés Mika Voss en 8e position. 9e rang occupé par le leader du championnat, Sam Balota. Il partira depuis la 5e ligne avec à ses côtés Thibaut Géladé. Gaëtan de Brabander partira 11e, 12e place pour Angelo Melli, 13e position pour Keanu Wellens qui partira depuis la 7e ligne avec à ses côtés en 14e position Yanis Bouillet. Le top 15 est complété par Delano Wellens. 16e position pour Luis Sesser, 17e place pour Race Newburn. On retrouve ensuite Talio Vlichen en 18e position. Ilyes Prouveau partira 19e et Charlie Glum 20e. Voilà pour le top 20 de cette grille de départ avec cette manche qualificative qui opposera le groupe D au groupe E. Nouvelle manche qualificative donc dans cette catégorie X30 Senior, la catégorie reine qui regroupe plus de 120 pilotes pour ce 4e rendez-vous de la saison. Beaucoup de spectacles à attendre durant tout ce week-end dans cette catégorie. On vous l'a dit, les places seront très chères en finale. 36 pilotes seulement, 120 plus même, un peu plus de 120 pilotes.
Yeah, Andy Russell, big news about that one. One of several drivers actually found to be fuel outside of actual tolerance through technical specifications. Andy Rattel running with Pantano Racing Team, created by ex-F1 driver Giorgio Pantano. So he's one of the drivers in the mix for the Euro Series title next week. But yeah, it's looking very good. We've got a rookie front row for this second heat of the weekend. I can't wait.
Voilà pour les quelques informations. Merci Alex. En attendant, eh bien, on va être reparti dans quelques instants pour cette seconde manche qualificative dans cette catégorie. 10 minutes et un tour au programme. Le feu rouge qui s'est éteint. Patrice Kowalewski qui aborde le premier virage en tête. Et il se fait surprendre par Henki Kalteren qui est déjà en train d'attaquer. Il a bondi depuis la 3e position. Il s'est placé à l'intérieur. Très bon départ de la part du Néerlandais qui est passé devant Patrice Kowalewski. Et derrière, on retrouve, je pense, en 3e position, Simon Lacroix, auteur d'un très bon départ également. Simon Lacroix qui partait depuis la 5e place sur la grille de départ. Mais décidément, les pilotes RSD ont réalisé la bonne opération dans ce premier tour. On voit le peloton toujours très compact. Mais devant, Henki Kalteren creuse déjà l'écart avec Patrice Kowalewski.
It reminds me of the start he got in the Senior X30 A final 3 weeks ago at the penultimate here in what was a very difficult race for the 301 from the 201 from the Netherlands in the end. But Kalteren has bolted away 6.5 tenths ahead of Kowalski, Simon Lacroix, and there's going to be quite a few changes up. Right, okay, no surprise here. Andy Rattel back at the grid and is now up 10 spots. Up to 25th is the French driver, so there's going to be quite a lot of drivers that have got the pace. And unfortunately, having a technical non-conformity thrown at them during qualifying, the one thing they're going to want to do is side their way through the order. Now, of course, yes, this adds another caveat to our championship here at the Iame Series Benelux, as we're now seeing a three-way exchange coming out of turn number 9. Now, one of them is a Victory Lane driver. I'm wondering who the person is in front. It's an RSD kart, as they're coming through out of turn number 11 at a breakneck speed. That's the 2:59 that I just clocked there, I think. And that's Simon Lacroix. So, and that is going to be with Conor Grant. Sam Balota in the mix there in 6th place, ahead of Florent Dierdam, Mika Voss, and Thomas Van Vliet. Look at that, 7 karts all in a row, and they are battling away. Conor Grant's going to throw it up the inside through at turn 6. Oh, and that was nearly deadly there for Sam Balota. He's lost 1 position because round the outside I think has just gone Florent Dierda. Oh, this is going to be 3-1 into turn number 8. Oh, and Conor Grant's around.
Oui, l'accrochage avec Conor Grant que vous venez de voir. Ah, le pilote qui était en train de se battre pour la 4e position avec notamment Simon Lacroix, avec notamment Sam Balota. Et ça s'est frotté, ça s'est accroché entre ces pilotes. Conor Grant qui est donc resté, qui a été envoyé en tête à queue. Et pendant ce temps, eh bien, c'est Sam Balota qui parvient à sortir de ce groupe, à prendre l'avantage sur la plupart de ses concurrents. Et derrière, c'est encore une très très grosse bagarre. Pendant ce temps, les leaders continuent de creuser l'écart. Ils sont à l'image à présent avec Henki Kalteren qui voit revenir Patrice Kowalewski dans son échappement. Patrice Kowalewski, auteur du meilleur tour en course en 55,080. C'était lors du dernier tour. Peut-être une attaque à venir dans les prochains tours. Derrière, Roxane Latinga est en 3e position. Et puis à la 4e place, on retrouve Sam Balota qui est parvenu à prendre le meilleur sur Simon Lacroix qui faisait un petit peu embouteillage là au niveau de la 4e position. Et puis on a vu forcément cet accrochage avec Conor Grant qui est redescendu à la 34e position, bien loin de ce qu'il aurait pu espérer comme résultat.
Yeah, it was an embouteillage and then a carambolage through turn number 8 there, Simon. Oh, we've had another incident there and someone goes flying off. 261 was the driver, I believe. Thibaut Gillard, who's unfortunately ended up through that contact, shortcutting all the way to turn 5. And Tayo Fleegen was on his inside, the driver from Thailand. That was the battle for 12th place. Meantime, at the front end of the field, with just over 5 minutes and 40 to go, Kalteren being pressurised by Kowalski, and Tinga's running solo on her own. She's got about a 3.1 second advantage over Sam Balota, the current championship leader, coming into this penultimate round of the season. Balota currently 4th, head of Lacroix. Mika Vos rounds out the top 6. Gaetan de Brabandera in the 231 who started 11th now is up into P8 as Kowalski waiting for his opportunity to get through. But if people might remember, the only person to do a clean sweep of the heats this year is the man leading this particular heat. That's Henki Kalteren. He got 5 out of 5 back at Racing Kart JPR as we've got a little exchange. Oh, this is just getting a bit chaotic at the moment. I understand the drivers want to battle, but the thing is that there will be no hesitation from race control if they decide to ping a driver for an incident that might have happened. I'm sure that they might be looking at that incident that involved a backwards and pirouetting Conor Grant. It's a real shame for the Irish driver running with victory lane in the 254. He's making his way up the order slowly but steadily, but Kowalski's gone and dive bombed up the inside and now gets the lead from Henki Kalteren at turn 2 on lap 7.
Ouais, le changement de leader il y a quelques instants avec l'attaque de Patrice Kowalewski à l'intérieur du freinage du premier virage. Patrice Kowalewski qui est très clairement à l'aise sur ce tracé limbourgeois. Il avait d'ailleurs dominé les manches qualificatives lors du précédent rendez-vous et vous l'avez vu juste après, Sam Balota qui a dû céder la 4e position à Simon Lacroix qui retrouve des couleurs dans cette manche qualificative. Après un bon départ, c'est vrai, il avait été contraint de défendre sa 4e position tout un temps face à un petit peloton de 7-8 cartes. Et là, il est repassé en 4e position devant Sam Balota et Mika Vos avec des bagarres à tous les étages. Et on vous le rappelle, dans ces manches qualificatives, le but c'est d'être le plus régulier possible, éviter les accrochages, éviter surtout les pénalités avec 10 minutes et un tour difficile de faire de grands écarts. Et on sait que dès que vous avez par exemple votre spoiler avant qui est d'éclipser à l'arrivée, eh bien c'est d'office la pénalité et beaucoup de secondes de pénalité qui vous fait perdre régulièrement des positions et parfois beaucoup de positions. On a vu il y a quelques instants Sambalota se faire dépasser par Mika Voss, Sambalota qui rétrograde à la 6e position, Alex.
Yeah, things are getting a bit closer between the top three. Roxanne Lantinga was within a second of Patrice Kowalski after lap number 7. As Mika Voss has made his way past Sambalota, so the Dutch driver with Fusion Motorsport now ahead of the man from Dream Racing, the current championship leader, Sambalota, holding station in 6th place, as Counteren did possibly have a look up the inside through into turn number 2 on Kowalski for trying to retake the race lead. Might have an opportunity if he gets it teed up nicely here through turn 6 onto the European line. Roberto Vaz and Yanni Bouillet round out the top 16. Charlie Bloom now up to 10th. Conor Grant now 29th. Gernot Evans 27th. Elias Prouveau rounds out the top 24 with Torben Krundal from Germany completing the top 22. But here is the panel a little bit further back. That is between Florent Dirda and I think that's also Thomas Van Vliet in the 270. They're coming through turn 10 off of the grandstand through the left at 11. But the consistency, as you said, avoid incidents, avoid penalties, bumpers. Andy Rattel in the meantime, folks, 22 positions gained. I was expecting that, to be honest with you. We'll make that now 25. Andy Rattel from Pantano Racing Team, the 372 from France, is now in the top 10 with a minute and a half to go. It's really good when you get a driver like Rattel, who was very quick as a mini, also had competed in a numerous amount of championships at that age group, but now has really found his home in Senior X30 and is just absolutely flying. 35th to 10th, and we've still got just over a minute. We've got about a minute to go as our leaders come through out of the final corner. So it's going to be tight on time. I think it's going to be 2 laps to go. Yeah, 47 seconds across the line. Kowalski has Counteren looking up the inside, but the 244 from Belgium with TD Karts now going to open the door through 3, and that's Counteren through, retaking the race lead. And Kowalski's got to put all the hard work in again. He's going to try up through turn 6. Will Counteren get the crossover? He might. Oh, nearly a little bit of a touch between the pair, and Kowalski nearly offering the opportunity to Counteren, who takes it with full advantage. But look who's behind them. Roxanne Lantinga, the sibling of Kevin Lantinga, is now on the back of 2 of the 2 main guys as part of those that are battling for the overall title here in 2024. We are coming down to what will be our last lap, 1,360 metres. The fireworks have come here early at round number 4. Counteren leads, Kowalski second, Lantinga in third. What's going to happen here? Who's going to roll lucky number 7 and who's going to roll Snake Eyes?
Un dernier tour qui s'annonce palpitant, 2 tours encore, mais un dernier tour qui s'annonce vraiment très intéressant à suivre avec 3 pilotes capables de revendiquer la victoire, avec Roxanne Lantinga qui est passée en 2e position à la bagarre entre Patrice Kowalski et Henki Kalteren qui a profité à la féminine du peloton. Attention à ne pas aller s'accrocher. Oh, Patrice Kowalski qui n'a pas fait de cadeau à Roxanne Lantinga sur le coup. Il était à l'intérieur, c'est passé proprement, c'était musclé mais propre. Et regardez maintenant ce qui a comme conséquence pour Roxanne Lantinga. Elle est désormais sous pression de Simon Lacroix. Oh, attention, on est dans le dernier tour. On nous annonçait 2 tours restants, mais c'est le dernier tour. Et c'est Henki Kalteren qui vient s'imposer dans cette manche qualificative. Il devance Patrice Kowalski. Simon Lacroix, finalement, passé en 3e position. Mika Voss termine 4e devant Roxanne Lantinga. Et oui, Roxanne Lantinga qui était pratiquement en train de jouer la victoire et qui finalement doit se contenter de la 5e position. La 6e place pour le leader du championnat, Sam Balota. Sam Balota qui démarrait 9e, c'est une bonne opération pour le leader du championnat de terminer 6e. 7e place pour Florent Dirda. 8e position pour Thomas Van Vliet devant Angelo Melli. Et à la 10e position, on retrouve un certain Andy Rattel, le pilote français qui a réalisé le meilleur tour en course durant cette manche qualificative en 54-564. Andy Rattel qui démarrait, tenez-vous bien, de la 36e position. C'est une très très jolie remontée qu'a effectuée le Français durant cette manche. Les dégâts sont limités pour le pilote français. Le classement, vous le découvrez avec aux portes du top 10, Gaëtan de Brabander. Luis Esser, le pilote allemand, termine 12e devant Charlie Glum, Yanis Bouillet et Hugo Besson, le pilote français. Leonardo Langoni termine 16e devant Delano Wellens, Tess Verscore, Roberto Bass et Rhys Newburn qui complètent le top 20 donc de cette manche qualificative entre les groupes D et E. La suite du classement, vous la découvrez si vous êtes avec nous sur la chaîne YouTube de la Iame Series Benelux. Une manche avec un abandon à vous mentionner, l'abandon de Tayo Vlichen, l'un des rookies de ce peloton. Et parmi les rookies qui se sont particulièrement illustrés dans cette manche qualificative, on retrouve forcément Patrice Kowalewski, deuxième derrière Enki Kalteren, vainqueur de cette manche. La suite, ça passera par la manche qualificative, toujours dans la catégorie X30 Senior, entre les groupes B et C.
Right, so let's take you through the grid for Heat 3, X30 Senior, Groups B versus C. And it's going to start like this. Alessandro Tudisca and Victor Louis will be on the front row. Michael Piccolo and Tristan Kroon will be on row number 2. Fionn McLaughlin will be joined by the top rookie in this heat, Sam van der Heyden from the Netherlands. Otto Paikkonen and Enzo Menendez will round out row number 4, followed by George Nassar and Dan Steenman. Liano Couture and Vilma Swan will be on row number 6 ahead of Tihon Kinard and Lewis Mackey. Jop Muller and Max Storm round out row number 8 ahead of Suleiman Zambari and Esteban Valgrave. Jack Nettleship and Julian Carmen will round out the top 20. Maximiliano Radek da Silva and Andrea Pirovano will be on row number 11 ahead of Casper Norman and Luke Taylor. Aaron Ferrazzano and Thibaut Veyers round out the next row, row number 13. Dinan de Vos, Dennis Bowman, Rinse Vos and Christopher Bingham round out the top 30. Completing the 36-strong grid are Ruby Verlinden, Ron van der Kerkhoff, Olivia Sampson, Victor Aguitar, Ruben Moya and Miguel Silva. Ruben Moya having a very difficult qualifying on his return to the Iame Series Benelux Championship, even though it might just be a one-off. Only completed 1 lap in qualifying, and then unfortunately the kart did not go past the timing beam, well, not long after the timing beam for sector number 2. So Tudisca currently looking to increase his points tally this season and has been on the back foot since Ostricor at round 2 in the second weekend of May. But more to the point, it's a Belgian front row and it's also an RSD karting front row as well, more to the point. But another 10 minutes plus an additional lap to set our grid in motion, as there is race director Thomas Leiner instructing the field how he wants it to be done. It's his way or the highway, as they say when it comes to our race director. But he's fair, but he's firm. But it's down to the drivers to make best their intentions here at Karting Genk. Air temperature 21 degrees Celsius. Humidity has crept up in the meantime to 78%. As the red lights are ignited on the gantry, ahead of 10 minutes, plus 1 additional lap. 36 drivers, a full grid into the tram lines. Revs rise. And the lights are out, we're underway. It's the run down to turns 1 and 2. And round the outside goes Victor Louis on Alessandro Tudisca. Is he going to use the runoff area to get the race lead? Yes, he does. And Tristan Kroon has just jumped up into second position. As we have had an incident through at a turn number 3. Well, there's a couple of cars tripping over each other's tyres at the moment, as Tudisca tries to get his way through back at turn 6 into second position. But a very, very close incident happening at turn number 3 nearly meant that a few competitors would be falling by the wayside. But what a start there. Victor Louis, tactic of the century, round the outside of Tudisca at turn 2, can use the runoff area only once during the race, and that's on the opening lap. And he's got a 6 kart length lead over Alessandro Tudisca. And there is Tristan Kroon in the 288. Then Fionn McLaughlin in 4th position now, ahead of Marc-Claude Piccolo from France. So Fionn McLaughlin these days running with VDK Racing, and very much trying to keep himself in the hunt for the Iame Euro Series title next week. But in the meantime, Victor Louis leading the way, and that is Marc-Claude Piccolo through on Fionn McLaughlin, the 374 from Ireland. But nevertheless, at the front end of the field, great move there by Victor Louis to it wasn't the fact he kept, Alessandro Tudisca was napping. Victor Louis just went one better.
Victor Louis qui a donc pris le meilleur des départs après une belle manœuvre. Il démarrait depuis la 2e position sur la grille de départ et il est passé par l'extérieur. Superbe départ de Victor Louis que l'on voit à l'image à présent et qui emmène derrière lui, avec lui, Alessandro Tudisca, son équipier. Tristan Kroon est en 3e position. Et puis en 4e position, on retrouve Marc Lopiccolo, le pilote français qui a pris le meilleur sur Fionn McLaughlin. Le pilote pilote irlandais, leader de la Iame Euro Series, qui est entré dans le giron Red Bull Junior Team il y a quelques semaines dans la foulée de la dernière manche du championnat d'Europe de la FIA. C'était il y a 2 semaines. Fionn McLaughlin qui est ici pour préparer le rendez-vous de la semaine prochaine. On a vu Victor Louis se faire surprendre du côté de la partie technique du tracé genkois. C'est Alessandro Tulisca qui a récupéré sa première place. C'est lui qui partait en tête tout à l'heure, mais dans la bagarre, eh bien, c'est Tristan Krohn qui en a profité pour recoller, et Tristan Krohn qui est parvenu à passer devant Alessandro Tulisca dans le dernier virage, mais ce dernier a répliqué et conserve finalement la première place. Derrière, eh bien, ça se regroupe forcément puisqu'on se bat devant. On a donc en tête désormais Alessandro Tulisca, Tristan Krohn, Victor Louis et Marc Lopiccolo qui est là en 4e position. Fionn McLaughlin est 5e, et puis on retrouve une bagarre avec Otto Pikkonen et Sam van der Heyden, et c'est encore très très serré là pour les premières positions. Alex avec l'attaque ici sur Victor Louis, c'est Marc Lopiccolo qui a essayé de passer, et Fionn McLaughlin est aussi dans la bagarre.
Fionn McLaughlin nearly got the bog off the buy one get one free special right there and then because of Victor Louis and Marc Lopiccolo battling it out. Lopiccolo went through up the inside, but there's Fionn McLaughlin through on Victor Louis. So does Lopiccolo get through. Did Lopiccolo lose 1-2? Yes, he lost out to Otto Pikkonen in the meantime. Well, no, he was lost out to Sam van der Heyden, who got through. There's Otto Pikkonen looking up the inside of Louis, going through into turn number 3. This is going to be close through 4. And Pikkonen's going to get the job done through 5. Neatly done, but right behind them they've got Iliano Couture, and I fear that maybe Dan Steedman is going to be there. Yes, he is. There's the 346 from the Netherlands, but really good anticipation, as I would expect. The number 6, the number 374, the 16-year-old Fionn McLaughlin from Margafelt in Ireland, as you rightly said, has just got himself a spot on the Red Bull Junior team. But there's an absolute flyer of a move. Oh, big old off coming out of turn number 11, and that was Iliano Couture. I think that was Dan Steedman doing the old Danny Rick send it like you meant it, and he got through. And Couture has lost out big time. He's lost out of all people. Ruben Moya, 35th, now 15th. The Spaniard is on a tear right about now, but that was a big moment there for Iliano Couture, completely sideways. It was like Dan Steedman has said, right, you're going on the Joker lap right about now.
Voilà, vous l'avez vu, hein, une bagarre très très musclée avec Dan Steedman et Iliano Couture. Iliano Couture qui a perdu beaucoup dans l'aventure. Il est retombé à la 16e position, juste derrière un certain Ruben Moya qui s'élançait depuis le fond de grille et qui est déjà remonté en 15e position. Quelque chose me dit que ce n'est pas terminé pour le pilote espagnol, l'un des candidats aux avant-postes forcément dans cette catégorie. Vous l'avez vu aussi, Sam van der Heyden est passé devant l'un de ses adversaires. C'était ou alors c'était qui, Marc Lopiccolo qui était en 4e position. Sam van der Heyden est passé devant. Fionn McLaughlin est remonté lui à la 3e position et se place derrière les 2 leaders, Alessandro Tulisca et Tristan Krohn. Et on l'a vu dans ce peloton, l'erreur coûte vraiment beaucoup de temps. Iliano Couture ne dira pas le contraire à l'issue de cette manche qualificative. En plus, il est sorti vraiment très large en allant chercher de l'herbe, en salissant ses pneus. Et ce sera difficile dans les tout prochains tours de récupérer le bon rythme. C'est dommage pour le pilote français qui réalisait un bon début de course jusque-là. Et parmi ceux qui avaient réalisé un bon début de course et qui ont été mis en difficulté, il y a notamment Victor Louis, redescendu à la 7e place. Mais il est maintenant le seul dans le peloton de tête. Il n'a donc pas de pression qui est mise sur lui. Et donc il va pouvoir récupérer un rythme et pourquoi pas aller rechercher l'une ou l'autre position. Sa prochaine cible, c'est le Finlandais Otto Pikkonen. En attendant, Alessandro Tulisca est toujours en tête. Il creuse l'écart avec le meilleur tour en course, Alex, en 54,638.
Yeah, Otto Paikkonen's just gone quickest in the opening sector, as we got just coming up to the last 2 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap of this opening, well, this third heat out of 21 this weekend. So Tudiska has a lead of just over a second. Kroon, McLaughlin, Van der Heyden, Lopiccolo, Paikkonen, Louis, Steenman. Then it's a little bit further back to Vilma Swan from Sweden. George Nassar from the United Arab Emirates rounds out the top 10, the 294. At the moment, Ruben Moya holding station in 15th place, as we've had a change. Otto Paikkonen through on Makolo Piccolo. Victor Louis waiting the wings as they come through out of turn number 7 at the chicane. It's going to be very, very close. Oh, mistake from Piccolo. He went wide coming out of turn number 8. And Victor Louis retook the position. Neatly done there by the 216, as Lopiccolo says to Louis, right, come on, I don't want to be taken over. I don't want to be overtaken by anybody else. And the one behind Lopiccolo is Dan Steenman, I believe, in the 346 from the Netherlands. So coming up to the last minute and 35, so we should have this and 2 more laps to go, bringing us to 12 laps completed. And after this, we'll then head to X30 Junior for the first stage of their competition here for round 4, as Fionn McLaughlin dives up the inside, neat as you like, through on Tristan Kroon, down at turn number 6, and then on to the Europlan. So McLaughlin neatly making his way through turn 8, starting to build a gap, a bit of a buffer between himself and Tristan Kroon, number 288 from the Netherlands, running on the TD kart. Not too far behind, there is a very fast catching Zem van der Heyden from the Netherlands, who rounds out the top 5. Ruben Moya gets past Suleiman Zanfari, the man from Morocco, the 334, and Moya now up into 14th place. So this and 1 more lap to go. We're down into the final 35 seconds of this race. Alessandro Tudiska just under 1.1 seconds clear of Fionn McLaughlin, who just has turned in the fastest lap of the race. Was purple in sectors 2 and 3, putting in a brilliant marker of a 54.438 to the number 374, the 16-year-old from Ireland. Running at the top 20 from 18th downwards is Jack Nettleship, Luke Taylor, and Dinan De Vos. So timer is counting down, and we've hit 0. So now the leaders will see the last lap board. Alessandro Tudiska from RSD Karting leads the way at a VDK Racing's Fionn McLaughlin. TD Karts, Tristan Kroon rounding out the top 3. Zem van der Heyden in 4th and is closing in on the 288 through turn 2 into 3, now into 4 for the final time. George Nassar gets past Dan Steenman for 8th place in the meantime, the Emirati-based driver. Ruben Moya might have gotten past Max Storm in the meantime for what is 13th on the grid. That would have been a great run. 22 positions gained by the Spaniard. But we're heading down into the final few corners of the race here for Heat 3, X30 Senior, Groups B and C. McLaughlin's trying to close the gap up, but out of the final corner, Alessandro Tudiska wins Heat 3. Fionn McLaughlin in 2nd. Tristan Kroon edges out Zem van der Heyden for 3rd at the checkered. Otto Paikkonen, Victor Louis, Maklo Piccolo, George Nassar, Dan Steenman, and Vilma Swan round out the top 10. Tihon Kinard, Lewis Mackey, and Ruben Moya round out the top 13. Moya making up 22 places from 35th on the grid. He finishes ahead of Suleiman Zanfari, Max Storm, Julian Kamen, Job Muller, Jack Nettleship, Luke Taylor, and Dinan De Vos, who ran at the top 20. Casper Norman, Maximiliano Radek da Silva, Iliano Couture, Dennis Bowman, Enzo Menendez dropping from 8th at the start to 25th at the finish. Christopher Bingham, Andrea Pirovano, Aaron Ferrazano, Esteban Valgrave, Ruby Valinden, Miguel Silva from Portugal, Thibaut Wires, Rince Vos, Olivier Samson, Victor Agata and Ron van der Kerkhoff round out the 36 finishers. All of them made it to the end of the 12-lap adventure at Karting Genk. But it was Tudiska winning from McLaughlin and Kroon. That is your top three.
Et bien voilà, nous sommes avec Alessandro Tudiska qui vient de remporter cette manche qualificative. Très bon début de week-end finalement avec cette victoire.
Oui, on commence plutôt pas mal le week-end avec la pole dans mon groupe et puis la victoire dans cette manche, ça fait du bien au moral vu qu'on revient d'un week-end difficile. Donc je pense qu'on est plutôt bien parti, on espère que ça va continuer.
C'est la meilleure manière de rentrer dans son week-end, ça met en confiance et c'est surtout tenter de garder cette dynamique jusqu'au bout.
Oui, voilà, c'est exactement ça.
Le week-end va être long, il y a beaucoup de manches.
Oui, vraiment beaucoup. C'est excitant à la fois parce que ça fait plus de batailles. Même pour le championnat, c'est bon.
Très clairement. Ben, merci pour cette petite réaction et on vous retrouvera tout à l'heure pour d'autres manches qualificatives. Merci Alessandro.
Well, great to hear from Alessandro Tedesco, our winner of Heat 3, B versus C at Seniors. Let's turn our attention to the X30 Junior Brigade, as here is your grid for Heat 1, D versus E. Stig de Rademaker will be joined by Anthony Bongarts on the front row. Didier Klieft and Timio Riflau will be on row number 2. Max Sulin and Riley Crenham will be on row number 3. Ava Dorestein and Senna Meunier line up on row 4 with Felipe Perez and Flavio Caja rounding out the top 10. Archie Owen is joined by Farah Jalil on row 6 with Gil Huntink and Boris Yonchev on row 7. Row 8, it's going to be Timothy Laosin and Yori Bröckmann. Scott Riley will be joined by Germany's Ben Goetz on row number 9, and completing the top 20 will be Maurice Vercreuz and Aurelio Giustinelli. Row 11, it's Edouard Gauffoy with Carolina Redondo de Blas, Denis Kozlowski and Noah Nolken, making it an all-German row number 12 with Viggo Moons, Shirt de Vries, Ivry, Arthur Huang, Quintin van Leeuwen and Sacha Duquet rounding out the 30-strong grid. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap for just 30 of the 77 X30 juniors here this weekend at the home of champions. So over the course of the day, 6 junior X30 heats will take place. So a big subscription of drivers for this particular weekend of the 2024 season. The field makes its way slowly at a crawl towards turn number 10 as we see someone flinging a water bottle into the edge just off of the grandstand, and probably I hope they've caught it. Got the drivers, 30 of them, ready and set to get into battle. De Rademaker and Bongarts on the front row of the grid as the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Again, like we saw with the seniors, it's about getting your best foot forward early in this weekend and surviving through the qualifying heats, getting through into the top 36. As we wait with bated breath, the drivers come out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. And the lights, no, they are not out. It's the first full start of the meeting, and round again we go for another tour of this 1,360 meter circuit. A true test. It's a circuit that every driver, no matter where you ask in all 6 continents, all 4 corners of the globe, if they've raced here, they will know exactly which circuit you are talking about. Of course, at this stage, it is very much the case of Quintin van Leeuwen is going to have to make a Herculean effort in the qualifying heats. Tig Buckley, as they are being told to slow down. It is full course yellows. They've got to slow it down. Oh, dearie. I think they're a bit too eager to get this full start, this restart underway. As there we see everyone trying to get themselves into position. It's looking like not everyone's going to be in the position they're meant to be in. Oh, this is this might not go down well. Red flag. They've red flagged it straight away. I've just seen it on the start-finish straight. They have red flagged it, and that is at Marshall Post 7 that we see the red flag. So we are going to have to reset. And, well, race director Thomas Leiner possibly having a chat with Stig de Rademaker, who is on the left-hand side of your screens for those watching at home. But, yeah, they are now going to, once again, just, well, all the drivers seem to be getting out of the carts. They're going to be pushing them up to the starter grid. And, Simon, in your honest experience, now this is a question. You've experienced that before, where you've had a full start, the red flag gets thrown because not everyone's in the right position. How frustrating can that be for a driver at this point, so early in the weekend?
Gros, ça reste quelque chose qui arrive. Rarement, heureusement, et bah forcément, quand c'est comme ça, on a un pic d'adrénaline au moment du départ, et puis directement, bah, ça retombe. C'est vrai que c'est une situation particulière. Il faut tout de suite se remobiliser, se reconcentrer, parce que un départ n'est pas l'autre. Vous pouvez, par exemple, ici, pour certains pilotes, ne pas vous sentir à l'aise au moment de s'élancer, même si ici on a annoncé un faux départ. Vous pouvez avoir des ressentis qui sont plutôt bon ou pas, avec parfois un moteur qui est un petit peu engorgé, où vous vous dites bah, c'était pas l'idéal ici. Bah, il faut switcher et se remobiliser, se reconcentrer pour le départ suivant. Et ici forcément on va remettre tout le monde dans le bon ordre avant de relancer la machine. Alors c'est vrai qu'on avait un faux départ qui a été annoncé, je pense, pour les premiers vraiment très tard au niveau de la ligne de départ. Par la suite, les pilotes visiblement n'ont pas vu les drapeaux jaunes. Pourtant, ils étaient agités à certains endroits du côté de Stig de Rademacher. Et le pilote qui s'élance en tête ici dans cette manche qualificative de la catégorie X30 Junior a ralenti, mais vraiment trop tardivement pour pouvoir relancer les hostilités en toute sécurité.
Yeah, so effectively, Simon was going. You've got the adrenaline going through your veins. For those wondering, so I'm going to do my best as a literal translator here. That as a racing driver, yeah, you can get frustrated at times, but you've got to switch yourself back into that racing mode and get back on it. He also mentioned about the fact that the drivers may have seen the yellow lights at the latest point possible, because it is down to the discretion of the race director. But then there will be that time where you've just got to think. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't, but it's now the case of they're going to have to send them back around again and get back underway. So a couple of drivers towards the back end of the top 15 or thereof are now getting back into their karts. So we are going to be under starters orders very, very shortly once again. So it's going to be a full restart. And that sometimes for a driver, especially if they're battling for the championship, they want things to go right. They don't want things to go wrong, as in for them particularly, and that can be a very, very disconcerting thing. But these young drivers, who are some of the superstars of the future when it comes to modern day motorsports, and more to the point, there's a little bit of a discussion going on towards the back end of the grid. A couple of people surrounding a particular car. I think that might be possibly towards row number 13 at the back end of the field. But again, it is just a case of switch off, reset, get back at it, and get back into racing mode. And that's what a lot of the drivers are already doing at the front end of the field with the likes of De Rademacher. And when you look at it, well, 50% of the top 6 are all Fusion karts, Fusion Motorsport karts, which is also one of the things that in karting, we know that. You know this as well, Simon, that there's always depth in strength by numbers when it comes to a race team. And so now they're going to be, pole sitter Stig de Rademacher has been told to fire at the engine. So here we go again. So there is one kart that I think has not made it off of the starting grid. And it's being, one kart's not making it to the start. So someone's kart has faltered on the start-finish line. Couldn't really pick out the number, but it's going to be De Rademacher from Bongarts, Krieg from Rifla, Sulin from Finland, then Canham, Dorestein, Meunier, Reis, Kaira, Owen, Jalil, Hunting, Yonchev, Laroussine, Bergman, Riley, Goetz, Recroix, Justinelli, Gauffoy, Renando de Blas, Kozlowski, Nolken, Moons, De Vries, Ries. Then we've got Huang, Van Leeuwen, and Duquet. So we're going to have 29 take to the restart here, as we are on the official formation lap after the brief red flag stoppage just a couple of moments ago. So De Rademacher and Bongarts on the front row. Krieft and Rifla on row 2. Sulin and Crownen, row 3. Dorestein, Meunier, row 4. Felipe Reyes and Flavio Caira round out the top 10. as they are crawling slowly towards the 12th and final corner. 10 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap for the first Junior X30 heat of the weekend. They want to get this off to the perfect start possible as the drivers crawl their way out to the 12th and final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. We're underway. And it's going to be De Rademaker leading into turns 1 and 2. Krief following in behind. Bongart slots in behind Krief going into turn 2 for the first time. 4 wide towards the mid-pack. And everyone trying to get through. It's 2 wide towards the bottom part of the top 15. And a little bit further back as Bongart looks up the inside of Krief. Gets through at turn number 6. There's a little bit of a caramellage coming through into turn 6 for the first time. Oh, someone gets a little bit of a nudge from behind and kicks up the dirt off of the outside curbing as Krief's right on the rear bumper of Bongart's as they head through turn number 9. In 6th position looks to be Riley Cranham behind Max Sulin. Into turn 10 here on lap 1. Nice little dive up the inside from behind. I think it might have been Senna Meunier on Ava Dorrestein. So that is a change for 7th. De Rademaker leads after the opening lap. P2 it's Bongart's, then it's Krief, Rieflaar, Cranham, Meunier, Sulin, Jalil. Oh, and we've had a bit of a drama for Ben Goetz and Aurelio Giustinelli. Maurice Verkroos was the driver that was pushed away from the restart and did not take to the grid. Was due to start 19th position as behind Riley Cranham. That was a move by Max Sulin in the 192 through on Senna Meunier for 6th place. Riley Cranham quite recently in Junior X30 was the runner-up at this year's Motorsport UK Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix just the other week at Paul Fletcher International. He's in the hunt for the championship title in Iame Euro Series, which hits its finale next weekend. Currently 4th in the standings for that. With 8 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, you can see the gantry, a hive of activity off of the final corner. But it's a Fusion 1-2 with De Rademaker now leading from Krief, who's ahead of Bongart's. Rieflaar and Cranham round out the top 5. Fanny Jalil's had a really good run, up 6 places from 12th spot on the grid with Meunier, Sulin, Yonchev and Archie Owen rounding out the top 10. But here comes Anthony Bongart's trying to look for a move on Didier Krief. Is he going to thread the eye of the needle through at turn 7? Yes, he does. And that's a great move there by Bongart's. But look at the squabble behind. Krief, oh, Cranham's got one up the inside. That's Faraz Jalil. And Cranham defends on the outside at turn number 9. What's more, Senna Meunier is there. Max Sulin and Boris Yonchev won't be too far adrift either. But it's Stig De Rademaker who's starting to make an early getaway. Good move there by Riley Cranham. And that is a move on Timio Rieflaar for 4th place for the 119 from Fusion Motorsports.
Des bagarres à tous les étages dans cette manche qualificative de la catégorie X30 Junior avec Timio Rieflaar là, qui se bat pour conserver sa 4e position. On a vu tout un temps le Britannique Riley Cranham passer devant lui et d'ailleurs il repasse devant le Britannique en 4e position. Très belle bagarre donc pour la 4e place et c'est Senna Meunier qui est venu percuter là le Britannique. Oh, ça c'est sûr et certain, son pare-choc avant est éclipsé. Vu le contact, il y aura une pénalité de temps, ça c'est sûr et certain pour Senna Meunier à l'issue de cette manche qualificative. Et dans l'aventure, je pense que Timio Rieflaar a su s'en sortir. Mais ça a tapé relativement fort hein, pour Senna Meunier. Oui, le spoiler est complètement défoncé à ce niveau-là. Ouais. Pendant ce temps-là, eh bien, on a Didier Kreft qui a pris les commandes de cette course, le pilote néerlandais qui pointe désormais en tête devant Tony Bongart's sous la pression de Stig De Rademaker. Le poleman qui a donc perdu 2 positions, Riley Cranham est 4e devant Senna Meunier, mais de manière provisoire, on vous l'a dit. avec Timo Riflar en 6e position. On avait noté il y a quelques instants la belle remontée de Fares Jalil, remontée à la 8e position. C'est 4 positions de gagné. Et puis parmi les remontées, on devait suivre notamment le retour de Quinten Van Leeuwen qui s'est lancé depuis le fond de grille. Il est pour l'instant 23e, pas encore top pour le leader du championnat qui démarre ce week-end avec un sacré handicap.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hard hit on the back bumper of Riley Cranham. I mean, it stoved in the front bumper of Senemanier's car. So if those clips are in, I won't be at all surprised. But it is getting to be a bit of an RSD dogfight a little bit now because Senemanier has got 2 other drivers, 2 other teammates actually behind him. Timo Riflar and Boris Yonchev. They ran out the top 7. And it's getting a bit close, but Timo Riflar through on Senemanier, and so went Boris Yonchev. Here comes Fares Jalil diving through with millimetre precision there. That was a great move on Senemanier, and that just goes to show, I did say, plenty of overtaking opportunities here at Genk, and if you can make a move like that and dive through with millimetres to spare between sidewall and side pod, you're very, very lucky indeed. So that's a great move there by Fares Jalil. In the meantime, Stig de Rademaker is being closed in on by Riley Cranham, who last time round set the fastest lap. Another fastest lap, and there's the move for second. De Rademaker through on Bongarts, and here comes Cranham. Cranham last time around did not set a purple sector in the first, second or third around this lap, but he still made it work to the point where, okay, I know I'm up in sector 1, sector 2 looks pretty steady, and still managed to get the fastest lap of the race. However, Boris Yonchev, who is a couple of places behind Cranham, has just gone purple in sector number 2. Riflar's fastest overall in sector 2. Jalil fastest overall in sector 3. And what's more to the point is that Riley Cranham now finds himself in third, ahead of Anthony Bongarts, who's dropped down to P4. Just under 3 minutes and 20 to go. And Didier Kreeft looking to keep his advantage as Cranham dives up the inside, neat as you like, through at turn number 2 on Stig de Rademaker with Bongarts in tow.
Ouais, les pilotes belges qui se font griller la politesse pour l'instant sur ce karting Genk, en l'occurrence ici Stig de Rademaker et Anthony Bongarts qui ont vu passer devant eux le Britannique Riley Cranham, pilote venu préparer la finale de la Iame Euro Series la semaine prochaine, lui qui est pour l'instant 4e de cette compétition européenne et donc un sacré client présent ici parmi les habitués du championnat Benelux. Devant, eh bien, Didier Kreeft a une belle avance. Il avait 9 dixièmes de bon sur ses plus proches poursuivants lors du dernier pointage et cet écart est désormais passé à 1 seconde. D'autant que si derrière on continue à se bagarrer, on ne va pas revenir spécialement sur le pilote néerlandais Didier Kreeft ici à Genk, qui a l'occasion de réaliser de bonnes choses puisque ce pilote au niveau du classement, est-ce qu'il a une opportunité de revenir? Alors il n'est pas spécialement dans les premières positions, Didier Kreeft, mais en tout cas il a déjà montré par le passé qu'il avait une belle pointe de vitesse. Ouais, il est assez loin au championnat.
Sorry to cut across you there, Simon. A little bit of a touch between the RSD teammates.
Ouais, et ça c'est Boris Yonchev et Timo Riflar qui se bagarrent là, avec notamment Anthony Bongarts qui est redescendu dans la hiérarchie.
Fares Jalil is in that mix as well, so this is going to be elbow sharpened. Bongarts bounces over the curbing. That's not going to do him any good. Coming in at turn number 3, nearly loses another place. So just goes to show that Timo Riflar making it through as Bongarts is losing place after place. That's Senemanier through. Max Sulin, the number 192 representing Finland, is right on the case of the 132, who started on the outside of the front row and slipping ever further down at the top 10 is Anthony Bongard. It's not been an easy one for the 132 from Belgium, as we have 43 seconds on the time. We're going to have this and one more lap to go, and at the moment leading the way it is Didier Kreeft, Riley Cranham and Stig de Rademacher leading a fusion. 1, 2, 3 across the line. RSD Karting rounding off the top 5 with Boris Yonchev, who's up 10 spots already and is one further ahead than Timur Riflar. Farid Jalil up to 6. Senna Meunier, Anthony Bongarts, Max Sulin, and rounding out the top 10. It could be the fact that Evert Dorrestein might just get past at a moment's notice through on Archie Owen. I've just seen them actually come down the Europalan just briefly. So Dorrestein wearing her FIA Girls on Track race suit. Very proud of that, she is. She was one of the 4 finalists at last year's Girls on Track event that took place in Italy. But this time around, we're going to get the final lap board out. And the first person that's going to see it is Didier Kreeft in the number 112. Cranham still in second. Third, it's still de Rademacher. It's going to be a very, very good race for Fusion Motorsport. But
l'attaque de Farid Jalil.
That was a bit too overzealous. And he ended up going into the side of Timur Riflar into turn number 2. Got the move done. But I think that Riflar won't be too happy about that one.
Oui, c'était très serré, hein. On n'est pas passé loin de l'accrochage là au niveau du premier virage avec une attaque de Farid Jalil sur Timur Riflar. C'est finalement passé et c'est tant mieux pour ses concurrents. On l'a dit et répété plusieurs fois durant cette saison et on l'a déjà dit aussi ce week-end. Il faut absolument ne pas s'accrocher, éviter tout cela pour pouvoir se qualifier pour la finale. On sait qu'ils sont nombreux à vouloir aller en finale. Ils sont 77, mais il n'y a que 36 places. En attendant, la victoire de Didier Kreeft, le pilote néerlandais qui remporte la première manche qualificative dans cette catégorie X30 Junior. Il a devancé Riley Cranham, le pilote britannique, et le premier belge, Stig de Rademacher, termine à la 3e position. 4e place pour Boris Yonchev. Très belle manche qualificative de la part du Belge. Il a non seulement signé le meilleur tour en course en 55,795, mais il a surtout gagné 10 positions depuis le départ. 5e position à l'arrivée pour Senna Meunier. Attention, résultat très provisoire. On sait qu'il y a les vérifications techniques et surtout les spoilers avant à vérifier à l'arrivée. Donc 5e place pour Senna Meunier devant Farid Jalil. Timur Riflar, finalement 7e. Il devance Anthony Bongarts, Max Sulin, le pilote finlandais, et Eva Dorrestein, la pilote néerlandaise, finalement 10e. Et vous découvrez cette hiérarchie si vous nous suivez sur la chaîne YouTube de la Iame Series Benelux. N'hésitez pas à vous abonner avec un classement que vous découvrez complet désormais. 11e place pour Archie Owen, Scott Riley termine 12e, Philippe Reis 13e, Flavio Cara 14e, 15e place pour Hill Hunting. Et du côté du leader du championnat, Quinton Van Leeuwen, on a pu grappiller quelques positions, mais on ne termine qu'à la 23e place. Week-end décidément compliqué pour le leader du championnat. Ce ne sera pas simple de se qualifier pour la finale. Il reste encore pas mal de manches qualificatives, mais il faudra faire mieux pour revendiquer une bonne position en vue de la finale.
Now we go to Heat 2 for X30 Junior. It's time for B versus C. Let's have a look at your starting grid, and it's going to be Arthur de Donker and Louis Baziré on the front row. Adam Vida and Angelina Simons Torres on row 2. Nikita Nikishov and Devon Hagelin round out row 3. Maxime Prudhomme and Zach Green round out row number 4. Akil Jahadin and Roman Saleh rounds out the top 10. Merle Taylor, Lennon Henriquez, Lucas Pellizzari, Julian Sorvillo, Senna Pessel. Then we've got Lorenzo Notorigo, Pepin Steiger, Rafael Boulard, Sam Gluck, and Germany's Moritz Moore rounding out the top 20. Ugrana Chopravia, Sarah Iffert, Bink van Scheindel, Finn Albers, Sverre Velinden, Andrea Galimberti, Benjamin Foucault, and we've got Metis Londen, Felix de Decker, and Nilas Malik. I had a chat with Devon Hagelin earlier on today, and well, we have to send our best wishes to Jorn Helder. Unfortunately, is set to be out of action for the best part of 3 months with a broken forearm bone and also a broken wrist, which Devon said to me was literally limp, like it was not moving, no movement at all. So Jorn, if you're watching, get well soon from everyone here at the Iame Series Benelux. We wish you all the best and hope to see you on track, if not by the end of the season, maybe at IWF 2024 in Valencia. So one of the drivers in the top 10 in the championship standings now having to unfortunately sit by the sidelines due to a testing accident earlier on this week. But what's more, we've got 2 hard chargers at the front end of the field. Arthur de Donker versus France's Louis Baziré. So once again, we have 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. And a big thank you to everyone watching on the YouTube channel at the moment. Thank you so much for your comments coming in. Please keep them coming. Tell us who you're supporting this weekend here at the Home of Champions. So Didier Cleave, provisionally your opening heat winner for Junior X30 this weekend. Who will be driver number 2 into the tram lines we go? Let revs rise, lights are out straight away, first time. And it's the run down into turns 1 and 2. And Baziré trying to go high wide round the outside, but a big incident. Oh, big incident here at turn number 2. I count 5 karts intertwined, 110 being one of them. And that was, well, 110, I think, well, it was possibly 110 or 130, but 5 drivers literally intertwined, and that did not bode well. However, at the minute, Arthur de Donker leads the way. Louis Baziré is second. Third, I think that's Nikita Nikishov, as Baziré's going on the offensive into turn number 10. Gets a bit slow going into turn 10 off of Cafe Corner at the grandstand. And there is Nikita Nikishov. Baziré up the inside to take the race lead, but the crossover happens through the final corner. De Donker and Baziré wheel to wheel. Nikishov slotting in behind in towards turns 1 and 2. Baziré trying to keep it around the outside. Sideways from De Donker, trying to hold on to the race lead. And through that Senna Pessel on Nikita Nikishov off at turn number 3. It all nearly came to absolute chaos at the front, but the top 4 managed to make their way through it.
Mais quel début de course dans cette manche qualificative, Alex. On a vu le leader, le poleman, Arthur de Donker, un petit peu en difficulté, déjà attaqué par Louis Baziré. Senna Pessel était dans la bagarre également. Et puis finalement, Nikita Nikishov est venu s'intercaler aussi dans la bagarre. Ce qui a permis notamment à Senna Pessel de passer à un moment donné en 3e position. Nikita Nikishov est repassé en 3e position. Et ce n'est pas terminé entre Arthur de Donker et Louis Baziré. Le pilote français face au pilote belge installé désormais à Dubaï. Ces deux-là vont se bagarrer pour la première place. Et Louis Baziret attaque de nouveau. Et cette fois-ci, il a peut-être pris définitivement la première place. On sait qu'il est incisif, hein, Louis Baziret. On sait qu'il est déjà performant. On sait qu'il s'est déjà mis en évidence cette saison. Et il confirme donc sa bonne forme en prenant le leadership de cette manche qualificative. Ce sera encore long, mais c'est un bon début de week-end pour Louis Baziret.
Oh, and
Et
that's the
derrière,
160
ouais, le
being
numéro
given the hit
160.
check. Nilas Malik, who started from the back end of the field. Drivers compromised. Aaron Vida, the 110, out of the race. Mathis Londen, Lennon Henriquez, Achille Gerardin, Marla Taylor, Maxime Prudent. They have lost, each of them, at least 15 places. Angelina Simons Torres and Zach Green also affected by that incident. The driver that's gained the most places so far, Felix de Decker. Felix de Decker started 30th and is now 11th. It's all changing. Devon Haglin now, we've had a little bit of a 2 and 8 somewhere else possibly on the track. Well, I did see that Moritz Moore dropped a few places. So Nilas Malik has dropped all the way down to more than likely towards the back end of the field as drivers are still squabbling in this race. But like you said, what a development at the beginning of the race. We have a big incident at turn number 2, and then everyone is trying to one-up each other. It's a bit like Super Mario Brothers. You're trying to get the, you're trying to hit the question mark brick, and then you get the mushroom for anyone that might remember that video game. I certainly do. But we've had a change for position in the meantime, coming through out of turn number 9. So one of the drivers that was overtaken, that was the 152 of Pepin Steiger. That was by the 146 of Sam Geluk from the Netherlands, who started down in 19th place. Baziret now leads from De Donker. And then we've got a little bit of a battle happening a little bit further back. Bink van Scheindel up 17 spots from 24th on the grid. And there is the 152, Pepin Steiger, being chased down by the 161 of Spain's Serra Iffa. Felix de Decker, now 19 places gained. Finn Albers started 25th, now 12th. So you throw a big incident off of turn number 2, and then it just causes absolute pandemonium. Lennon Henriquez also, unfortunately, is out on lap number 3. Did not make it part, might have pulled it into the pits. The last runner out of the 29, still out on track, Mathis Londen, the number 150. As we are stabilising in terms of a rhythm being exercised around the circuit. The battle with the 171. That is Bink van Scheindel closing in on Lucas Belizari, the Luxembourger. And, well, there's the trigger pulled by Van Scheindel through on the 102. And there is Sam Geluk waiting to pick up the pieces in the 146. Pepin Steiger and Sarah Iffert are also there. Devon Hagelin is now really starting to charge forward up the inside of the 102. Belizari gets passed by Geluk. And then, well, that is also Pepin Steiger. So, oh dear, careful. We saw 3 wide in Senior X30 coming out of turn 7. 2 wide at a push. 3, it's no bueno going through into turn number 8 because, as we saw with Conor Grant in the opening race of the weekend, now it's going to be musical chairs coming through out of turn number 10. Again, it's just like, we think the seniors are crazy. The juniors, when they get racing, oh my goodness me, you have to have eyeballs in every single part of your peripheral vision if you're a racing driver. It's just, it's captivating to watch, but it's also nail-biting at the same time, as the 114 of Felix de Decker is getting a bit muscled out at the moment, is now outside of the top 10, having been passed by the likes of Sarah Iffert. You've also got Pepin Steiger, Luca Pellizzari in that. Also, well, there is the 152 who's going around the outside. There's Jograna, the Spaniard, who's made up quite a few positions, probably for batting for around about what is 11th or 12th place there. So 5 drivers just just trying to make their best way through, and you can see jumping up and down in the seat isn't going to help you in a race like this when you are battling tooth and nail with the opposition. It's crazy.
Ouais, très belle course hein, dans cette catégorie X30 Junior avec des bagarres vraiment à tous les étages. En attendant, Louis Baziret est toujours en tête. Il possède désormais 7 dixièmes d'avance sur Arthur de Donker et 9 dixièmes sur Nikita Nikishov. Ça va donc se jouer pour la deuxième position, là visiblement, alors qu'il reste 2 minutes 45 au chronomètre. Senna Pessel en quatrième position devant Romain Saley. Bink van Skeindel, remontée de 18 places pour le pilote néerlandais qui devance Devon Hakkelen pour l'instant au championnat 5e et donc lui aussi il est à suivre puisqu'il a peut-être une opportunité ce week-end de faire une bonne opération au championnat, du moins par rapport à Quinton Van Leeuwen, on l'a vu dans la manche précédente en difficulté.
Well, the bad news for Bink van Schijndel is that he's going to get a 5-second time penalty for the incorrect starting position post-race, which is going to drop Bink van Schijndel from what is 7th position on the road. And a 5-second penalty once a few more drivers have crossed the line. Oh, but we've had dramas. Nikita Nikishov has ended up sideways coming out of turn 2. And there is an absolute crosshair of drivers coming through out of 3 and into 4. Also going off was the 108, Devon Hakkelen. So Nikita Nikishov hits trouble. Might have been collected or might have had someone at the inside. So Bink van Schijndel is going to drop several positions, and it's the drivers are still trying to do their level best to get around the circuit. Nikita Nikishov manages to get through on the 171 of Bink van Schijndel. Now the big thing is, so that is now being shown on the Digi flag. So Van Schijndel, makes a bit of a mess coming through out of turn number 10. And I'm just waiting to see. We have got cloud cover overhead. We've had so for pretty much the whole day. So the drivers really having to watch themselves. There is rain coming down. I've just seen it outside of the timing room, and we've got a minute to go. They have red flagged they are red flagging it. They are red flagging the race, it looks like. So red flag has come out circuit wide with 56 seconds on the timer. So 56 seconds plus an additional lap remaining of heat number 5 of the day, heat 2, Junior B versus C, which will effectively mean that Louis Baziret will be classed as the race winner. So red flag has been called. So so it looks like it will be Louis Baziret from Victory Lane, the youngster from France, who will pick up the provisional victory on that one. So they've red flagged it, and they have changed a few, some things are being changed at the moment as we speak. So Louis Baziret, in the amended timing, they've gone back a lap. But Baziret was 0.4 of a second ahead of Nikita Nikishov, who will take second. Senna Pessel, third. Arthur de Donker, fourth. Romain Saleh, fifth ahead of Devon Hakkelen. Sam Galuk, Lucas Pellizzari, Sarah Iffert, Lorenzo Notarigo, Angelo Simons Torres, and Jograna ran at the top 12 ahead of Bink van Schijndel in 13th, who that is including the 5-second time penalty the 171 has received from race control. Zach Green, Felix de Decker, Benjamin Foucault, and then we've also got Andrea Galimberti, Pepin Steiger, Finn Albers, Raphael Boulard, Moritz Moore, Chopravia, Julien Sorvillo, Maxime Prudent, Achille Girardin, Mela Taylor, Svelle Verlinden, Nilas Malik, and Mathis Landen, the last of the classified finishers. Lennon Henriquez out on lap 2, and Aaron Vida out on the opening lap at turn 6.
Et bien voilà, nous sommes avec Louis Baziret, vainqueur de cette manche qualificative interrompue à cause de la pluie sous drapeau rouge. Louis, c'est un bon début de week-end pour vous. Difficile dans ces conditions de continuer.
Ah, c'est sûr, c'est pas facile. Hein. À 2 minutes 50 de la fin, je crois, il s'est mis à pleuvoir. Et je me suis dit, bon, t'es en tête, ne risque rien. Et c'est ce que j'ai fait et puis j'ai gagné.
Ouais, donc c'est un bon début de week-end. Sur le sec, ça allait très bien aussi. On vous a senti très incisif en début de course.
Oui, il fallait que je sois premier. Il fallait, dans ma tête, il faut que je sois premier tout le temps. Et je pense que je l'ai bien fait.
Donc voilà, maintenant encore pas mal de manches qualificatives à disputer, forcément. Les conditions sèches, on a vu que ça fonctionnait très bien. Sous la pluie, vous le sentez comment?
Je le sens très bien.
Allez, c'est déjà ça. Et on vous retrouvera tout à l'heure pour la suite des hostilités. Merci Louis. Louis Baziret, donc vainqueur de cette manche qualificative en X30 Junior.
Now we return to Senior X30 action. Let's take you through the starting grid for Heat 4, A versus G. Clément Houton, the fastest outright driver out of 123, starts on pole position. Will be joined by Rima Blanc. Kevin Lantinga and Laurens Saxe will be on row number 4. Mathis Marscott and Matthias van der Kerkhoff will start on row 3 ahead of Tobias Norman and Alexis Constant. Bertrand Saxe and Maxime Blanchemin round out the top 10 ahead of Clément Massot and Mirko Walters. Hugh Holly, Bo Heymans, Christian Biazati and Maxime Harutunanian, Noah Maton, Cahal Clark, Raphael Dow, Quentin Depoigny round at the top 20, along with Lucas Horsika, Lucu Moulau, Raphael Linders, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, Maxim van Schoenwinkel, Sibi Paganar, Hiro van Duivenvoorde, Sky De Forny, Kane Ince, Alessandro Bighi, Eric Vess, Luis Cardoso, Carl Luthard, Sofia Zanfari and Luna Cleré round out the 35 strong grid. Looks like Duivenvoorde and Heymans will be starting from the repair area on the dummy grid. So once the drivers have gone through the start phase, they will then be released. As you can see, the conditions have deteriorated since the previous heat because the rain has fallen on the circuit. So everyone will be on wet weather tyres, and more than likely, if they had them with the trolley jacks at the time, will be on wetsuits as well. And once again, Simon, the weather rears its ugly head here at the home of champions.
Ouais, la météo qui est venue compliquer un petit peu la tâche de tout le monde ici sur le Karting Genk. On a vécu les 3 premières manches qualificatives pour ce qui est de la catégorie X30 Senior sur une piste totalement sèche. Et puis à la fin de la dernière manche, la deuxième manche de la catégorie X30 Junior, la pluie a fait son apparition. On a dû arrêter la course plus tôt que prévu avec un drapeau rouge. Et ici, on est parti en mode wet race. Comprenez par là que les pilotes ont été contraints de chausser les pneus pluie pour cette manche qualificative qui oppose les groupes A et G. Clément Houton partira en pole position. C'est lui qui s'était montré le plus rapide de tous les pilotes de cette catégorie Rennes tout à l'heure lors des essais qualificatifs, avec à ses côtés Rima Blanc, Kevin Lantinga en 3e position, 4e place pour Laurens Saxe et 5e place pour Mathis Marscott. Les pilotes qui abordent désormais le dernier virage et vont se présenter d'ici quelques instants sur la ligne droite de départ. Départ à vivre avec vous, Alex.
Merci Simon. Right, into the tram lines. Et c'est parti, let's go racing. And a good start by Clément Houton at the front end of the field, but very, very sideways was Kevin Lantinga, and he saved it from going onto the grass, but we've had a little bit of a coming together a little bit further back, and there's more chaos going through turn number 3. 2 off the circuit, and then another 2 follow suit by having to try and avoid. Oh, this this weather that has come in has caught everyone out on notice. They're having to be on possibly dry setups with wet weather tyres. And there's another turnaround at turn 6. This time it was the 308 Luca Moulau who loses places, and darting to the inside was Matteo van der Kerkhoff in the 246 trying to get through, and they're nearly tripping all over each other. Drivers going to the outside, to the inside at turn number 8. Well, this is not what we expected here. We've got one that is off at Marshall post number 2. Kart sideways coming out of turn number 9. This weather really has put the drivers on notice, and someone straight off at turn 10. And that was the 353 that has just been caught out. Tobias Norman from Denmark. As they make their way, they're treading on eggshells, coming through into turn number 12, as we are very much at a snail's pace. Clément Houton first. Mathis Marscott dives up the inside, the 250. Gets the race lead, but no traction out of turn 2. Houton retakes the race lead, coming down into turn number 3. We've got a yellow flag. We've got someone off on the other side of the barriers, off of the final corner. And that looks to be possibly 338. Luna Cleré, maybe. Well, we got Bertrand Saxe, who has dropped all the way down the order. And you can see they are scrabbling for traction And they're 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. The first 2 minutes, we thought the previous junior heat, there was a lot of things to talk about. Well, this 4th senior heat, we've got 2 literally tippy-toeing their way out of turn number 9. That's Clément Outran versus Mathis Merskaut. Lorit Saxe now up a place. Clément Massot up from 11th, now running 4th. Well, this is not an easy... We thought, okay, maybe the weather's going to stay away for round 4. No, the weather decided otherwise. It's the man upstairs that is making things a bit difficult for everyone here at the circuit. More importantly, our drivers front and centre.
La météo qui crée du spectacle ici sur le karting Genk. Vous le voyez, des pilotes qui cherchent la trajectoire idéale, ce qui n'est pas toujours évident dans un peloton avec des trajectoires différentes prises par les différents pilotes, ce qui peut parfois permettre à certains de dépasser, mais de se voir directement reprendre la position dans la foulée. C'est le cas notamment pour pas mal de pilotes depuis le début de cette course. Clément Outran a pris le meilleur des envols depuis la pole position d'ailleurs. Il confirme qu'il est aussi à l'aise sous la pluie. Clément Outran, le pilote français qui est clairement parmi les candidats à la victoire ici pour ce 4e rendez-vous de la saison. Le pilote passé sous les couleurs de TB Kart cette saison. Mathis Merskaut en 2e position, Lorit Saxe 3e devant Clément Massot. Ah, Clément Massot, ça lui rappelle des bons souvenirs, hein, ce genre de météo. Il est pour l'instant 4e de cette manche qualificative. On l'a d'ailleurs à l'image, le numéro 268. C'était lui qui s'était imposé ici il y a un mois maintenant lors de la finale. Il avait fait le pari de partir avec des pneus pluie alors qu'il ne pleuvait pas encore, alors que d'autres avaient fait le choix des pneus slick, choix qui ne s'était pas avéré payant pour les autres, mais bien pour Clément Massot qui avait surpris tout le monde en allant s'imposer ici à Genk. La bagarre avec Lorit Saxe maintenant, on est pour la 3e position. Clément Massot qui va peut-être se mettre à l'intérieur, et voilà, il est passé. Et Kioli en profite également, le pilote coréen qui a bondi depuis la trajectoire extérieure. C'était bien fait de la part de Kioli, il en a bien profité. Et par contre, c'est 2 positions de perdu pour Lorit Saxe qui redescend donc à la 5e position. La 6e place pour Kevin Latinga devant Matthias van de Kerkhove notamment. Allez, on reste avec ces pilotes qui se battent pour la 3e place. Clément Massot, 3e devant Kioli. Et regardez, c'est très compliqué. Et devant, on a vu que les 2 leaders s'étaient échappés. Oh, quel beau car contrôle!
That was sideways and then some from Clément Massot. Kyu-Ho Lee now up 9 places, could be position number 10, and it is the Korean driver gets through, gets the whole shot, and the rain comes back again. Oh, we've got a kart just off of turn number 11 that has stopped. That's a TD kart I've just noticed as Kyu-Ho Lee manages to get through on Clément Massot and holds station in 3rd, but the rain is coming back down significantly again. It is a deluge of spray that the drivers are going to have to contend with as the TD kart that we just saw from turn number 11 has been pulled away. Sky de Forney, who had made up big places, made up at least a dozen positions in the races. One of the Falcon karts was sideways coming out of turn 6. I think that was Karl Luthart from Germany. But now we're going to see the battle between Clément Outran and Mathis Merskaut. Merskaut had a disqualification in the final at round 3, but this time is looking to just try and put one up on Clément Outran, the TB kart driver, into turn number 12, both using the curbing. Tighter line taken by Merskaut as they come out of the final corner. And still the gap is probably going to be about 0.3 of a second. It's just over 0.3 of a second. And now through for the race lead at turn 2. Is he going to make it through? Well, Clément Outran did the old Danny Rick V, lined it up, hit the pedal, and bang, off it went like a rocket. And Merskaut just went tight to the inside of turn 2. But the problem with doing that, you hit the curbing, the tyres at the back end are going to spool up, they're going to start spinning, and you will have absolutely no traction. Meantime, Clément Massot having a bit of a ding-dong battle coming down the Europelan, and the driver alongside is clashing wheels and has just gotten through, but has run a little bit deep. And that is the 296 of Kevin Lantinga. Lantinga was wheel to wheel, he was towards the outside. And Massot a little bit deep into turn number 9. Oh, and a bit of a hip check there between the two. A big old impact on the left front of Clément Massot, who's got Loritz Axer from the Falcon Racing team right on his rear bumper. And now through for the race lead. What's going to happen here? Dive up the inside, through at the final corner. Mathis Marescalt makes it through on Clément Outron, but Outron's in the wheel tracks, heading into the treacherous part here at turns 1 and 2. And Marescalt has got the job done for the moment, but sideways under acceleration goes the 250, and Outron back through at turn number 4. Multiple changes for the race lead, and we're not done yet. Marescalt looking for the inside line, possibly going into turn number 6. He's going to go for that inside line. Who's going to get the better traction? Oh, great defence there. Marescalt got it lined up, lit up the rear tyres. Outron trying to fire it around the outside, and the 250 from Belgium said, no, you do not.
Le suspense intense, Alex, pour la première position. La bagarre pour la victoire entre Mathis Marescalt et Clément Outron. Et cette fois-ci, je pense que Mathis Marescalt a peut-être fait le plus dur. Il reste 1 minute 45 désormais au chronomètre, plus un tour additionnel. C'est vrai que Mathis Marescalt était vraiment très très proche de Clément Outron depuis quelques tours. Et cette fois-ci, il est passé devant. Kioli en 3e position. Belle remontée de la part du pilote coréen qui a gagné 10 positions depuis le départ. Kevin Lantinga est en 4e position devant Clément Massot. On a vu ces deux-là se toucher il y a quelques minutes maintenant et c'était d'ailleurs très impressionnant. Le choc a été assez violent entre ces deux-là. On espère que ça n'aura pas de conséquences sur les pare-chocs avant, notamment de Clément Massot. Et derrière, regardez, ça se bagarre encore pour les places d'honneur. On a vraiment des bagarres à tous les étages et vous voyez, les écarts sont quand même bien...
I'm wondering, is that Cathal Clark? That's Cathal Clark up into 8th place. As Kane Ince tries to get through on Matthias van der Kerkhoff and gets through. There's 2 3-second time penalties, 2 wheels out of the tram lines, going to the 366 of Raphael Leenders and the 319 of Kane Ince, 3-4-2. Cathal Clark has just been given a 5-second time penalty for incorrect starting position. So Cathal Clark is made up at 10 places. It's now going to drop down to just around about the bottom part of the top 15. We're into the final few seconds. Well, the timer has hit 0. So we're underway with the final lap of this race. And Mathis Marescalt has nearly a 1.3 second lead over Clément Outron. A little bit further back, we've got the 327 Lucas Horsika battling away with I think the likes of Christian Bizatti and Maxime Van Schoen, Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Here's the battle between 249, Riemer Blanc and Loritz Saxer. That's the battle for P6. Riemer Blanc trying to find his way through at turn number 4, but no room there. As our leader, Mathis Marescalt, now comes through out of turn number 7 for the final time. As Blanc and Saxer continue their battle royale with spray kicking up from the rear tyres. Heading into turn 7 at the Europelan. Riemer Blanc switches to the outside through into turn number 8. He's going to get the tighter line through here. That's a great little move in the wet. You could see that Saxer was trying to keep away from that curb, and Riemer Blanc just managed to power his way through. But in the meantime, we've got to concentrate on what's happening at the front end of the field, because from 5th on the grid, the inside of row number 3, Mathis Marescalt wins again here in the Iame Series Benelux. And he takes the win ahead of Clément Outron. Q Ho Lee from 13th to 3rd. Kevin Lantinga and Clément Massot round out the top 5. Riemer Blanc pips Loritz Saxer to the flag by literally just over about half a second. Cathal Clark finishes on the road 8th, but has a 5-second time penalty. That's going to put him around about 15th. So Kane Ince also has a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram line. So that now that's going to promote Christian Biazzati to 8th, Lucas Horsica to 9th, Matthias van der Kerkhoff. So Kane Ince drops to 10th, Matthias van der Kerkhoff 11th, Noah Maton, Maxime van Schoenwinkel, Karel Clark 14th, ahead of Maxime Harutunian. Then we got Mirko Wouters, Maxime Blanchimard, Tobias Norman, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, Quentin Dapoigny, Bo Heymans, Alessandro Bighi, Alexis Constant, Carl Luthart, Luco Moulard, Luis Cardoso, Jiro van Duivenvoorde, Sibe Pagana, Rafael Dau, Rafael Linders, Sofia Zanfari and Eric Vess rounding out the 32 strong. Sky de Forny out on lap 3 after breaking down at turn 11, with Bertrand Saxe and Luna Clairet out on the opening lap. Merscout takes a win at Avouton and Lee that rounds out your top 3 in Heat 4 for X30 Senior here at Genk.
Après une première manche qualificative disputée sur une piste humide, et bien place à une seconde à présent avec la catégorie toujours X30 Senior et une grille de départ qu'on va découvrir dans quelques instants. Ce sont les groupes D et F que l'on retrouve en piste maintenant avec Patrice Kowalewski en pole position. Vous découvrez d'ailleurs la grille de départ. Il partira en pole avec à ses côtés Milan Marksak, Enki Kalteren. Le deuxième du championnat partira troisième avec à ses côtés Joseph Smith. Simon Lacroix s'élancera depuis le 5e rang, 6e position pour Annabelle Briand. Florent Dirda partira de la 7e place avec à ses côtés Roméo Roussel. Sambalota, le leader du championnat, s'élancera depuis le 9e rang. Avec lui sur la 5e ligne, Jens Bessart, 10e place pour ce pilote, 11e position pour Gaëtan de Brabander. Marcus Glum partira 12e, 13e place pour Keanu Wellens. Philippe Svensson partira 14e. Delano Wellens complète le top 15. 16e position pour Luca Montebello. Rhys Newburn partira 17e avec à ses côtés sur la 9e ligne Sib Weima. Et puis pour compléter le top 20 de cette grille de départ, Ilyes Pruvot, 19e place. Johan Aluya Olesti partira 20e. C'est la grille de départ donc de cette manche qualificative entre les groupes D et F. À suivre aussi la remontée éventuelle d'un certain Andy Rattel. On sait que durant la première de ces manches qualificatives, il avait bondi jusque dans le top 10, donc pas moins de 26 positions de gagné pour le pilote français. Et on verra si dans des conditions pluvieuses, il est capable de réaliser pareille remontée. Affaire à suivre et d'ici quelques instants, dira-t-elle, qui fait partie de ces pilotes venus préparer la finale de la Iame Euro Series. Dans cette catégorie X30 Senior, ils sont nombreux à avoir fait le déplacement une semaine plus tôt pour préparer ce grand rendez-vous. On dira-t-elle qui fait partie des pilotes qui intègrent le top 10 pour l'instant de cette compétition européenne. Allez, d'ici quelques instants, on va partir pour une nouvelle manche qualificative, 10 minutes et un tour additionnel au programme. On ne change pas les bonnes habitudes. Vous le voyez, le poleman qui donne le rythme et on n'a pas de Patrice Kowalewski. Non, Patrice Kowalewski n'est pas en pole position. Ah, ça, on ne l'avait pas vu. Et devant, je n'ai pas vu le châssis TD. Alors, est-ce qu'il est à l'arrière? En tout cas, ce qui est sûr, c'est que Milan Marczak est donc virtuellement en pole avec Enki Kaltoren en deuxième position. Et alors, on vous donnera les informations plus tard. Il y a quelque chose qui m'a échappé, hein, soit, c'est pas grave. On est parti donc dans cette manche qualificative. Vous le voyez, les conditions vraiment très très délicates pour l'ensemble des pilotes. Et effectivement, Patrice Kowalewski,
five off at turn
plus
4
loin.
and one in the barriers.
Ouais.
And that is the
Numéro
212.
212.
Delano Valens.
C'est Delano Wellens, il partait 15e et c'est malheureusement l'accrochage et peut-être même l'abandon pour ce pilote. Et effectivement, Alex, confirmation, Patrice Kowalewski, il est beaucoup plus loin dans la hiérarchie. Ça reste raisonnable pour lui, mais il est seulement 11e au passage de la ligne
there's a bit of a mess at turn 8. Bit of a
Alors.
mess at turn 8, I'm afraid. A couple of drivers getting caught out. But at the front end of the field, well, everyone's jockeying for position. And you can just see how treacherous it is there. There are standing water at multiple parts of the circuit. The rooster tails are starting to show up, but at the moment, Henki Kaltoren is in the race lead. Right behind him, Milan Marczak. Looks like, no, it's Annabelle Bryan who's in second. So that is going to give us, at the end of the opening lap, Henki Kaltoren. Sam Balota is now third, because just getting through for the race lead, Annabelle Bryan. Oh, but Sam Balota was sideways and nearly into the side of Henki Kaltoren coming out of turn number 2, and Kaltoren dives up the inside from way back nowhere. Through on Annabelle Bryan into turn 4. That is one of the most desperate moves I've seen to take a race lead, whether it be rain or shine, as it's nearly 4 abreast coming out of turn number 6. Again, these drivers are just... I know it's the 4th round of the championship. It's got to be a point of sometimes discretion is the better part of valour. I think I've just heard a possible noisy exhaust. Not 100% sure where on the circuit, but I heard it outside of my, through my hearing. But Annabelle Bryan really has an opportunity here. She's made up 4 places. Sam Balota has made up 6. So the weather has become a great equaliser for not just the man second in the championship standings, who's sideways through turn 12. This could be the advantage Balota needs. He kept it nice and clean. Both Bryan and Kaltoren were sideways coming out of turn number 12 as we head on to lap number 3. This could be very, very crucial. Sam Balota, he didn't pick up a win in the qualifying heats at Genk, if I remember correctly, last time out at round 2. If he can get one here, that is really going to give him the psychological advantage over his chief rival, the man leading this race, Henki Kaltoren.
Henki Kaltoren qui a pris le meilleur des départs dans cette manche qualificative. Après 2 tours, il est en tête. On l'a vu à un moment donné, un petit peu en difficulté. Oh, c'est Annabelle Bryan qui est parti à la faute. Juste au freinage de la ligne droite de l'Europalan. Ah, le bon début de course de la féminine du peloton de la néerlandaise qui est réduit à néant. Elle a même perdu beaucoup dans l'aventure, plusieurs positions. En attendant, Henki Kaltoren poursuit sa course en tête et ce fait de course profite tout simplement à Sam Balota, le leader du championnat, qui est ici à Genk sur un tracé qu'il n'apprécie pas plus que ça. Est-ce que ces conditions pluvieuses vont plutôt lui réussir. Est-ce qu'il les apprécie plus? En tout cas, du côté de Mariembourg, il avait réalisé un très très bon week-end, même dans des conditions pluvieuses. C'est vrai, Alex, on a vu il y a quelques instants une manœuvre assez particulière avec un pilote qui est passé à l'extérieur, qui est même passé derrière les mousses de sortie de pit lane. C'était très chaud.
I think it was Kevin Bakker from the Netherlands. As we're getting a bit of 2 and 8 here. This is Simon Lacroix, who's just been passed by Joseph Smith. They're battling over 6th place. Excuse me, but yeah, I mean, Marius Spaddyberg is out of the race in the number 318, the driver from Norway. But I'm wondering if there might have been an incident that caused Annabelle Briand to be off the circuit. You know, I mean, she was battling. Let's put it this way: someone who's a hard charger in his own right, Henki Kalteren. But the thing is now, Sam Balota. You look at it from this perspective. Henki Kalteren's already picked up a race win today. So looking at the 4 so far, Loris Saxer, Henki Kalteren, Alessandro Tudiska, and Mattis Merskold. Now we want a different winner. And Henki Kalteren, in every single heat, will want to do what he did and repeat the feat like he did at Racing Kart JPR Austrico. But Sam Balota in these equalising wet weather conditions, Sam has openly admitted to you, to me, to multiple people before, Genk is not my best preferred circuit. You put him at Austrico, you put him at Marienborg, he is he's top of the pops. But then you see moments like this, well, that is Joseph Smith losing out a position, and that is Ilyes Pouvot in the number 306 that has just got through. Gaetan de Brabandera also trying to look for a move through on the 364 from the United Kingdom. And yeah, a real shame for Annabelle Briand, where she has just literally not had the best of luck. One incident, and it cost you significantly. She's finding herself down in 15th place at the moment, as we've still got 4 minutes to go. Did you see that with Joseph Smith's Victory Lane Kart Republic just a second ago? He mounted the curbing through turn 9, and it brought the front left wheel up in the air. It's giving him no traction whatsoever. However, it's battling not just against traction, it's battling against your chief rival in the championship, because here is the battle for the race lead. Sam Balota in second versus Henki Kalteren, who continues to lead here on lap number 6. And well, it's a bit of a stalemate at the moment between the two, but nevertheless, whenever you get Balota and Kalteren together, you get fantastic racing.
Oui, on a toujours les deux leaders, Henki Kalteren qui emmène avec lui Sam Balota, qui est de plus en plus pressant sur le néerlandais. Sam Balota qui visiblement apprécie ces conditions plus aquatiques par rapport à la piste sèche ici sur le karting Genk. Et derrière ces deux leaders, c'est un petit peu le désert. L'écart est vraiment très très important avec les poursuivants. Le poursuivant, aurait-on envie de dire, avec Milan Marczak en 3e position. Marcus Glum est 4e devant Jens Bessart. Parmi les pilotes qui ont perdu beaucoup dans l'aventure, on citera forcément Patrice Kowalewski, 11e, lui qui devait en principe partir depuis la pole position mais qui ne l'a pas fait. Parmi les autres perdants, on soulignera Annabelle Briand qui était en 2e position, la néerlandaise qui est passée, qui est partie à la faute et qui a perdu des positions. En attendant, retour à la bagarre avec Sam Balota qui est passé devant Henki Kalteren. Sam Balota qui prend les commandes de cette manche qualificative à 2 minutes de l'arrivée. Ah, on le sentait qu'il était très à l'aise, Sam Balota. Et maintenant qu'il a pris le meilleur sur le pilote néerlandais Henki Kalteren, il va peut-être s'envoler, Sam Balota, vers une victoire dans ces manches qualificatives. On a déjà eu plusieurs vainqueurs depuis le début de journée. Loritz Sachs, Henki Kalteren, Alessandro Tudiska, Mattis Merskold et peut-être d'ici 1 minute 40, Sam Balota.
Going to be 5 from 5. Well, Balota has got some real estate between himself and Henki Kalteren. And what's more to the point, Balota seems to be a little bit more confident in these wet weather conditions. Sometimes you can tell by the erratic steering wheel adjustments. And there is Milan Marczak, Marcus Glum, Ilyes Ilie Prouveau, Jens Bozart, Simon Lacroix, Joseph Smith. Leonardo Longoni has made up 14 places and is now ahead of Annabelle Bryan, who has recovered to 10th at the moment, has the 383. And, well, the 383 now 9th as, well, Joseph Smith is going to lose out to Annabelle Bryan, who's going to be very careful. He manages to get through on the outside, but there's a little bit of an exchange of bumper kissing between the pair. Nevertheless, Joseph Smith still stays ahead of Annabelle Bryan, who is on the comeback charge at the moment, but was running up at the sharp end of the field, along with Balota and Caltron. More to the point here, Sam Balota has a lead. There's a little bit of lightness coming into the sky now, which is also a bit of a godsend for the drivers to see. But we will more than likely be on the last lap this time around as the timer counts down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap this time. Sam Balota did have a 1.1 second advantage. It now expands to 1.4 and a new fastest lap of the race from the leader. Sam Balota just another few corners away. Make that 9 corners now. A very different approach coming into 3, 4 and 5. Balota knows that he's got more than enough time to spare to bring the Dream Racing kart, the 290, across the line. Down the Europalan for the final time here in Heat 5, Groups D versus F. Sam Balota started on row 5, the inside of row 5 in 9th place. And in the early exchanges, made up 6 places to get himself up into 3rd. And now is running at the head of the field. Down through, breaking the timing beam to start the final sector of this last lap of Heat 5. D versus F for Senior X30. Lorit Saxe, Henki Caltron, Alessandro Tudisca, Matis Mariscalz have all won heats. Now we make it 5 from 5. Sam Balota takes a heat win here on the opening day of round 4. Henki Caltron's going to have to settle for 2nd position. Milan Marczak comes across the line, takes P3. Marcus Gloom, 4th. No, Ilie Prouveau takes 4th, ahead of Marcus Gloom. Simon Lacroix, Annabelle Bryan, Jens Bozart, Leonardo Longoni and Joseph Smith round out the top 10. Longoni and Prouveau made up 14 and 15 places apiece. Patrice Kowalski, 11th. Reese Newburn, 12th. Et quelle bonne surprise. Félicitations, Andy Rattel.
Oui, Andy Rattel 35th. 22 positions, Alex.
22 positions up to 13th. Gaetan de Brabantera and Torben Koendal round out the top 15. Jules Van Hoel and CJ Bennett round out 16th and 17th. Ahead of Keanu Wellens, Alex Machado and Florent Dirda round out the top 20. Kevin Bakker, Luca Montebello, Romeo Husel, Philip Svensson, Emmanuel Louidakis, and then we've got Tess for sure, Sibi Vima, Joan Olesti, Rosanne Dendriver, Ollie Mers, Delano Wellens, and Charlotte Antoho, and Karina Kroning rounding out the 33 finishers. Unfortunately, on lap 5, we lost Denmark's Emma Weinreich, and on the second lap of the race, Marius Barryberg from Norway.
On enchaîne donc avec une nouvelle manche qualificative dans cette catégorie X30 Senior avec les groupes B et E à présent sur la piste du Karting Genk. On découvre la grille de départ de cette 6e manche dans cette catégorie. Alessandro Tudisca en pole position, le vainqueur tout à l'heure de sa manche qualificative. Il aura à ses côtés Roxane Latinga. Marc Lopiccolo partira depuis la 3e position avec à ses côtés l'Irlandais Conor Grant. Fionn McLaughlin, un autre Irlandais, leader de la Iame Euro Series, partira 5e avec à ses côtés Thomas Van Vliet. Otto Pikkonen, le pilote finlandais, partira 7e, Mika Voss 8e, Georges Nassar 9e et 10e Thibaut Géladé. Aux portes du top 10, on retrouve un pilote français, Iliano Couture, qui s'élancera donc sur la 6e ligne avec à ses côtés Angelo Melli. Tyrone Kinard partira 13e, Yanis Bouillet 14e et Joop Müller 15e. Louis Sesseur, le pilote allemand, s'élancera depuis le 16e rang. Suleiman Zanfari 17e, Tayo Vlichen 18e, Jack Nettleship 19e et Charlie Glum complète le top 20 de cette grille de départ. À surveiller dans cette manche qualificative, les remontées potentielles de 2 candidats aux avant-postes. Aaron Ferrazzano qui s'élancera 25e et Ruben Moya, le pilote espagnol, qui s'élancera depuis la dernière et 35e place sur cette grille de départ. Alors tout à l'heure, on avait pu voir Ruben Moya remonter dans la hiérarchie. Il avait gagné pas moins de 20 positions, il me semble, dans sa première manche. Sera-t-il en mesure de faire de même ici? Réponse dans 10 minutes et 1 tour. C'est le programme qui attend les différents concurrents de cette manche qualificative avec les groupes B et E dans cette catégorie X30 Senior, catégorie reine, catégorie la plus fournie ce week-end sur le Karting Genk, 4e rendez-vous de la saison avec plus de 120 pilotes engagés. Quel plateau! Un plateau très international aussi, car en plus des habitués du championnat, on retrouve aussi les pilotes venus préparer la finale de la Iame Euro Series. Vous l'aurez compris, avec notamment Fionn McLaughlin, le pilote irlandais que l'on voit régulièrement dans les courses internationales, notamment en championnat d'Europe de la FIA. Les pilotes qui se présentent à présent dans le dernier virage et qui vont aborder la ligne droite de départ d'ici quelques instants. Alessandro Tudisca, Roxane Latinga, c'est la première ligne de cette 6e manche qualificative de cette catégorie. Alessandro Tudisca, déjà vainqueur tout à l'heure sur le sec, pourra-t-il s'imposer sur une piste humide? C'est ce qu'on aura l'occasion de vous confirmer ou non d'ici quelques instants. Et Alessandro Tudisca qui a pris un bon départ mais qui s'est fait surprendre. C'est Fionn McLaughlin qui s'est hissé en tête à l'issue du premier virage. Et Alessandro Tudisca, lui, est redescendu à la 3e place, je pense. Il a aussi été dépassé par... non, Alessandro Tudisca toujours bien en 2e position.
Goodness me, two have just come together.
Right.
2:54 and 2:66. Tyrone Kinau. And the other one is Conor. Oh, Conor Grant's coming to strife again for the second heat in a row.
Ouais, Conor Grant, décidément pas chanceux du tout dans ce début de week-end. Oh, attention, là, un pilote qui revient par l'herbe. On vous le disait juste avant, Tyrone Kinard et Conor Grant impliqués dans un accrochage. Conor Grant, décidément pas verni depuis le début de ses manches qualificatives. Il avait déjà été impliqué dans une mésaventure lors de sa première manche et c'est à nouveau le cas dans la seconde qu'il dispute ce vendredi. Et regardez, dans ces conditions climatiques, eh bien, les pilotes retrouvent des conditions d'adhérence précaires. Il faut pouvoir s'adapter à ces conditions justement. En attendant, eh bien, le meilleur des départs pris par Fionn McLaughlin. Allez, on revient à cette bagarre dans le peloton. En attendant, on vous le disait, Fionn McLaughlin est passé en tête. Il devance Alessandro Tudiska et Otto Pikkonen, le pilote finlandais, qui lui aussi a pris un bon départ. Il a bondi depuis la 7e position. Et puis on retrouve dans le top 5 Marc Lopiccolo, le pilote français, et Mika Voss.
Yeah, Fionn McLaughlin already up 4 spots. Well, you put a Brit in wet weather conditions, they normally flourish. I mean, the amount of racing that goes on in the UK, especially for the junior, you know, the smaller classes in racing. But it just goes to show that when you have someone like Fionn McLaughlin, newly signed as a junior Red Bull driver, that's why that particular team looks for talent like him. But the 375, oh, Marco Piccolo getting very, very sideways. He's just, that was a battle with him and George Nassar, the Emirati driver, running with Victory Lane. And what's more, oh well, George Nassar gets through. Just behind them, they've got the 334. Oh no, Lopiccolo's around at turn 3. Well, there might have been the slightest of nudges, I fear, between him and Suleiman Zanfari, but it might have just been the slightest of touches. And then Lopiccolo has gone around for a 180. And George Nassar now has, well, you've got Roxanne Lantinga up. Well, Lantinga's through. Oh no, that was one of the other carts that had a bit of a moment coming out of turn number 8. And that was the 334 of Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco. God,
what a chance.
A big change. Suleiman Zanfari had made up 10 places and gone up into P7. Dive bomb up the... Oh, who was that? That was the 225. Koen de Rooij from the Netherlands trying to get through. Dearie me, everyone's trying to take chances here. And yes, there is the old risk versus reward adage. But in wet weather conditions, it's not all... I've spoken to many a driver and I said, was the risk really worth it? And they went, well, you saw what happened to me. I got turfed off the circuit. Or I thought it was the right call at the time, but I found out later on it wasn't. And that just goes quickly to show, as that's Maximiliano Radek de Silva, the French driver for Victory Lane, who's battling away with Suleiman Zanfari. And that is for genuine position. That is for 17th on the road. Jörg Müller and Jack Nettleship. Nettleship is a privateer on the TB kart, the man from the United Kingdom. And, well, De Silva loses out to Zanfari through turn number 8. But then De Silva goes back round the outside through into 9, runs wide. Here comes Zanfari. Now there's Müller. Oh, did you see how quickly he just cut off the front bumper of De Silva going through into turn number 10 and nearly ends up clattering to the back end of Zanfari through into the approach into 11. There's more twists and turns in this, folks, than I've ever thought there would be. And you can see that when he turned the kart in, Jörg Müller's right rear wheel went up into the air and he was sideways through on the inside of Radek de Silva at turn number 12. Jörg Müller completely exploiting, I think, not just the dynamics of the kart, but possibly physics and E equals MC squared right about now. That's ridiculous what he just pulled off through turn 12.
Des bagarres à tous les étages et des manœuvres de dépassement parfois spectaculaires dans cette manche qualificative, dans des conditions toujours précaires en termes d'adhérence. Forcément, il fait toujours très humide sur le circuit, même s'il s'est arrêté de pleuvoir depuis quelques instants. 4 minutes encore au programme de cette manche qualificative entre les groupes B et E. On essaye de suivre un petit peu toutes les bagarres évidemment, mais en attendant, devant, Fionn McLaughlin est en train de creuser l'écart et pas qu'un peu. Il avait 4 secondes 4 d'avance sur Alessandro Tudiska lors du précédent pointage et je pense qu'il va encore améliorer. Voilà, 5 secondes 3 maintenant entre Fionn McLaughlin et Alessandro Tudiska. Un superbe travail de la part de l'Irlandais. qui détient d'ailleurs le meilleur tour en course en 1:14.020. On est en 1:14.9 au mieux du côté d'Alessandro Tudisca, une différence de 9 dixièmes, c'est assez impressionnant. Otto Pikkonen occupe la 3e position, Mika Voss est 4e devant Hugo Besson. Hugo Besson, le pilote français qui remonte fameusement dans la hiérarchie avec pas moins de 19 positions de gagner pour l'instant. Parmi les grandes remontées, on notera 21 places de gagner pour Koundoroy, 23 positions gagnées pour Ruben Moya, le pilote espagnol, 12e. Il partait dernier, il est désormais 12e et on le voit d'ailleurs à l'image.
Yeah, there we go. He's through on Radek de Silva, so Ruben Moya on a charge. That is now 24 positions gained by the Spaniard. Incredible it is the Rattel and Moya show when it comes to starting down at the bottom end of the field, and you have to fight and claw your way past every driver in front of you, as Koundoroy closing in on Jack Nettleship. This is for 9th place on the road. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the timer remains, and Nettleship having to deal with a bit of chronic understeer and oversteer at the same time. As that was a stumble by Koundoroy. Nettleship lines it up neatly to power out of turn number 2, through into 3, retakes the position back off of the Dutchman. And, well, still at the moment, Fionn McLaughlin with nearly a 6-second advantage. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 1, heading into turn 1. One of the Falcon carts ending up dropping to the back end of the back end of the field. Marco Piccolo, unfortunately, the 375 from France, has dropped down to 33rd out of 35 drivers. We're heading into the final minute and 25 seconds, and McLaughlin just doing exactly what he needs to. He's purple in sectors 2 and 3 overall during this race, as the number 374, the Irish driver, making his way across the line to have completed what was lap number 7, as the battle between Nettleship and Doroy continues. And Nettleship got a real good launch out of the final corner, but Doroy was quick to capitalise and plant his kart on the racing line. And Doroy and Nettleship still battling away. They have got, Ruben Moya is nearly with them. The number 367 from Spain leans forward and to the left. That's an interesting tactic. I've never seen body lean used in that way before, heading into turn number 6. So something that probably Ruben Moya developed over his years in karting. But Koundoroy a little bit wide through turn 8. Moya nearly dives up the inside through on Nettleship, through at the very same corner. But this time around, there's going to be one more lap to go as the timer is about to hit 0. Well, did Fionn McLaughlin cross the line? He did with 2 more. He did with another 2 seconds to go. So next time around, it's going to be the final lap of the race. Fionn McLaughlin timing it pretty well there. Ruben Moya now in 11th place. But there are on your screens the battle between Hugh Besson, who's gained 20 positions from 24th on the grid, being chased down by the Dutch driver from Fusion Motorsport, Mika Voss. They round out the top 5. The timer has officially expired. And dramas for Fionn McLaughlin. McLaughlin is out. The VDK number 374 has just ground to a halt on the last lap of the race, or the penultimate lap of the race. Fionn McLaughlin is out, and that is a real shame, because what that does, that promotes RSD Karting's Alessandro Tudisca to the race lead. This time around, it's the final lap. Otto Pikkonen could possibly have an opportunity if he's close enough. But at what is the gap between the pair? 1 second. Last lap is underway, and disaster for VDK Racing's Fionn McLaughlin that has denied us of a possibility of 6 successive different winners from 6 heats. Tudiska is going to go into the second half of this afternoon with a very, very big smile on his face. But at the disaster of what has just happened with Fionn McLaughlin, I cannot believe my eyes on that one. I feel my heart goes out to Fionn. He's currently on the exit, well, the safety road between halfway through on the Europlan. There you see the cart with a marshal at the side of Fionn McLaughlin. But we have just a couple of more corners to go. We were on course for 6 different winners from 6 different heats so far this weekend here at round 4. But winning in heat number 3. Now add to that heat 6. Alessandro Tudiska takes his second heat win of the weekend, head of Otto Paikkonen. What a drive from Hugh Besson from 24th on the grid to round out the top 3. Head of Mika Vos, Suleiman Zanfari, Joop Muller, George Nassar, Ruben Moya, drive of the weekend so far. From the back of the field, 35th to 8th, 27 positions gained. Koen de Roy, 32nd to 9th. Jack Nettleship and Maximilio Radek de Silva ran at the top 11. Angelo Meli, Thibaut Gelad, Roxanne Lantinga, Roberto Bars, Iliano Couture, Louis Esser, Thomas Van Vliet, Adam Ferrazano, Emilio Van Offenberger ran at the top 20. Charlie Gloom, Dinon De Vos, Connor Grant, Wesley De Goey, Yanni Bouillet, Rinse Vos, Tayo Fliegen, Tiho Kinard, Casper Norman, Mark-Lo Piclo, Luis Dormas, Ellie Dax, Livia Sampson and Ruby Verlinden round out the 34 finishers. And on the Europalan with 1.5 laps to go, Fionn McLaughlin retires with Tudiska, Paikkonen and Besson your top 3 in Heat 6, B versus E for Senior X30. Theo van der Kerkhoff plus entrant to the stewards immediately. That's driver 246 plus entrant to the stewards immediately. Thank you. Driver number 308 plus entrant to the stewards immediately, please. Driver 308 plus entrant to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
Eh bien écoutez, on est de nouveau avec Alessandro Tudiska qui est le premier pilote de la catégorie X30 Senior à s'imposer 2 fois dans les manches qualificatives avec des circonstances qui vous ont été favorables dans cette manche.
Oui, c'est sûr. Dommage pour l'abandon de McLaughlin parce qu'il était vraiment rapide et j'aurais pas su le rattraper, je pense, mais dommage. Mais bon, c'est la course, on va dire.
Oui, ça fait partie du sport auto. Alors forcément, conditions particulières aussi par rapport à tout à l'heure. C'était la victoire sur le sec dans la première manche. Ici, c'est une victoire sous la pluie. Ça va dans ces conditions? Vous vous sentez comment?
Oui, ça va. Enfin, ça faisait longtemps que j'avais plus roulé ici, donc reprendre mes repères, ça a été pendant les 2 premiers tours un peu difficile, mais au bout de 5-6 tours, on s'est habitué. C'est simple pour finir.
Et pour vous, sec ou pluie, c'est pareil?
Oui, j'aime bien les deux, donc ça m'est égal.
Allez, voilà qui est dit pour Alessandro Tudisca, que l'on retrouvera encore hein, durant cette journée, car le programme est encore bien chargé.
Let's take you through the grid for Heat 3, A versus E, X30 Junior. The overall fastest driver, Tig Buckley, will start from pole position. Joining him on the front row will be Anthony Bongarts. Juice Mulder and Timio Rifla will be on row number 2. Alessandro Mercier and Riley Cranham will be on row number 3. Uta Bergano and Senna Meunier on row 4 with Muse Lelore and Flavio Caira rounding out the top 10. Matteo Melis and Farid Jalil due to start on row 6 ahead of Marie Barryberg and Boris Yonchev. Xiao Chen Ji and then Yuri Brugman on row 8. Gilles Herman, Ben Goetz. Then we've got Jan Mulders and Aurelio Giustinelli rounding up the top 20. Yanis van den Bosch, Carolina Redondo de Blas, Lucas Metz, Noah Nolken, Mohamed El Bouzaki, Shirt de Vries, Maxime Linders, Arthur Huang, Nathan Best, Sasha Duquet and Evan Purcell round out the 31-strong grid. Might be the case that Marie Barryberg might not be on the start phase, but might be released post the drivers being released. So winners so far this weekend, Didier Klieft and Louis Bazire in terms of the heat winners in juniors so far this weekend. So Didier Klieft and Louis Bazire, but of course there's been the second heat, we went back a lap after a red flag stoppage when the weather started to come back in again here at the circuit. Also been having some comments through on YouTube, but I've just noticed, because obviously there is when you say comme d'habitude, like always, comme d'hab, so we got someone who said there, Louis Bazire le meilleur. Yep, Louis Bazire the best. Well, he was in one of the heats. We're going to see what happens a little bit later on. Good to see Cedric Vasseur along with us for the ride on the official Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel. And of course, those watching on iame-motorsport.com. If you are watching on the latter, you can click on the links for live timing, live results, as you'll know when the latest updates have been provided through the championship. But Tig Buckley looking to do what he can to really put the pressure on Quentin van Leeuwen. Can he take the championship lead heading into the final round of the season? We'll hopefully find out by the end of tomorrow's action here at the home of champions. Red lights on the gantry. The field trying to get into some semblance of order. Into the tram lines, revs rise, and we're underway. Let's go racing here at Karting Genk, and a good start by Tig Buckley. Anthony Bongarts is a little bit further back, as in high and wide. Juice Mulder slots into second position. Bongarts looks to be in third, with Mercier not too far behind. Uta Bergano ahead of Timio Riflau, who's dropped a couple of places. Riley Cranham has dropped a couple of places as well. He's down to 8th, with Senna Meunier behind. Matteo Melis on the TV cut, the Italian, that got very, very close indeed. 3 wide, someone threading the eye of the needle coming out of turn number 6. But thus far, well, Marie Barryberg has rejoined the field all the way down in 31st. Was due to start on the inside of row number 7 in 13th place. Meantime, well, at the minute, there is, I think I've just seen Marie Barryberg come through shot, and there is Tig Buckley ahead of Juice Mulder, the only rookie to go fastest in morning warm-up this morning, as someone is pulling off into the pit lane. Now, I'm going to be wondering who that is, but Juice Mulder battling away with Anthony Bongarts, and there is Wouter Bergano rounding out the top right. Mechanical black flag was shown to Maxime Linders, the 141, and I think, now let's just see. Well, Flavio Caira has dropped to 20th. Juice Mulder bounds over the curbs through turn 3. Bongarts has got a run on the 127 as they head into turn 5. But Tyg Buckley, keeping his nose relatively clean, is the youngster from Ireland in the 151. But a little bit of a caramelage a little bit further back. One of which is, that's Riley Cranham. Getting through, that's Alexandre Mercier in the 190, who's dropped a few places in the meantime. But still, Tyg Buckley keeping very much a firm hold on that race lead there, Simon.
Ouais, Tyg Buckley qui est bel et bien en tête, qui a conservé sa pole position et qui creuse petit à petit l'écart par rapport à ses poursuivants, à commencer par Just Mulder et Anthony Bangartz pour l'instant en bagarre pour la deuxième position. Anthony Bangartz qui tente de maintenir la pression sur Just Mulder. Anthony Bangartz qui était bien en travers la sortie du virage de la cafétéria, avant d'aborder le dernier virage de ce karting Genk. On vous le disait, l'écart qui grandit petit à petit entre Tyg Buckley et Just Mulder. Il suffisait de le dire pour que Just Mulder réalise le meilleur tour en course en 1:15.732. Chrono très très proche de celui de Tyg Buckley, du leader de cette manche qualificative pour l'instant. Anthony Bangartz lui a marqué un tout petit peu le pas. Il est à 5 dixièmes désormais du deuxième de Just Mulder. Donc on a un Irlandais et un Belge aux 3 premières positions. Derrière ça se bagarre pas mal aussi, avec la remontée progressive de Riley Cranham, le pilote britannique qui avait perdu quelques positions et qui est remonté à la 7e place désormais. Belle remontée aussi pour Matteo Melis et pour Niels Lelor, respectivement 6e et 5e de cette manche qualificative. Et je pense que devant on a Niels Lelor là avec le casque blanc, le pilote qui est toujours qui n'est pas toujours chanceux dans les manches de la Iame Series Benelux. On sait qu'il a une belle pointe de vitesse, mais c'est vrai que par moment il n'a pas toujours la chance avec lui. Et regardez la bagarre comme elle est belle, avec Niels Lelor qui s'est fait surprendre mais qui a pu répliquer dans la foulée. Pendant ce temps, Just Mulder continue d'augmenter le rythme. Nouveau meilleur tour en course en 1:14.999. Et regardez, Alex, il est en train de revenir, Just Mulder, sur Tyg Buckley.
Yeah, Just Mulder, the young rookie. Well, Maxime Leenders, after 2 warnings of the mechanical black flag on the Digi flag, has parked it. Ben Goetz and Evan Purcell are out, which means that Carolina Redondo de Blas is the last runner in this race at the moment. We're on lap number 4. Things look to be drying up a little bit, but not to the point where we're at that crossover point in terms of lap times. We're running 1:15s at the minute, and when these juniors were running in the 55s earlier on today, that is a 20-second differential. But you see Wouter Bergeno and Riley Cranham literally running line astern in 4th and 5th place. Niels Lelore has got I think that's the battle between is that Matteo Melis, I think, in front? It is, and that is going to be Jan Mulders up the inside. Just be careful. These drivers are just going to have to be very, very careful, of course, in that battle. Well, Riley Cranham in the meantime is overtaken Wouter Bergeno as Just Mulder was within 2/10 of Tyg Buckley. Just look how treacherous it is out there for the drivers. That's the biggest consideration. Yeah, you can run your own race, but you have to be wary about your mechanical sympathy. And what do I mean by that, folks? Looking after the tyres, making sure that cart doesn't come back with a scratch on it, because then that'll please the mechanic, because they'll go, right, okay, the cart's dirty, go out there and jet wash it and bring it back to me and I'll get it sorted out for the next heat. And that is the tradition in karting. If you are the driver that muddies your cart, your mechanic will not touch the cart until it is clean as a whistle. You know that for a fact. And I've seen it where some drivers have tried to take advantage of either parents or family members to get them to clean it so they don't have to. And I actually pulled one driver up on that a couple of years ago and I said, hey, that cart's filthy. Get it over to the jet wash so your mechanic doesn't have to deal with mud and grass stuck in every single crevice by every bolt and nut attaching to either the chassis or the steering or whatever part on the cart. But Tyg Buckley now starting to pull away ever so slightly, as that is Matteo Melis, who's got Jan Mulders up the inside. They nearly make contact going through into turn number 2. But still, some very good battles. Arthur Huang, in the meantime, from VDK, now up from 28th and is 17th. Matteo Muniz just carrying that momentum, going very, very wide to the outside, and he's getting sideways whilst trying to apply the power through turn number 6 here on the Europlan. So still not very easy. Still the fact that the track is very, very much saturated, as they nearly, it nearly ends up being 4 bumper rubs there at the same time going through into turn 7 off of the Europlan. They've got to be very, very careful. And sometimes even you see a bumper like Jan Mulders at the moment, which has got an indent in it on the centre. Well, he's trying to wrestle with traction and trying to wrestle with Matteo Muniz coming out of turn 9. It does not necessarily mean that the bumper is going to be in, where the 2 clips have come out of position. However, Gilles Hermans gets through. That's a great move there from this year's FIA Academy Trophy winner. But Jan Mulders straight on the cancer offensive. Herman's going to get the undercut here through turn number 12, and he gets the job done. But Jan Mulders straight back at him. Well, Gilles Herman, thank you very much for waking us both up here in the commentary box.
Ouais, et on peut se douter que Gilles Herman apprécie particulièrement ces conditions. Il vient de passer là en 7e position. Il est remonté déjà de 10 places depuis le départ. Et on vous le disait tout à l'heure, Gilles Herman est tout simplement le dernier vainqueur en date du trophée Académie de la FIA. C'est un championnat dans lequel on retrouve une cinquantaine de pilotes issus de pays différents qui sont engagés sur le même matériel, donc même châssis, même moteur, même pneumatique. Et c'était d'ailleurs dans ces conditions que Gilles Herman... il est passé devant Matteo Muniz, Gilles Herman. Et pour conclure ce que l'on vous disait avec Gilles Herman, il y a quelques semaines, c'était la dernière manche du trophée Académie, et il s'était imposé dans ce championnat en terminant 2e de la dernière manche. C'était sous la pluie en Suède, donc ces conditions climatiques un peu humides lui conviennent visiblement très très bien à Gilles Herman, qui est un des rookies de ce peloton de la catégorie X30 Junior des 12-15 ans, et il est pour l'instant 6e, Gilles Herman, avec 11 positions de gagné depuis le départ. En tête, on a toujours Tad Buckley qui mène les débats. Il a retrouvé un peu des couleurs, il a réalisé le meilleur chrono en 1:13.976. Il a recreusé l'écart par rapport à Juste Mulder. 1 seconde 4 d'écart entre les deux premiers. Anthony Bongard, lui, est en 3e position à 3 secondes 6 du leader. Attention au retour du Britannique Riley Cranham qui est 4e et qui revient petit à petit sur Anthony Bongard. On les a d'ailleurs à l'image. Alex, le Britannique, qui pourrait pourquoi pas passer en 3e position dans le dernier tour.
Yeah, Riley Cranham, very, very much a fantastic young talent from the United Kingdom. Just seen that Zhao Chen Ji has just received a 5-second time penalty. Not sure what for, but in the meantime, we concentrate on Bongarts versus Cranham. And Cranham gets through at the final turn and lines it up neatly down the start-finish straight. Heading into turns 1 and 2, Bongart switches to the outside. Through into turn number 2, excessive left-hand down lean from Riley Cranham coming through out of turn number 2. You can just see, if for those uninitiated of you out there wondering why the heck do they lean like that in the seats? Well, they do that to make sure you get traction on the side that you're cornering the better of. So if it's a right-hander, you're going to go down to the right. Left-hander, you're going to go the other way. And then sometimes, depending on whether it's a flick-flack chicane like we have at turn 7, well, Riley Cranham was going both ways. Then, well, at the meantime, we have one more lap to go after this because the timer has hit 0. And very shortly, Ty Buckley will have seen that, will see that, as there are our drivers in 3rd and 4th. Another 3-second time penalty coming out of race control. 1, 2, 4. That's probably for 2 wheels outside the tram lines.
On rentre dans le dernier tour.
Yep, so we are on the last lap of this race. Ty Buckley with a 2.3-second advantage over Gilles Mulder. Riley Cranham, Anthony Bongarts, Gilles Herman looking up the inside of Wouter Bergano, the number 34 from Fusion Motorsports. And Gilles Herman does it again. gets through on another opponent. And that's now 5th, having started down in 17th place. As you rightly said, the finale for the FIA Academy Trophy was music to Gilles Herman's ears, wet and in Sweden. And when Kristianstad, the Asmring, gets flooded, well, it's about those that know about wet weather conditions, and Gilles Herman used that to full advantage. But there is the person at the front end of the field, Tig Buckley, the 151 from Ireland. So far, we've had Didier Klieft and Louis Bazire. But now, add a third different name for Mick Barrett Racing out of the final corner. Here comes the Irishman. Tig Buckley wins Heat 3, A versus E for X30 Junior, and by a sensible and commanding margin, 2.6 seconds. Just Mulder, he might be learning this year. He'll be one to watch next season, I guarantee you that much. Riley Cranham finishes P3, ahead of Anthony Bongartz. Gilles Herman up 12 places from 17th on the grid to finish P5, ahead of Wouter Bergano, Matteo Melis, Fahej Jalil, Jan Mulders, Niels Lelore. There are some adjustments being made post-race for penalty infractions. Niels Lelore, Boris Yonchev, Alexandre Mercier, Zhao Chen Ji from the UK, rounding out 13th, ahead of Arthur Huang, who made up from 28th position to 14th. 14 places gained. Senna Meunier, Yori Brugman, Timio Riflar, Noah Alken, Shud de Vries, Nathan Best, Aurelio Giustinelli, Mohamed El Bouzaki, Barry Berg from Norway, Yanis van den Bosch, Flavio Caja, Sasha Duque, Lucas Metz, and Carolina Redondo de Blas, rounding out the 28 finishers. Maxime Leaders out on lap 2, with Ben Goetz and Evan Purcell out on the opening lap, with Buckley, Mulder and Cranham your top 3 for Heat 3, A versus E in X30 Junior.
Mesdames et messieurs, on est de retour déjà pour vivre ensemble la 4e manche qualificative pour ce qui est de la catégorie X30 Junior. Il y a quelques instants, eh bien, on vous a fait vivre la victoire de Tig Buckley, et ici un nouveau vainqueur peut-être à l'issue de cette manche qualificative numéro 4 avec en pole position Louis Bazire, le pilote français qui s'était imposé tout à l'heure et qui est sur le point peut-être de remporter une nouvelle victoire. À ses côtés sur la première ligne, Stig de Rademacher. Sur la 3e place sur la grille de départ, on retrouve Angelina Simons Torres, pilote espagnol, qui partagera la 2e ligne avec Didier Kreeft. 5e place pour Devon Achelen, 6e position pour Max Sulin. Zach Green, le pilote britannique, actuellement en 3e de l'Iame Euroseries, partira 7e avec à ses côtés Eva Dorrestein, l'une des féminines du peloton, véloce comme à son habitude, la néerlandaise ici sur le Karting Genk. La 9e place pour Romain Saley qui partagera la ligne avec Philippe Reis. La 5e ligne, 10e position pour Philippe Reis qui s'élancera devant Lennon Henriquez, Archie Owen, Julian Sorvio, Gil Hunting et Lorenzo Nota Rigaud, pilote qui se lancera depuis la 15e position. Timothée Laoussine partira 16e avec Raphaël Bourlard derrière lui à 17e place pour le leader de la catégorie K100 148. Scott Riley partira 18e, 19e place pour Moritz Mohr, le pilote allemand. Et puis pour compléter le top 20, on retrouve Maurice Verkreuz, pilote rookie dans cette catégorie X30 Junior dès 12-15 ans. Plus que quelques instants à patienter. Et puis on sera parti pour cette manche qualificative. 10 minutes et un tour au programme. Information importante avant le départ de cette course, la piste est en train de sécher. On voit une trajectoire sèche se dessiner et ce sera peut-être un élément important, crucial dans cette manche qualificative en fonction des réglages qui ont été faits par les différents pilotes. Certains seront peut-être très à l'aise en début de course, peut-être un peu moins en fin de manche et inversement, certains seront peut-être à l'inverse plus efficaces en fin de course. On aura l'occasion de le voir en attendant le départ de cette manche qualificative avec c'est qui là-bas? C'est Stig de Rademacher qui a pris le meilleur envol, il me semble. Oh, c'est sorti très large là avec plusieurs pilotes qui tentent de s'intercaler à l'intérieur. Et pendant ce temps-là, une information importante à vous donner. Louis Baziré n'est pas parti depuis la pole position. Il est parti de beaucoup plus loin, le pilote français. Ce sera donc difficile d'aller revendiquer une nouvelle victoire dans cette manche qualificative. Est-il bien parti déjà ? C'est la question que l'on se pose. Non, Louis Baziré n'est pas parti dans cette manche qualificative. Ah, c'est une information importante. Que s'est-il passé pour le pilote français? Le début du week-end, parfait jusqu'ici pour lui. Eh bien, change complètement de cap dans cette manche qualificative. En attendant, on a deux pilotes Fusion Racing qui sont aux deux premières places. Et derrière, c'est un pilote de GP Racing là, qui est en troisième position. Ouais, non, c'est peut-être pas ça. Les couleurs sont pratiquement pareilles. On va faire le point dans quelques instants avec Stig de Rademacher en pôle, en tête de ce classement. Didier Kreft qui est en deuxième position. Et puis on a Angelina Simons-Torres. Ce ne sont pas les couleurs de GP Racing.
No, I would say that's probably Pantano Racing Team if I'm very much mistaken.
Voilà.
Very similar to Eichmann's Grand Prix, I'll be completely honest with you. But yeah, it's been an interesting one so far. Of course, yeah, Louis Baziré, our winner of heat number 2, B versus C earlier on, not on the grid. Neither is Moritz Mohr from Germany. So yeah, a big change around at the front end of the field. But yeah, Angelina Simons-Torres, one of the young Spanish talents. There's Devon Hagland, Zach Green in 5th position. Not too far behind the number 108 from the Netherlands, but Zach Green, very much a great British talent that has come through the ranks, but with 7 minutes and 45 on the timing to go, we still have 28 runners and riders, as there is a battle between Lennon Henriquez and also Felipe Reyes. Max Sulin, in the meantime, has dropped down to 14th position. And still, well, here's the battle. Devon Hagland getting through. There's Ava Dorrestein waiting in the wings as Angelina Simons-Torres gets through on Devon Hagland. Retakes 3rd position. Zach Green is there waiting in the wings. So anything is possible in this race. And it just goes to show the weather's a great equaliser, but there's Devon Hagland on the inside of Simons-Torres, and through gets Ava Dorrestein, but she's going to be a little bit wide coming out of turn number 8. The 166 from the Netherlands keeps hold of that position, as there is Zach Green waiting in the wings. A real close battle between this trio as Zach Green looks up the inside on the dry line. Simons-Torres makes a slight mistake out of turn 10. Loses another position. So it just goes to show, it's going to be a bit door-to-door between the 172 Romain Sayes, and that is, well, that was one of the Victory Lane karts I think I saw just a second ago. That would have been with Scott Riley, the 175 from Ireland, who's already made up 7 places. Edouard Goffroy in the 105 has made up 10 in the meantime.
Oui, on a visiblement des chronos qui s'améliorent de plus en plus et vous le voyez, ce tracé de Genk qui est en train de sécher. Alors il ne sèche pas partout, on voit certains pilotes aller chercher l'humidité sur ce tracé pour ne pas détruire complètement les pneumatiques, mais on l'a vu aussi dans certaines bagarres, une fois que l'on quitte la trajectoire idéale, on est poussé à l'extérieur et on se retrouve dans l'humidité et les conditions d'adhérence sont plus précaires à cet endroit-là, donc des conditions vraiment particulières dans cette 4e manche qualificative. En tout cas, Stig de Rademacher, lui, ne se pose pas de questions, il est en tête et essaye de prendre de l'avance sur Didier Kreft. Ce n'est pas spécialement évident, avec peut-être une attaque là de Didier Kreft qui vient se placer à l'intérieur du premier virage, et c'est passé pour le pilote néerlandais. Les pilotes Fusion Racing qui dominent toujours le haut du tableau, mais c'est un autre pilote, c'est un néerlandais qui est venu se positionner en tête. Il reste un peu moins de 5 minutes désormais. Devon Achelen en 3e position et Eva de Rostein à la 4e place. Eva de Rostein, superbe début de manche pour la pilote néerlandaise qui a gagné 4 positions depuis le départ. Et puis au 5e rang, on retrouve le Britannique Zach Green, un pilote venu préparer la finale de l'Iame Euroseries. Et puis 6e place pour Angelina Simons-Torres qui, elle, a perdu pas mal dans l'aventure.
I do have to say a little bit of an apology to Pantano Racing Team. My sincerest apologies. Angelina Simons-Torres running with MDC Racing on the Birolart. So it's we are going to have karts that will have very similar, as you said. MDC Racing have a little penchant for white and bright yellow like EGP do. But she is battling away with Archie Owen in the number 17. Archie Owen running with the Mad Croc team. Well, it's the Mad Croc chassis, Croc Promotion. So based out of the United Kingdom. Croc Promotion fielded quite a few drivers in recent times. Also one runner that used to run in Junior X30 with them back at Kart Masters in 2019. I have to give a shout out to my good friend Caden McQueen. And in that race, a certain DHR driver by the name of Oliver Gray, who became a Williams Academy driver, ended up having to shave his head to a crew cut because he won Kart Masters in Junior X30. And that featured a certain young talent moving to Formula One next year, Oliver Behrman from KR Sports, now with Prema in Formula 2, and will be running alongside a man we've mentioned before, Esteban Ocon, will be his teammate in 2025.
Ouais, regardez Alex, Edouard Godefroy est en train de remonter aussi. Belle remontée de la part du champion de Belgique Mini 2023. Il a grimpé au 8e rang. Belle remontée déjà de plusieurs positions. C'est 14 places de gagner depuis le début de cette course. Et c'est intéressant de voir que des anciens mini comme Gilles Herman et Edouard Godefroy tirent leur épingle du jeu dans ces conditions changeantes, avec ici une piste qui s'assèche de plus en plus. En attendant, Didier Kreft devant Stig de Rademacher, ça n'a pas bougé. Devon Achelen en 3e position devant Eva Dorrestein, la féminine du peloton qui a réalisé le meilleur tour en course en 1.06 193. Preuve que la pointe de vitesse est au rendez-vous pour la néerlandaise.
So coming up to the final 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and a battle really heating up between Zach Green, Edouard Godefroy and Angelina Simons-Torres, who's got Scott Riley from Victory Lane right behind her. Gil Huntink, Timothy Laoussine and Max Sulin ran out the next few places, running at the top 13. But Didier Kreft looking to be the only 2-time winner, as there is an absolute scramble behind one particular driver. And you can see it's not just 8, it's 10 karts in a row And Edouard Gouffoy, oh, bit of a moment there for one of the other carts just in front, and has just gone wide coming out through turn number 6 and onto the Europelan. Got a minute and 15 to go. Simons Torres has got one up the inside. That's Timothy Laoussine. And right behind Simons, oh, Laoussine makes a mistake through turn 9. That could open the door for Scott Riley in the 175. And we are at that point where we could see that the races might become a bit more of a lottery when it comes to your tyre choice later on today. There is a definitive dry line starting to show, and it's quite prominent. So Didier Klieft, Stig de Rademaker, Devon Hagelen, maybe even Evert Dorrestein are in contention for the race win here in heat number 4, Junior C and D. Top 3 make their way through into turn number 8. As we're counting down the seconds, it's going to be very, very close. I'm not too sure if we might get 2 laps in after this, or maybe just 1. But there we see the Fusion Motorsport drivers now led by Stig de Rademaker, I believe. Didier Klieft in P2. Devon Hagelen 3rd. Last lap being shown, 1.36 kilometres. Evert Dorrestein goes towards the inside to make it the shortest amount of distance covered through into turn 2. Didn't give her enough of an advantage to close in on them, but nevertheless a Herculean try by the 166, the young lady driver from the Netherlands. But down the Europelan for what will be the final time in this race. And we are on course to having 4 different winners from 4 different heats thus far. But there's still a couple of corners to remain. It's going to be a 1-2-3 for Fusion Motorsport. But how is the order going to pan out? Klieft, Basile, Buckley. Now, de Rademaker takes the win in heat number 4. And it's a top 3 for Fusion Motorsport. Didier Klieft and Devon Hagelen rounding out the top 3. Evert Dorrestein 4th. Lennon Henriquez, Archie Owen, Edouard Gouffoy, Timothy Laoussine, Scott Riley, Max Sulin. They round out the top 10. Ahead of Rafael Boulard, Gil Hunting, Angelina Simons-Dorev, Quinton van Leeuwen up 16 places to finish 14th. Ahead of Bink van Schijndel, Felipe Reyes, Vigo Moons, Julian Sorvillo, Zach Green ends up 19th ahead of Felix de Decker with Denis Kozlowski, Romain Salel. Then we've also got Ivry, Chopper, Lorenzo Notarigo, Maurice Verkroes, Benjamin Foucault, and then we've also got Sverre Verlinden rounding out the 28 finishers. Louis Bazire and Moritz Moore, it appears, did not take the start.
Ik ben met Stig de Rademacher, de winnaar van de manche in de X30 Junior class. Stig, proficiat. Hoe voel je je na deze overwinning?
Ja, ik voel me best goed. De snelheid was heel goed in deze. Omdat ik goed wist waar het droog was en waar niet. Na één bocht kwam ik overal terug op iedereen, dus ik vond het best prima.
Ja, hoe waren de omstandigheden? Bijzonder, nee?
Ja, je moest vooral zoeken naar die droge lijn, maar soms was die er niet in sommige bochten. En dan moest je een beetje zoeken, zoals aan de bocht voor de tribune, maar op zich, als je daar gewoon netjes regenlijnen reed, kon je automatisch wel snel zijn.
Ja, dankjewel Stig. Stig de Rademacher, de winnaar van de laatste manche in de X30 Junior class.
Thank you very much, Simon Mirguet. Let's have a look at the starting grid for Heat 7, Senior X30, C versus D. Victor Louis and Patrice Kowalski will be on the front row of the grid ahead of Tristan Kroon, Henki Kalseren, Sam van der Heyden, Simon Lacroix, Enzo Menendez, Florent Dierda, Dan Steeman, Sam Balota, Vilma Swan. Then we got Gaetan de Brabandera, Lewis Mackie, Keanu Wellens, Max Storm. Delano Wellens might not be taking to the start, but might start from the repair area. Esteban Valgrave, Reece Newman, Julian Cameron, Ilie Pouvot, with Andrea Pirovano, Torben Groendahl, Luke Taylor, Leonardo Longdoni, Thibaut Vyers, Tess Verschoor, Dennis Bowman, Marius Bariberg, Christopher Bingham, Kaha Koning from Germany, Ron van der Kerkhoff. Emma Weinreich looks to also either not be taking the starts or will be starting from the repair area. Victor Aguerta, Ollie Meurs, Miguel Silva, and last but by certainly no means least, Andy Rattel from France in the 372. So once again, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap of the circuit here at Karting Genk, which roughly will equate to seniors at the moment getting 10 laps, or 12 laps under complete dry conditions. The track has significantly dried out. And what do I see on karts? I see slick tyres. We were 10 seconds apart from the qualifying pace we saw in juniors. So we could be in for a bit of a rambunctious ride here at this 7th heat. 6 heats, 5 winners so far. Who will win heat number 7? Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out and we're underway, and a bit of a slow start from the back end of the field as Victor Louis leads the way. Patrice Kowalski looking to go around the outside as we've got 1 turned around in the mid-pack, 3 off at the back of the circuit, 1 backwards the wrong way on the runoff area. And still, once again, it's turn 2 that is really catching people out. Either outbraking themselves, not maybe just focusing in on getting on the racing line and having a little bit of a contact with somebody else. Towards the back end of the field, there were people swapping sidewall rubber, it looked like, towards the back end as we come through out of turn number 9 for the first time. And it looks like Patrice Kowalski is leading the way. Henki Kalseren in second. Oh, and someone was very, very sideways. That was Vilma Swan in the 385 from Sweden. Sideways runoff area used through turn number 10. Luckily enough, that was the opening lap. But look at the amount of drivers scrabbling for purchase and for position as they come through in towards turn 2 here on lap 2. But at the moment, Tristan Kroon is leading the way. Henki Kalseren is in P2. Victor Louis now third. Zem van der Heyden, Dan Steeman, Enzo Menendez, Simon Lacroix, Max Storm, Lewis Mackie, Vilma Swan, and Patrice Kowalski round out the top 11. Balota down to 12th, Dirda down to 13th.
Ouais, on est bel et bien parti dans cette manche qualificative avec les groupes C et D dans cette classe X30 Senior. Le meilleur des départs, le meilleur des envols pris par Tristan Krohn qui devance actuellement Henki Kalteren et Victor Louis. La bagarre ici avec Sam van der Heyden et Dan Steenman. Dan Steenman qui est passé en 4e position et ces deux-là devancent le français Enzo Menendez. Attention parce que derrière, eh bien, il y a beaucoup de changements, de bagarres et d'ailleurs en 6e position ce n'est plus Enzo Menendez, le pilote français rétrograde à la 13e place, c'est Lewis Makey qui se retrouve là en 6e position alors qu'on a toujours cette bagarre pour la 4e place avec Dan Steenman devant Sam van der Heyden. Parmi les grands perdants de ce début de course, on retrouve Patrice Kowalewski. Il partait en principe 2e sur la grille de départ. Il est maintenant 18e, 16 places de perdu pour le pilote belge. Décidément, après un bon début de week-end, ça c'est un petit peu compliqué dans les manches suivantes pour Patrice Kowalewski, le meilleur rookie de cette saison jusqu'à présent, 5e du classement de l'Iame Series Benelux. La bagarre qui se poursuit ici avec notamment
c'est possibly Max Storm.
Ouais, avec Max Storm effectivement.
Et aussi, le voilà, Andy Rattel, 17e position en ce moment.
Ouais, Andy Rattel, ouais, qui remonte et qui n'est pas à son coup d'essai dans cette manche qualificative. Andy Rattel qui est chaque fois remonté très fort dans les manches qualificatives. Ouais, on a un pilote qui est en difficulté là-bas.
Test for sure, 217. Oh dear, and that is on the start-finish straight of all places.
Ouais, effectivement.
Dear.
Et on le voit, Alex, hein, cette piste qui continue de sécher. Oh, l'attaque ici de Sam van der Heyden sur Dan Steenman pour le gain de la 4e place. Victor Louis qui réalise le meilleur tour en course et qui se rapproche des deux leaders, à savoir Tristan Krohn et Henki Kalteren, les deux Néerlandais sous la pression de Victor Louis à présent. Victor Louis qui avait signé le meilleur tour en course, mais qui vient de lui subtiliser, Alex, c'est Andy Rattel.
The man on the move, and what an amount of moves that Andy Rattel has done. So Delano Vellens and Emma Weinheich unfortunately did not start, so we were down to 34 drivers. Make that 33 now with Tess for short. Unfortunately, a real shame for the 217 from the Netherlands, but Belota is trying to see if he can fight his way through. But at the moment, well, at the front end of the field, Henki Kalteren now will have Victor Louis for close company. The two RSD karting teammates. Line astern, first and second. Tristan Kroon in P3. Sam van der Heyden and Dan Steenman are there waiting to pounce. And what's more, well, these two are not going to hang about. Halfway through the race, we end up. Now up the inside on Kroon. Goes through Van der Heyden, and Van der Heyden was Tristan Kroon had a big old scare. That was definitely a code brown moment there for the 288 from the Netherlands. The back end hitting the indent coming off of the outside curbing off of turn 6 onto the Europalan. The back left tyre hits it and it puts the back axle square up in the air, kicks up the dirt onto the circuit, and both Van der Heyden and Kroon gets through. And look at the amount of momentum it's cost Tristan Kroon. It's put him down into 5th place, but the RSD karting teammates at the front end of the field, Henki Kalteren versus Victor Louis. And then when you look back to Dan Steenman and Zem van der Heyden, well, the KCR racing drivers, both on the Croc Promotion chassis, they are giving chase. And what's more, well, it's going to be rather interesting from that perspective what the team orders are. And normally in karting, you don't get any. You get told, go out there, race. But the biggest thing you can't do, the biggest cardinal sin in racing, never, never take out your teammates.
Encore 3 minutes 20 au chronomètre et les deux pilotes RSD, Henki Kalteren et Victor Louis, toujours bien en tête. Derrière, on roule aussi en formation avec Dan Steenman et Sam van der Heyden. Sam van der Heyden qui est repassé donc à la 4e position. Tristan Krohn, après un superbe début de course, marque un petit peu le pas. À présent, il est redescendu à la 5e place au fil des bagarres, alors qu'on a eu Sam van der Heyden qui est repassé devant Dan Steenman. Bagarre entre les deux Néerlandais là. Attention à ne pas perdre trop de temps. On a un peu d'avance sur Tristan Krohn. On a aussi pas mal d'avance sur la suite du peloton, avec notamment une bagarre pour la 6e place dans laquelle on retrouve un certain Sam Balota, le leader du championnat, qui retrouve des conditions sèches et donc un peu plus de difficultés. On ne va pas jouer les oiseaux de mauvais augure pour lui.
On va jouer de ping-pong avec le météo en ce moment. Hein.
Oui, exactement. Les pilotes qui jonglent un petit peu. Et alors, une information importante, Alex, tout à l'heure, c'est Alessandro Tudisca qui nous le disait à l'interview. Il n'avait plus roulé depuis pas mal de temps ici sous la pluie à Genk. Et donc, il a dit dans les premiers tours, c'était assez compliqué de retrouver ses points de repère, etc. Ça dure 2-3 tours. Hein. Ces pilotes sont bien affûtés et ils arrivent à rapidement retrouver le bon rythme. En attendant, eh bien, on retrouve les deux leaders, Henki Kalteren devant Victor Louis.
Et c'est vraiment intéressant d'écouter des sentiments d'Alessandro Tudisca après les 2 victoires aujourd'hui. Et ça marche pour lui en ce moment, but we still have a bit of a dogfight. 5-way scrap for the race lead. Kalteren, Louis, van der Heyden, Steenman and Krohn. Last time around, they're about a second and a half apart. Tristan Krohn, new fastest lap of the race, 55.373. But more to the point, well, it's been a bit of a struggle. Patrice Kowalski, quick in qualifying. Well, it's not working out again. He's currently down in 14th. And who's 2 places behind him? New fastest lap, Monsieur Andy Rattel from France. Up 20 positions now from stone dead last to 16th. If you were to put your money on who was going to make up the most positions so far this weekend so far, I count Andy Rattel at least 60 positions gained. Ruben Moya a close second. Well, depends on how many places you want to consider close in terms of how they have gotten through on the opposition. But Rattel at this rate will definitely book his place, more than likely, if not in the A final, definitely the B final at the very, very least, but will be at the sharp end of it. As Julian Cameron drops down to 16th, Andy Rattel, 24 places gained, but there's the change for second. Sam van der Heyden through on Victor Louis, and now here comes the cavalry as diving up the inside. Oh, Tristan Krohn all over the back end of Dan Steenman, who was sideways coming out of turn number 7. God, Tristan Krohn misstep big time there. But what this has done, Henki Kalteren has scarpered away into the distance. And next time around, it's going to be the final lap. Kalteren's got breathing room. And he's on for taking a second win of the weekend, equaling Alessandro Tudisca. Last lap underway. Kalteren has nearly 3/4 of a second advantage. Sam van der Heyden, Victor Louis, Tristan Krohn gets back through on Dan Steenman after nearly stumbling over his back bumper through turn 7 on the penultimate lap. Well, who'd have thought it?
Dernier tour, et Henki Kalteren qui va très certainement filer vers la victoire après un très beau duel avec Sam van der Heyden et Victor Louis. Sam van der Heyden passé en 2e position. Tristan Krohn est passé à la 4e place devant Dan Steenman également. Ouais, ça va être très chaud encore pour la 3e place. Mais effectivement, dernier virage pour Henki Kalteren qui va venir s'imposer ici dans cette 7e manche qualificative. Victor Louis qui s'est fait passer dans le dernier virage.
Dan Steenman.
C'est Dan Steenman qui vient griller la politesse à Victor Louis. et à Tristan Krohn. Oh, quelle fin de course!
All I'm going to say, my friend Thierry de Jong will like what I'm going to say now. Dan Steeman stole third like a thief in the middle of the night. Did both, well, Krohn went for the move on Louis, and then Steeman went, right, he's going to steamroll through, and that's exactly what he did. Well, someone's unfortunately come to a stop just at the finish line, but, well, Henki Kalteren, that's 2 out of 3 for the man from the Netherlands, finishing ahead of Sven van der Heyden. Dan Steeman pipping Tristan Krohn by 36 thousandths. Wow, what a race.
Et quelle course avec la victoire d'Henki Kalteren devant Sam van der Heyden et Dan Steenman. Tristan Krohn termine 4e. On a donc 4 Néerlandais aux 4 premières places. Victor Louis qui était bien parti pour obtenir une place sur le podium termine finalement 5e. Vous voyez le classement se présenter devant vous. Le Suédois Wilmer Svan est 6e devant Florent Dirda. Sam Bolota seulement 8e de cette manche qualificative, le leader du championnat qui a devancé Lewis Mackie et Enzo Menendez. Patrice Kowalewski lui a perdu 9 positions, il termine 11e devant Simon Lacroix. Andy Rattel qui termine 13e. À nouveau, les dégâts bel et bien limités de la part du Français qui est remonté de 23 positions. Et puis le top 15 est complété par Rhys Newburn et Luke Taylor.
Bij de, zeg maar jullie box, jullie kist, hoe zeg je dat, jullie apparaat, daar ligt die oplader. Dat heb ik gezegd tegen Roos, daar moet je hem neerleggen. Ja, is goed.
Nouvelle manche qualificative ici sur le Karting Genk. On avance tout doucement dans le programme, doucement mais sûrement. 8e manche qualificative dans la catégorie X30 Senior avec les groupes A et F à présent sur la piste de ce Karting Genk avec une grille de départ que vous découvrirez si vous nous suivez sur la chaîne YouTube de la Iame Series Benelux. En pole position, Clément Outran, le pilote français qui avait réalisé le meilleur temps absolu des essais qualificatifs ce matin. Il partagera la première ligne avec Milan Marczak. Kevin Latinga s'élancera depuis la 3e position. Joseph Smith partira 4e. 5e place pour Mathis Merskout. Et puis au 6e rang, on retrouve l'une des féminines du peloton, Annabelle Briand. Tobias Norman partira depuis la 7e place. Roméo Roussel sera à ses côtés sur la 4e ligne en 8e position. 9e place pour Bertram Sachs, le pilote danois qui occupera la 5e ligne avec à ses côtés Jens Bessart. Clément Massot, le dernier vainqueur en date dans cette catégorie X30 Senior, dernier vainqueur de la Iame Series Benelux. C'était ici à Genk il y a un mois. Il s'élancera depuis le 11e rang. 12e position pour Marcus Blum. 13e place pour Kyo Lee, le pilote coréen que l'on a déjà vu aux avant-postes ce vendredi avec pas mal de remontées pour le pilote coréen. Il partira 13e. 14e place pour Philippe Svensson. 15e position pour Christian Biazati, 16e place pour Luca Montebello, 17e position pour Noah Maton, 3e du championnat, qui s'élance de très loin pour revendiquer de gros points dans l'exercice des manches qualificatives. Mais voilà, il doit composer avec le pilote belge. Il s'élancera donc 17e avec à ses côtés Sib Weima. Et puis pour compléter le top 20 de cette grille de départ, Raphaël Do et Yon Alura Olesti qui partiront 19e et 20e. Clément Outran qui va donner le rythme jusqu'au moment où les feux vont s'éteindre, ce qui sera synonyme de départ. Et au programme, toujours la même chose, 10 minutes et un tour additionnel. Le peloton qui se présente maintenant devant les starters et on est parti avec Clément Outran qui prend un bon envol et qui va tenter de conserver la première place. Derrière, ça s'est accroché avec le numéro 248 notamment. Ça s'est passé à quel niveau ça? Le numéro 248.
Romeo Roussel and Tobias Norman came together.
C'est Romeo Roussel.
Oh, that was row 4. They both came together at turn 2. And looks like Roussel has got back in the cart and has gotten going again. But Tobias Norman from Denmark is quickly out of the race. Meantime, race leader is not Clément Outran. Well, it is now. Well, it was Milan Marczak. There is Kevin Lantinga. Joseph Smith in P4. Mathis Merskout was 5th, but now Annabelle Briand, I think, is good. Well, Mathis Merskout is in 5th. Annabelle Briand is in 6th. So that means that Bertrand Saxe will more than likely be up to 7th position. But Milan Marczak took the initial lead from Clément Outran early in the lap. Here comes Kevin Lantinga wrestling with the steering. Oh, that was very much higher the needle right there. Lantinga got through. And Merskout now diving up the inside. He's going to try and get through at turn 5. Great move by Mathis Merskout on Joseph Smith, and Clément Outran round the outside of Kevin Lantinga, who's up to P2, through on Milan Marczak. This race has suddenly had the fireworks thrown at the front end of the field. We've not just got 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, because that 7-cart train is rounded out by the 383 of Annabelle Briand. Drivers closing in will be Noah Maton, Q Hawley, Clément Massot. Joan Alesti is up the inside on Kevin Lantinga. Goes back Clément Outran. This is like Tom and Jerry. You don't know which way the pendulum's going to swing, but it's swinging in the favour of the TB Kart factory driver from France.
Ouais, quelle bagarre pour la première position de cette manche qualificative avec Clément Outran et Kevin Latinga qui ne cessent de se passer et de se repasser. Oh, attention avec Clément Outran qui a été touché là par Mathis Merguet. Oh là là, que c'est serré entre ces pilotes-là. Alors, on a qui là-bas? C'est Milan Marczak en 4e position. Ouais, c'est musclé hein, ce duel. Et pendant ce temps-là, Kevin Latinga est en train de creuser petit à petit l'écart. Clément Outran sous la pression de Mathis Merguet à présent. Et celle de Milan Marczak également. La 5e place pour Joseph Smith. Et voilà, on le disait, hein, Clément Outran sous la pression et ça va peut-être passer le bout de la ligne droite avec Clément Outran qui est pour l'instant devant. Il va pouvoir encore résister ce tour-ci, je pense. Mais ça va être très très compliqué de résister encore longtemps avec Mathis Merguet qui a essayé de s'intercaler à l'intérieur du 3e virage. Ce n'est pas passé. Et peut-être une attaque à venir. Clément Outran qui ferme les portes et regardez, ça se regroupe très très fortement derrière. Alors au niveau des remontées, belle remontée de Noah Maton, hein, il est déjà 6e, le 3e du championnat. Kioli est aussi remonté depuis la 13e position, il est 7e. Et derrière on a...
That's Milan Marczak being chased down by Noah Maton. Maton got past Kyuho Lee and has got past Joseph Smith, who's now in front of Jens Berzot, I believe. But this is now allowing Kevin Lantinga. He's got a big advantage. After lap 4, it's 1.1 seconds. Clément Outran has had Matthias Merguet sniffing around his heels for the last couple of laps. And whenever Matthias Merguet has tried for an overtake, he's thrown it in and the cart's nearly ended up sideways trying to make the manoeuvre. He's a very, very aggressive and very dynamic driver in terms of how he approaches trying to attack the opposition, does Mathis Merguet. But Noah Maton up 13 places now as Kyuho Lee closes in on the 368 of Milan Marczak. That is for 5th place. So Kyuho Lee, the 242 from Korea, now looks up the inside at turn number 12, and the Eichmann's Grand Prix driver gets through on Milan Marczak, the 368, and there goes Clément Outran diving up the inside through on Mathis Merguet.
Ouais, c'est Noah Maton hein, qui est passé. C'est Noah Maton qui est passé en 3e position. Ouais, Clément Outran, lui, est 2e, Alex. Et donc, c'est Noah Maton qui a bondi à la 3e place.
My God, he's up 14 places now. Noah Maton is like a freight train. I don't think Clément Outran and Kevin Lantinga have any idea what kind of freight train is going to hit them. But it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Milan Marczak, the DFK driver from the Netherlands, running on the Falcon chassis, holding down the Ford in 6th place, ahead of Joseph Smith, who's being challenged by Jens Berzot. Marcus Gloom, Raphael Dahl round out the top 10. The latter two drivers I've mentioned have made up 9 places apiece, but Clément Outran is quicker by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second in comparison with Kevin Lantinga. But Noah Maton, lap 6, new fastest lap of the race. That's more like it. These are the speeds and lap times we're accustomed to. 55.362 by the Belgian for RSD Karting. Now up into 3rd place and has a definitive opportunity of a race win. Looking back, how many races we've had so far? Well, we've had Heat 1, Loritz Saxa. Heat 2, Henki Kalteren. Heat 3, Alessandro Tudisca. Heat 4, Mathis Merguet. Heat 5, Sam Balota. Tudisca won Heat 6, and Henki Kalteren makes it 2 double winners in the heat phases so far, and we still have plenty more to go. There's Kevin Lantinga holding on to the race lead, but is only 4 tenths of a second up the road from Clément Outran. But another new fastest lap, 55.154. Keep your eyes on the man in 3rd, RSD Karting's Noah Maton.
Oui, Noah Maton, auteur d'une très belle remontée, 14 positions de gagné et ce n'est peut-être pas fini. Kevin Latinga toujours en tête, mais il voit revenir derrière lui Clément Outran, le pilote français, et Noah Maton. Il reste 2 minutes 40 au chronomètre et quelque chose me dit que ce n'est pas terminé pour cette victoire dans la classe X30 Senior, dans cette manche qualificative entre les groupes A et F. Avec Clément Outran qui est passé dans le dernier virage. Le pilote français qui récupère la première position. Il s'est lancé depuis la première place sur la grille de départ. Il avait été malmené en début de course, notamment par Kevin Latinga.
Noah Maton at the inside through turn 3. That's second place for the 207 from RSD Karting. 15 places gained. It's game on for the race victory. Can Noah Maton put one up on Clément Outran, who has yet to win a heat race this weekend and could be denied once again? Oh, Latinga all over the place coming out of turn number 7. The back right hit the curbing into turn 7 and nearly threw him left coming out of the chicane and nearly gave third place and fourth to Mathis Merskaut and Q Ho Lee respectively. My goodness, we've got a battle on our hands for the race victory. This is a firecracker, folks, and it's not dying down quite yet. Not until we hit the checkered.
Ouais, les temps sont durs pour Kevin Latinga. Non seulement il a perdu le leadership, c'est Clément Outran qui s'en est emparé. Et dans la foulée, c'est Noah Maton qui en a profité pour passer en deuxième position. Kevin Latinga se retrouve désormais troisième sous la pression de Mathis Merskaut. Oui, Mathis Merskaut qui est d'ailleurs passé devant Kevin Latinga et qui a suivi derrière Kyo Lee. Kevin Latinga glisse au 5e rang, on retrouve en 4e position, en 3e position, Mathis Merskaut et à la 4e place, Kyo Lee. Mais décidément, en quelques tours, là, Kevin Latinga avait certainement le sourire derrière son casque et maintenant il doit avoir une moue plus défaitiste.
Well, we're going to get our race winner decided very shortly within the next 2 laps. As on to lap number 11 we go. And look how close, look how menacing. Noah Maton is looking behind the TB Cup, the 269 of Clément Outran into turn 6. Onto the Europolan again we go. Kevin Latinga trying to close in on Q Holly and Mathis Merskaut, who round out the top 4 positions. Through turn 7, now into 8. Maton needs to be within a 10th and 3/4 of Clément Outran down the start-finish straight coming out of the final corner. Through into turn number 11, now into 12. Can Noah Maton tee up Clément Outran for a potential upset? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, final lap. Dernier tour, c'est parti.
Oui, le dernier tour avec cette bagarre pour la première place, mais pas seulement, avec Clément Outran qui devance d'un rien Noah Maton. 2 dixièmes d'écart entre ces deux-là. Ils sont roue dans roue, très clairement. Noah Maton, il est expérimenté. Il sait qu'il ne doit pas prendre tous les risques, mais il sait aussi qu'il démarre de loin et qu'il n'aura peut-être plus l'occasion d'aller chercher une victoire dans les manches. Après, il va marquer au pire 2 points ici s'il conserve cette deuxième place, ce qui est pour lui un bon résultat dans son opération remontée. Et attention, peut-être l'attaque de la part de Noah Maton. Clément Outran qui ferme les portes. Attention à la défense de Clément Outran. Dernier virage pour les 2 leaders. Avec Noah Maton qui essaye de recroiser, ça ne passera pas. Et donc, la victoire de Clément Outran dans cette manche qualificative numéro 8 devant Noah Maton, Mathis Merskaut, Kyo Lee, Kevin Latinga, Milan Marksak, Jens Bessart, Joseph Smith qui termine 8e. Marcus Glum prend la 9e position et termine devant Raphaël Do qui complète le top 10. Et quelque chose me dit, Alex, qu'on a un nouveau vainqueur de manche qualificative. Après Loritz Sachs, Enki Kalteren, Alessandro Tudiska, Mathis Merskaut et Sam Balota, on retrouve Clément Outran.
Enfin, un nouveau vainqueur ici à Genk dans les manches qualificatives des manches de quali ici en X30 Senior. Mais félicitations à Clément Autron. Un belle bagarre entre lui et Noah Maton. Yeah, I think mainly Maton definitely stand out in the race. But you have to look at the likes of Alex Machado, who moved up 13 places. And there we see the TB kart driver. Actually, that's down by turn 6 at the Europlan. Crossed the line, though. Finished 15th, having started 28th. But there you see the results on your screens. But the results never show the true picture of what we've just witnessed. A fantastic race. 8 heats already down. We've got we've got 3 more to go. So we've completed 11 qualifying heats for the seniors by the end of today's action. But what a race. Maton trying to get the switchback on Autron through the final corner. Didn't get the job done, and the Frenchman deserving of a victory. We've got 1 more senior heat to go at this point in the competition before we head our attentions back to juniors. But Autron, Maton and Mescal, your top 3 in Heat 8. Let's take you through the starting grid for Heat 9, X30 Senior, B versus G. On pole position, it's going to be Alessandro Tudisca with Rima Blanc alongside on the front row. Then we've got Marco Piccolo and Loris Saxa on row 2. Theo McLaughlin and Matthias van der Kerkhoff on row 3. Otto Paikkonen and Alexis Constant, row 4. George Nassar, Maxime Blanchima, Iame Couture, Mirko Wouters, Tyrone Kinaan, Paul Heymans, Jop Muller, Maxime Harotunian, and then we've got Suleiman Zanfari, Cahal Clark, Jack Nettleship, Quentin Dapogny running at the top 20. Then we've got Maximilian Radek de Silva, Luca Moulin, Casper Norman, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, Aaron Ferrazano, Sibi Paganar, Dinan de Vos, Sky de Forni, Rince Vos, Alessandro Bighi, Ruby Velenden, Luis Cardoso, and then Livia Sampson, Sofia Zanfari, and Ruben Moya. Okay. Simon, j'avais une question pour toi. Combien de places va gagner Ruben Moya dans ce manche?
Allez, on va miser sur 20.
20, 22, je crois.
22
peut-être.
Allez.
Okay.
Les paris sont ouverts.
We'll see whether it's 20 plus like we saw with Andy Rattel in the previous race. I think it was 20, 22 or 23. That's always the good thing between commentators. We can always discuss it and say, okay, how many places do we think? And I went, Simon's gone, well, I think probably 20. And I've gone, well, let's go 22, shall we? Just to edge on the side of caution. But after this, we'll have 2 more senior heats. We'll have C versus E at 6:20 p.m. local time, A versus B at 6:40 p.m. After this race, we'll also have our last 2 junior heats of the day with A versus D and B versus E. But Alessandro Tudisca and Henki Counter are the only drivers so far this weekend that have picked up wins. Apart from them, Loris Saxa, we've had Mathis Mescal, Sam Balota, and just last time out, France's Clément Houton. Are we going to add another winner, or is Tudisca going to pick up a 3rd one? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Join us on the roller coaster ride for the next 10 minutes, plus an additional lap, and they are keeping us waiting. Tudisca and Blanc just keeping everyone held back and ready to release these 35 drivers like a big old wolf pack around the tarmac here at Karting Genk. So the red lights are on the gantry, ready to go out. So will Tudisca pick up win number 3 in the qualifying heat stages here in Heat 9? Let the revs rise, and the lights are out. We're underway. Good start by Tudisca. And that is Loris Saxa, I think, went a little bit wide. I think got clattered into on the right front as it's getting a bit bumping and boring through turn number 3. Fionn McLaughlin has already sprinted his way up to 3rd place. A lightning start for the VDK driver from Ireland. And he's got through on Rima Blanc, who rounds out the top 4. So Tudisca leads at this moment in time. I did spot a victory lane cut. Could be George Nassar or maybe Matthias van der Kerkhoff that currently runs in P5 at the moment and is leading. That is the longest train I've seen it for many a year. You've got 5th, 6th, 7th, and then some. And now the gloves are off. That is one of the drivers very, very wide. They're all scrabbling for traction. This is going to get a bit ugly. It's going to be like a bare-knuckle boxing match in a minute if they're not careful. But it's Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Mirko Wouters. Alexis Constant. George Nassar drops to 11th as some drivers getting very, very cagey. Oh, we've had a big old incident and one's gone into the barriers. That was a Falcon Racing car. Hit the barrier, 7:20. Straight away, yellow flags at Marshall post number 2. It's rearranged the tyre barrier, but more astoundingly, both drivers, Simon, have just walked away from that, and they're still running.
Ouais, les deux pilotes qui sont repartis, les deux pilotes impliqués dans cet accrochage, c'est vrai que ça a été très très impressionnant entre ces pilotes. C'était dans la bagarre pour une place au cœur du peloton. En attendant, on a vraiment deux groupes qui se sont détachés avec les leaders de la course. Et puis on retrouve Matthias Van de Kerkhoff, je pense. Ouais, avec Mirko Waters et Alexis Constant qui est passé juste devant en 6e position. La belle opération du rookie du peloton, Alexis Constant, qui depuis le début de cette saison n'a, je pense, jamais manqué une finale A. Il s'est toujours qualifié parmi les 36 finalistes, c'est à souligner pour Alexis Constant qui avait déjà fait pas mal de belles choses en catégorie X30 Junior par le passé. Et là, il est en train de confirmer qu'il peut monter en puissance en faisant sa place dans ce peloton. On sait que c'est parfois compliqué quand on débarque de la catégorie X30 Junior. Pas toujours évident de faire sa place dans ce peloton avec des pilotes plus expérimentés, parfois un peu plus audacieux aussi. Et regardez en tête ce qu'il se passe. Alessandro Tudisca qui emmène avec lui Fionn McLaughlin et Otto Pikkonen. On a un top 3 très international. Fionn McLaughlin qui passe en première position. Le pilote irlandais qui se place en tête. Sera-t-il en mesure de prendre sa revanche par rapport à la manche de tout à l'heure où il était largement en tête et où malheureusement il a été victime d'un problème mécanique. Ici, il a très clairement l'envie d'aller s'imposer. Maintenant, il faut que la mécanique tienne, mais on peut compter sur le professionnalisme de son équipe pour ne pas revivre pareille mésaventures. Attention, parce que derrière, ça attaque aussi du côté d'Otto Pikkonen, qui est passé devant Alessandro Tudisca. Et Marc Lopiccolo, le pilote français, est juste derrière Alessandro Tudisca. Et pendant ce temps-là, Fionn McLaughlin est en train de creuser l'écart.
Oh, and we've got a hard hit into the wall. That is Sofia Zanfari. That is a big, big hit for the Moroccan. And that is straight on into the tyre walls off of the final corner. Thank goodness Sofia is out of the car and walking away. But the front end is an absolute mess. Iliano Couture was one of the drivers involved in that two-kart incident off of turn number 4 a little bit earlier on. But Sofia Zanfari walking away from an incident. Not too sure what happened. We caught the tail end of that. Also, Harutunian was also involved in that incident with Ilano Couture, I believe. But Couture has parked it. Now here comes the comeback. Alessandro Tudisca back up the inside of Otto Pikkonen from Finland. Meantime, Fionn McLaughlin from VDK Racing has an advantage of 1.1 seconds. We hit half-time in the race. Ruben Moya, update halfway through, 19 places gained. Well, we haven't been concentrating on him much, apart from talking about how many places he's been going up through the day. So it's, I'm going to have to calculate this at the end of the day, how many positions that between them that Ruben Moya and Andy Rettel have actually managed to gain. And I think it could be very, very close between them. However, a little bit further back is the battle for 5th place. Lorit Saxa, the first heat winner of the weekend, battling away with a 222 of Alexis Constant. Alessandro Tudisca, however, has started to eat in significantly to Fionn McLaughlin's race lead. It now is just under 0.8 of a second, and Tudisca, new fastest lap, 55.445 seconds for the number 265 for RSD Karting, closing in on McLaughlin, the 374 from VDK, and with 3 3/4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Well, is Tudisca going to take that third victory, or will McLaughlin finally break the duck?
7 dixièmes d'écart entre le premier et le deuxième, avec Alessandro Tudiska qui a réalisé le meilleur tour en course en 55-445. Qui de Fionn McLaughlin ou d'Alessandro Tudiska parviendra à s'imposer? Réponse dans un peu plus de 3 minutes. Et derrière, c'est la bagarre entre Alexis Constant et Loritz Sachs qui vous est proposée. Une bagarre pour la 5e place dans cette manche qualificative. Numéro 9 entre les groupes B et G. Derrière, c'est Matthias Van de Kerkhove qui est en 7e position. Boymans est 8e devant Maxime Blanchemin et Rimmer Blanc. Parmi les remontées à vous signaler, celle de Ruben Moya. 21 places de gagner depuis le départ. Alex, je pense que vous allez peut-être gagner votre pari de tout à l'heure. On verra.
Sportsman's bet, Simon. Sportsman's bet. But coming up to the last 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this 9th Senior X30 heat. Alexis Constant battling away with Loritz Sachs and Matthias van der Kerkhove, who is not that far behind. As there goes Loritz Sachs up the inside. Will van der Kerkhove also get through? It's going to be close, and he's going to pin it round the outside at turn 3. Van der Kerkhove denied by Constant, who keeps it pinned to the inside and holds station. Meantime, well, one of the other drivers, I think that was Bo Heymans, getting surprised by Maxime Blanchemin, as now Van der Kerkhove through on Alexis Constant. That is for position. And big thank you to Nathan Percy de Hoop asking what, are there also the smaller carts in action? Yes, tune in Sunday for Mini and Mini Rookie. Minute and a half to go. Fionn McLaughlin, 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Alessandro Tudiska. And they are coming down the start-finish straight, heading into turns 1 and 2. There they are. Gap was 2.5 tenths of a second. Another new fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago from Alessandro Tudiska. But now he's going against the man leading the Iame Euro Series, heading into its final round of the championship next week. In this very locality here at Karting Genk, but the battle is very much up and down the order. There's battles here, there and everywhere. There was a brief yellow flag at Marshall post number 1, but Alessandro Tudiska chasing a 3rd heat win of the weekend. Now into turn number 10, go our top 2. Next time around, we start our penultimate lap out of the final corner. We complete lap number 10, 2 to go. McLaughlin leads by 2 tenths. Tudiska waiting in the wings and dives up the inside. And it was a robust but fair manoeuvre on Fionn McLaughlin. Tudiska now has to start defending. As Fionn McLaughlin closes up under braking through out of turn number 6. Now the run down the Europalan. McLaughlin pulls to the outside. Tudiska stays on the inside line through into turn number 7. And McLaughlin right on the rear bumper of Tudiska. And he's pointing forward saying, right, stop defending, just race me. Just race at full speed. The drivers will have an additional allocation of spare tyres if required this weekend due to the amount of racing that they are having to do. Last lap underway. What's the distance? 0.110. Will McLaughlin go for the move through at turn number 2? Not quite. Now waiting to see when he can make his move. Will it be through at turn 7 off of the Europalan? Through into turn 6. Otto Paikkonen and Maklo Piccolo are closing in. But in the meantime, McLaughlin right with Tudiska out of turn 7. This could be a photo finish opportunity between these two drivers. Tudiska gunning for his 3rd heat win. Fionn McLaughlin gunning for his 1st of the weekend. Through out of turn number 11 at full racing speed. Now into 12. What does McLaughlin have in terms of a surprise? Is he going to pull it to the right-hand side? No, he's not. No, he's not. That is it. Checkered flag. 3 heat wins. I say that again. 3 heat wins for Alessandro Tudisca from RSD. Well, what can I say? Fionn McLaughlin was leading with a lap and a half to go, and Tudisca got the move done on him. But Fionn McLaughlin takes second, Otto Paikkonen third, Marco Piccolo fourth, Matthias van der Kerkhoff fifth, ahead of Loris Saxa, Alexis Constant, Rima Blanc, George Nassar, and rounding out the top 10, Ruben Moya from 35th on the grid to 10th. Mirko Wouters, Maxime Blanchimard, Job Müller, Aaron Ferrazano, Bo Heymans, Casper Norman, Suleiman Zanfari, Luca Moulard, Jack Nettleship, and Cahal Clark round out the top 20. Maximiliano Radek da Silva, Thierry Kinard, Sky de Forni, Alessandro Bigi, Rinsevos, Maxim Harutunian, and then we got Sibir Paganar, Luis Cardoso, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, Livia Sampson, Quentin Dapoigny, Ruby Verlinden, Dinon DeVos. Lap 4 we lost Sofia Zanfari. Lap 2 we lost Iliano Couture. But Tudisca, McLaughlin and Paikkonen, your top 3 for Heat 9 X30 Senior B versus G.
Kijken wat het nou gaat worden. Sander, maar we doen niet zo lang mee, dus dat kan ook wel.
We are with Fionn McLaughlin, second in this heat in the senior class. Fionn, what a great battle with Alessandro Tudisca this time.
Yeah, it was a good race. Just needed to get a good result in, so I just pushed Tudisca around for the end of this.
Yeah, after having some mechanical problems, your job is to be on top in each heat now.
Yeah, definitely. I need to salvage some good results in the next few heats, so we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, you are here to prepare the next week for the Euro Iame series. How was your preparation for the moment?
Yeah, it's doing okay. Our preparation is doing quite good, so we'll see. We'll just have a good week this week and see how next week.
Thank you very much, Fionn. McLaughlin, second in the last heat in the senior class.
Well, a big thank you to Fionn McLaughlin just speaking there with Simon Mirguet. We turn our attention back to our penultimate junior X30 heats of the day. Heat 5, Groups A versus D was the starting grid. Ty Buckley and Stig de Rademaker will be on the front row of the grid. Jus Mulder and Didier Klieft, row 2. Alexandre Mercier and Max Sulin round out row 3, with Wouter Bergano and Evert Dorrestein on row 4. Niels Lelore will be joined by Philippe Perez on row 5, completing the top 10. Mathieu Melis and Archie Owen, row 6. Row 7, Barry Berg and Gil Huntink. Row 8 will then be Xiao Chen Ji and Timothy Lausin. Row 9, Gilles Herman and Scott Riley. Jan Malders and Maurice Vercroix ran out the top 20. Yanis van den Bosch and Edouard Gouffoy ran out row 11. Row 12, Lucas Metz and Denis Kozlowski, with Mohamed El Bouzaki, Vigo Moons, Maxime Linders, Yves Ries. Then we got Nathan Best, Quintin Van Leeuwen and Evan Purcell rounding out the top of the 31 strong grid. So, at the moment, as things stand, we have had 3 confirmed race winners so far. But on the road, Didier Klieft, Louis Bazire, Tig Buckley and Stig de Rademaker. Tig Buckley and Stig de Rademaker, funny enough, are on the front row of the grid. So the drivers make their way into the tram lines. Here we go, Heat 5, X30 Junior is now underway. Let's get racing towards turns 1 and 2, shall we? As Jus Mulder dives in behind Ty Buckley as they make their way through into turns 1 and 2 for the opening tour. Several drivers are using the runoff area, which they are able to do on the opening lap. But straight away, Ty Buckley and Jus Mulder starting to pull an early gap, a little bit of a scrabble at the back part of the top 15, heading through in towards turn 6, and Mulder keeping Buckley from Mick Barrett Racing under close scrutiny at the moment. So Mick Barrett Racing that powered Ben Barnicoat the majority of his 9 Kart Masters GP plate titles at PF International. Now running the young Irishman, who is a real tour de force and has really showcased his prowess as a junior X30 driver here in Iame Series Benelux. But the gap between him and Jus Mulder was just 61 thousandths after the opening lap. And yes, Jus Mulder might be a rookie, but he's a very quick one.
Ouais, on est parti dans cette nouvelle manche qualificative dans la catégorie X30 Junior. On a un pilote qui est sorti très large là, à la sortie du virage numéro 3, mais sans conséquence visiblement. On vous le disait, 2 pilotes se sont échappés en tête du classement avec Tad Buckley et Just Mulder, l'Irlandais qui emmène le Néerlandais dans son échappement. Le meilleur tour en course pour Just Mulder pour l'instant. 3e place pour Wouter Berganu, 4e position pour Niels Lelore, c'est pas mal, mais attention parce que Just Mulder est vraiment très pressant là sur le leader de la manche qualificative, la 5e de la journée dans cette catégorie des 12-15 ans, et peut-être une attaque. Voilà, on la sentait venir. Just Mulder qui passe à l'intérieur du premier virage, le Néerlandais qui mène désormais la danse devant Tad Buckley, qui sera peut-être en mesure de répliquer d'ici quelques instants. Mais dans l'immédiat, c'est bel et bien Just Mulder qui est le pilote en forme du moment, tout comme Wouter Berganu, auteur du meilleur tour en course en 56,971.
Well, Scott Riley's made his way up into the top 10, having got past Xiao Ji in the 159, I think, for premium karting. That team rings a bell as well from Kartmasters as well back in the day. However, Guus Mulder getting on with the business of hand, which is trying to pull away from Tig Buckley. A little bit further back, we have this great little battle being led by the 192 of Finland's Max Sulin, who's got the likes of Marie Barry-Berg. Scott Riley now up into P10. Felipe Reyes finding his way in 13th at the moment, as these four drivers definitely hustling each other through into turns 3, 4, now into 5, into the right at 6. All four of them trying to stay on the racing line. They were nearly in synchronicity right there, hitting the apex at the right point. But Scott Riley trying to go towards the outside of Max Sulin. That's not going to quite work there, as he's got past Norway's Marie Barry-Berg in the 179. Now with them, looks like we've got, we've got Felipe Reyes. Young in stature, but big in heart. That's a compliment I always put towards that young man from the Netherlands, who's now running the rest of the Iame Series Benelux season. Scott Riley, very, very eager to pass Max Sulin for position. And that is for 8th on the road. But a bit of a hip check. Matteo Melis up the inside of Stig de Rademaker. And look who went round the outside of Stig de Rademaker at turn 3. Eva Donnerstein, take a bow.
Ouais, quel dépassement là, avec dans un premier temps Matteo Melis qui est passé devant Stig de Rademacher et Eva Donnerstein. On a aussi profité dans le virage suivant pour passer à la 6e position. Matteo Melis qui se retrouve désormais 5e, Stig de Rademacher redescend au 7e rang. Et vous le voyez, la bagarre dans le peloton est vraiment très très intense, avec notamment Max Sulin, Scott Riley qui sont là en 8e et 9e position. Ça va encore très certainement évoluer dans les prochaines minutes, dans les prochains tours. En attendant, on a toujours un leader qui s'appelle juste Mulder, qui creuse petit à petit l'écart, même s'il n'est pas impressionnant. 4/10 seulement d'avance sur Tad Buckley. Mais par rapport à Wouter Berganu, l'écart est déjà pas mal avancé. 1 seconde 1 d'écart avec le leader. Et vous le voyez derrière, ça se bagarre encore avec des pilotes qui sont plus loin dans la hiérarchie, avec notamment Evan Purcell qui est au 24e rang.
Gilles Herman is in the middle of all of that. That was a great move by the youngster from Belgium. And now looking for the move on Xiao Ji from Premium Karting. And tangles with the right front bumper. And G definitely lost a couple of positions there to the likes of Alexandre Mercier, Alex Owen. Now the fireworks really have been lit up in this part of the field. This is around about the bottom part of the top 15. And Xiao Ji finds himself down in 15th, ahead of Didier Klieft, who's had an absolute shocker in this race. Down 12 positions, having started 4th, and now running 16th, ahead of Gil Hunting, Jan Mulders, Yanis van den Bosch, and Edouard Godefroy. And it is still very much all for themselves. No one's giving quarter. G nearly clashing sidewalls with Gil Hunting, coming down the back straight into the Europalan. This is very much the case of, will there be a new winner? With 3 minutes and 40 to go, it looks like the favour is swinging the way of Victory Lane's the young Dutchman, the 127 of Guus Mulder, but Tig Buckley is only 3/10 behind as we head on to lap number 8.
3 minutes encore à parcourir, plus un tour additionnel, comme d'habitude, dans ces manches qualificatives. Juste Mulder qui est toujours bel et bien en tête, mais il doit se méfier d'un certain Tad Buckley, parce que le pilote irlandais, il sait qu'il a un coup à jouer ici. Il est 2e du championnat et il sait très bien que Quinton Van Leeuwen, le leader de la compétition, est plus loin dans la hiérarchie. Il démarre chaque fois depuis le fond de grille, et là Quinton Van Leeuwen, il est seulement 19e. Tad Buckley qui a donc un bon coup à jouer ici, et il va tenter évidemment de le faire. Voilà, on en profitait pour faire quelques communications au paddock, mais retour au live évidemment avec à l'image Matteo Melis et Eva Dorestein. C'est la bagarre pour la 5e position dans cette manche qualificative. Devant, on retrouve Nils Lelor à la 4e place et à la 3e position Wouter Berganu. Attention Nils Lelor parce qu'il pourrait voir revenir ces deux pilotes, Matteo Melis et Eva Dorestein, s'ils parviennent à s'entendre, s'ils parviennent à ne pas perdre trop de temps dans la bagarre. Objectif, aller chercher, pourquoi pas, la 4e position.
Yeah, there is an opportunity, like you said there, Simon, that either one of these two drivers, 5th and 6th respectively, could go for a possible move on Niels Lelore, but the number 195 from Belgium is about 6 or 7 tenths up the road. So there is an opportunity with a minute and a half still to go in this race. Heat 5, we've got Heat 6 coming up next, and that will conclude the Junior X30 action for today. But Eva Dorestein getting closer and closer to Matteo Melis from TB Kart in the battle for P5. They come through into turn number 5, now into turn 6. Dorestein keeping to the racing line behind the Italian and is hoping for an opportunity to present itself, or she's going to make it happen.
Ouais, et on a vu un kart à l'arrêt là avec un accrochage qui a impliqué au moins 2 pilotes. En attendant, on est toujours sur cette bagarre avec Matteo Melis qui garde pour l'instant l'avantage sur Eva Dorestein. Belle remontée de la part de Matteo Melis, 6 places de gagné, c'est pas mal.
Noisy exhaust.
Ouais,
I've just had a noisy exhaust just then. Not too sure who that is, but someone might get a mechanical black flag on that one.
Ouais, encore quelques secondes au chronomètre. On va rentrer dans les 2 derniers tours. Donc, avec toujours en tête juste Mulder qui parvient à conserver cet écart de 2-3 dixièmes d'avance sur Tad Buckley. Alors si le pilote irlandais est malin, il va conserver cette place qui reste un bon résultat dans l'optique du classement intermédiaire, mais aussi du championnat. On vous l'a dit juste avant les communications au paddock, Tad Buckley 2e du classement du championnat avec 7 points de retard sur Quinten Van Leeuwen, mais Quinten Van Leeuwen contraint de s'élancer lors de ces manches qualificatives depuis le fond de grille, et c'est compliqué pour le pilote néerlandais pour remonter. Il est seulement 17e dans cette manche qualificative.
Right, we're on the final lap, and there are our 2 race leaders. From Victory Lane, Juice Mulder. From Mick Barrett Racing, Ty Buckley. Through into turn 4, now into 5 for the final time. They were 2 3/4 tenths of a second apart. But Juice Mulder at the moment has done enough. Buckley looks over the right shoulder. Uta Bergano is about 1.5 seconds away from these two, but how quickly can Buckley start to mount the pressure? He will have seen the last lap board. Mulder would have gone, okay, right, I need to be literally millimetre perfect in everything I do on this last lap. I don't want to lose this opportunity of a race victory. One more corner remains. Juice Mulder looks over the right shoulder as Ty Buckley swings to the outside through into turn number 12. He's going to carry the speed through. Is it going to be enough? No! Mulder picks up the win. Another new race winner here in Junior X30. Juice Mulder, the rookie, wins ahead of Ty Buckley by 1/10 of a second. Wouter Bergano, Niels Lelore rounds out the top 4 ahead of Matteo Melis and Eva Dorestein. Stig de Rademaker finishes on the road in 7th after that one, ahead of Max Sulin, Scott Riley and Didier Klieft. Oli Perez, Gilles Herman, Marie Barry Berg, Alexandre Mercier, Archie Owen, Xiao Chen Ji, Quinten Van Leeuwen making up 13 places to finish 17th on the road, ahead of Evan Purcell, who also picked up 13 spots in that race, ahead of Jan Mulders, Edouard Gauffoy, Yanis van den Bosch, Dennis Kozlowski, Gil Huntink, Mohamed El Bouzaki, Maurice Verkrois, Yves Rie, Vigo Moons and Lucas Smets rounding out the 28 finishers, with Timothy Laoussine, Nathan Best and Maxime Linders out on lap number 9.
La fin de journée approche petit à petit et d'ailleurs pour la catégorie X30 Junior, c'est la dernière manche qualificative du jour. La 6e dans cette classe des 12-15 ans. Vous découvrez la grille de départ de cette 6e manche qualificative qui opposera les groupes B et E. En pôle position, on retrouve Arthur de Donker qui retrouvera en première ligne à ses côtés Anthony Vangaert. Aaron Ouida partira 3e sur la 2e ligne avec à ses côtés Timéo Riflard. 5e place pour Nikita Nikishov. 6e position pour Riley Cranham. Maxime Prudent partira depuis le 7e rang et Sénat Meunier depuis le 8e. La grille de départ, on la poursuit avec à la 9e place Achille Gérardin qui occupera la 5e ligne avec Flavio Caira à ses côtés. Voilà pour le top 10. 11e place pour Marl Taylor qui partagera la 6e ligne avec Fares Jalil. 12e position, Luca Pellizzari partira 13e, un pilote qui a fait le grand saut entre la catégorie mini rookie et le X30 Junior. C'est l'un des seuls à réaliser ce genre de passage et de grand écart. Il partira à 13e, le luxembourgeois, avec à ses côtés Boris Yonchev. Senna Pessel démarrera à 15e, Jordi Brockman 16e, Pepijn Steigers démarrera depuis la 17e place. La 9e ligne sera occupée aussi par Benelux, 18e position, 19e place pour Sam Keluc et 20e rang pour Aurelio Gustinelli qui complète donc le top 20. Dans le reste du classement, on retrouve notamment, mais plus loin, un certain Arthur Howang qui s'élancera depuis la 28e place. Arthur Hoang, l'un des champions de ce peloton, champion il y a quelques années dans la catégorie mini, on s'en souvient. Allez, plus que quelques instants à attendre avant la dernière manche qualificative de cette catégorie X30 Junior. Arthur de Donker, Anthony Bangaerts en première ligne. Les pilotes qui s'avancent devant les starters et on est parti pour 10 minutes et un tour dans cette manche. Arthur de Donker qui aborde le premier virage et qui conserve l'avantage. Derrière, c'est, je pense, Aaron Ueda qui a pris un bon départ également et qui a bondi de la 3e à la 2e position. Oh, attention, avec un gros accrochage. Là, on a combien de cartes qui sont impliquées? 4 cartes, dont Luca Pellizzari.
Yeah, Pellizzari was one of them. Ben Goetz, I think, was another one involved. 196. So they've got all the... great job by the marshals. Great job by the marshals to get them all apart and away from the scene of the incident. So chapeau to our men and women in orange, our marshalling crew here. They've done a fantastic job. But in the meantime, well, it is going to be the fact that Nikita Nikishov, the Spaniard, is now closing in on Arthur de Donker for the race lead. Anthony Bangaerts is going to lose out to the likes of Achille Girardin. And there's also, well, no, is that who's that? 133. Achille Girardin is through. Maxime Prudent, Senna Meunier, Aaron Vida, Riley Cranham is not that far behind. And it's going to be a loss of a couple of positions there for Prudent. Vida gets through. And Cranham is not that far behind. So is Senna Pessel in the number 123. So we've still got just around about 8 minutes and 20 to go as we've got a bit of a switcheroo here between Riley Cranham and Senna Pessel. There is Faris Jalil, who was looking briefly up the inside, but Aaron Vida dive bombs up the inside of Senna Meunier. That's a brave move through at turn number 12, and that's the change for 6th. Meantime, Nikita Nikishov, fastest out on track. Aaron Vida gets through this time on Anthony Bangaerts. That's a great move. 2 moves within 3 corners by Aaron Vida, the youngster on the Falcon chassis, the 110, as Senna Meunier gets through on Anthony Bangaerts, who's now got Maxime Prudent, Riley Cranham, Senna Pessel et al. Closing in on his rear bumper.
Oui, tout à l'heure, le bon départ depuis la ligne intérieure, ce n'était pas Aaron Ueda, mais c'était plutôt Nikita Nikishov qui a bondi de la 5e à la 2e position. Dans le feu de l'action, on n'avait pas pu déterminer de quel pilote il s'agissait. Maintenant, c'est un peu plus clair et donc c'est l'excellent départ de la part de Nikita Nikishov qui met d'ailleurs la pression sur Arthur de Donker pour bien le gain de la première position et pourquoi pas aller chercher une victoire pour la pilote espagnole. Ce serait évidemment bienvenu dans cet exercice des manches qualificatives. Et regardez l'écart qui est vraiment très très faible entre les deux leaders, avec même un petit coup de pouce de la part de Nikita Nikishov pour Arthur de Donker. Dans cette ligne droite de l'Europalan, on a pu profiter de l'aspiration et donc on se met pare-choc contre pare-choc, histoire de gagner quelques kilomètres/heure. C'est de bonne guerre et c'est très intelligent de la part de la pilote espagnole, puisque grâce à ça, ces deux-là vont pouvoir s'échapper par rapport à Aaron Ueda, par rapport à Achille Girardin, qui sont pour l'instant en 3e et 4e position. C'est Senna Meunier là qui était en bagarre. Non, c'est Anthony Bangaerts qui a récupéré la 5e position. En bagarre avec Maxime Prudent qui repasse d'ailleurs à la 5e place et qui vient s'intercaler. C'est Riley Cranham et Senna Meunier également. Mais quelle bagarre pour la 5e position dans ce groupe.
Some great battling there. That's what you want. You want close quarter, millimetre close in terms of action. And yeah, well, Anthony Bangaerts just literally got robbed of 2 positions, courtesy of Riley Cranham and Senna Meunier. They literally saw the window of opportunity present itself to them the minute a driver runs wide through a particular corner, it's not just one. If there's 2 or 3 karts behind, then you are going to be literally falling down the order quicker than you can say the word jump. And that's exactly what's happened to Anthony Bongartz in this moment. But we are close to hitting half-time in this final junior X30 race of the weekend. Nikita Nikishov is keeping Artur Dodonker under pressure. Not putting all the cards on the table quite yet. Not playing the hand. But then it'll be a case of when does Nikita Nikishov pull the trigger. Adam Vida holding off Achilles Jardin for 3rd place at the moment as they come down the Europalan. Our leaders now making their way through into turn 8 as we have 4 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap still to go in this final junior heat of today. Tomorrow, however, we'll have 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. 10 junior X30 heats in total this weekend. 31 qualifying heats over the first 2 days. And that's not normal service here at the Iame Series Benelux, but you folks will understand why. As now we see the 152 of Pepin Steiger getting past. I think that was Senna Pessel getting through. Jughana and, well, Pepin Steiger and Flavio Caira are not too far behind. As we head on to, we are on lap number 7. So Dodonker versus Nikishov. Still a stalemate as things stand. Vida has started to get some air between himself and Achille Gerardin. Maxime Prudent trying to fend off the advances of Riley Cranham as they battle over 5th position on the road here at Karting Genk. There is still time for drivers to make up moves, but looking at it from this perspective, Nikita Nikishov is just waiting for Artur Dodonker to open the door, or is going to have to make the move himself.
Ouais, on voit clairement une position d'attente pour Nikita Nikishov qui ne semble pas vouloir attaquer dans l'immédiat Artur Dodonker. Peut-être attendre le dernier moment pour passer devant, surprendre son adversaire, même si Artur Dodonker commence à fermer petit à petit les portes. C'est vrai que ça pourrait le surprendre de voir venir attaquer Nikita Nikishov. En tout cas, ces 2 pilotes sont bel et bien en tête, largement même, avec plus de 3 secondes d'avance sur Aaron Ueda qui pointe au 3e rang juste devant Achille Gerardin. Riley Cranham est 5e devant Maxime Prudent, Tony Bongartz, Fares Jalil, Marl Taylor et Senna Meunier. On a quelques positions perdues là pour Timéo Riflard depuis le début de cette course avec une retombée de 8 places, mais rien de mal fait pour le pilote belge. Et attention, peut-être une première tentative d'attaque ici, Alex, au bout de la ligne droite de la part de Nikita Nikishov. Non, ce ne sera pas pour cette fois. Les 2 leaders roulent toujours en formation.
2.25 minutes to go. Nikita Nikishov keeping Artur Dodonker very, very honest. As a little bit further back, we're seeing a great battle happening through into turn 2 as the leaders come through out of turn 6 and head back on down the straightaway at the Europalan, the back straight. Nikishov leaves off the throttle and manages to keep the front bumper from going into the rear bumper of the 199 from RSD Karting just in front. So far this weekend, Didier Cliff, Louis Bazire, Ty Buckley and Stig de Rademacher have all won races. Juice Mulder was the last driver to do so. We will be looking at 6 from 6, but who out of these 2 drivers will be that person that puts their name on the honour roll this weekend? Well, 76,000 separating first and second. Then it's 3.3 seconds back to Adam Vida in third. Achille Gerardin, Riley Cranham, Maxime Prudent, Anthony Bongartz, Farid Jalil, Merle Taylor and Senna Pessel. They round out the top 10. Leaders line astern down into turn number 7 once again. But we have had a change for the race lead. Nikita Nikishov has made the move and now through turn 9 is ahead of Artur Dodonker. Runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 9. Does the Spaniard. And there they are. Through into 11. 2 laps remain. Did Nikita Nikishov time this to perfection, or does, well, Artur Dodonker is waving forward. 2 laps to go. And Nikishov holding on at the moment. The number 31 from Spain ahead of the number 199 representing the UAE. So timer expires in 3, 2, 1. Just about a lap and a third still remain. Nikita Nikishov down into turn 10 at Cafe Corner off of the grandstand for the penultimate time. Has about a 3-car length lead over Artur Dodonker. This time around it'll be one more lap to go. Nikishov from Spain leads us on to the last lap of the day for Junior X30. Dodonker close in proximity. The first Junior X30 heat will be at 10:50 tomorrow morning local time. That's CEST. As we'll get underway with their 7th and then 8th heat respectively. But down the Europolan for the final time. Will Dodonker throw a curveball towards the Spanish driver in front of him? Through into turn 8. Now into 9. Now Nikishov trying to close the door for Artur Dodonker. One more corner remains. And through into turn number 12. Will it be a run to the line? Will it be a photo finish? Let's find out. Nikita Nikishov is another new winner. That is 6 from 6 so far this weekend. Kreeft, Bazire, Buckley, De Rademaker, Mulder, now add Nikishov to that list. The 31 running as a privateer this weekend wins by just over 1/10 of a second ahead of Artur Dodonker. Aaron Vida rounds out the top 3 ahead of Achille Jahardin with Riley Cranham rounding out the top 5. Farid Jalil, Maxime Prudent, Anthony Bongartz, Merle Taylor and Senna Pessel round out the top 10. Flavio Caira, Pepin Steiger, Aurelio Giustinelli, Timio Rifla, Senna Meunier, Arthur Huang, Sam Gluck, Jugrana, Sarah Iffert, Noah Nolken, Finn Albers, Nilas Malik, Mathis Londen, Carolina Redondo de Blas, Andrea Galimberti, Sasha Duque, Ben Goetz. Then we've got Yuri Bruckmann and Lucas Pelizari rounding out the 29 finishers. On lap 3, we lost Shirt de Vries and Boris Yonchev with Nikishov, Dodonker and Aaron Vida, your top 3 in the final heat of the day for X30 Junior, Heat 6, B versus E.
Okay, we are with the winner of the last heat in the junior class, Nikita Nikishov. Congratulations for this win. That was a great battle with Artur Dodonker.
Yeah, the race was quite good. Me and him just decided to push till the last lap so we could build it up behind the driver behind and finish 1-2. The race is quite good and we're looking forward for tomorrow to do the same result, to do a good final tomorrow.
Yeah, you was waiting to overtake him.
Yes, because we felt no need to overtake soon, so we don't bow the whole race. So we just pushed till the end, and it turned out to be a good idea.
Yeah, thank you for your quote. That was Nikita Nikishov, the winner of the last heat of the day in the junior class. Thank you.
Now time for Heat 10, X30 Senior, Group C versus E. This is your starting grid. Victor Louis starts from pole position. We'll have Roxanne Lantinga alongside on the front row. Tristan Kroon and Conor Grant will be on row 2, ahead of Sam van der Heyden and Thomas Van Vliet. Enzo Menendez and Mika Vos will be on row number 4, ahead of Dan Steeman and Thibaut Gillard. Thomas Zwan and Angelo Milly ran out the top 12, ahead of Louis Mackie and Yanni Bouillet, with Max Storm, Louis Esser, Esteban Valgrave, Tayo Fliegen, Julian Kamen and Charlie Gloom, rounding out the top 20. Andrea Pirovano, Roberto Bas, Luke Taylor, Hugo Besson, Thibaut Wires, Wesley De Goey, Dennis Bowman, Luis Tormas, Christopher Bingham, Ellie Dax, Ron van der Kerkhoff, Koen de Roy, Victor Aguerta, Emilio Van Offenberger and Miguel Silva. So a very, very busy day in the office, and we've got one more race after this one. Thank you so much for everyone that's been tuning in on the official YouTube channel for Iame Series Benelux, and of course on iame-motorsport.com. But you know what? I'm gonna have a look at a grid, and it's the one after this. Yeah, Ruben Moyes at the back of the grid on the next one. Let's see how many places he gains. But so far today, we have had some ridiculously crazy action in Senior X30. Looks to be like it's going to continue, but the drivers need to get to the end of this day and survive it. That is the key point. Survive today and get through and look forward to tomorrow. Some drivers know if your name is Alessandro Tudisca with 3 heat wins, you know you're sitting pretty well at the top of the qualifying heats rankings. But with Victor Louis, oh, now someone has had drama, and that is the 2-2. Now that's Wesley de Goy that has gone off the is off the circuit and not taking part. We thereby go down to 34 runners and riders. Louis and Lantinga on the front row. So heat 10, C versus E. Red lights are out and we're underway. And Roxanne Lantinga gets a hip check going down into turns 1 and 2. One of the drivers trying to go around the outside. That's Connor Grant from Victory Lane. One of the TB carts has gone rally crossing off of turn 2. Manages to hold it. And that was Andrea Pirovano. Well held, I must say. Got caught out, shoved out, wide. But at the moment, it's Victor Louis and Tristan Kroon. Now, who is in third? That is going to be more than likely. Oh, that's 2 matching carts. That says to me, Zem van der Heyden and Dan Steeman. But Tristan Kroon dives up the inside of Victor Louis on the inside of turn number 10 to take the race lead on what has been a fast and frantic opening lap. So the 2.88 from the Netherlands leads the 2.16 from Belgium. After lap 1, third it's Zem van der Heyden. Dan Steeman up 5 places on the opening lap. Vilma Swan from Sweden rounds out the top 5, having made up 6 positions on the opening lap. Max Storm from 15th on the grid now runs 7th behind Roxanne Lantinga. We've got another great race on our hands here, Simon.
Ouais, la superbe remontée dans le premier tour de Max Storm, le pilote néerlandais qui a bondi de 8 places et se retrouve désormais à la 7e position de cette manche qualificative. Oh, attention, parce que là, on a manqué de s'accrocher avec notamment Sam van der Heyden. Ouais, c'est Sam van der Heyden, ça, il me semble. Ouais, c'est pour la 4e place.
Sorry, full course yellow. Full course yellow has just been employed by race director Thomas Leiner. So full course yellow at 8 minutes to go. And we've got an incident. Right, someone's gone off at turn 6. And driver is running. Well, that's a very good sign when they're running at that speed.
Oui, c'est rassurant.
But
ouais, il y a quelques cartes qui sont impliquées juste avant la ligne droite de l'Europa Lan. Ça s'est passé là-bas.
Well, we've got Emilio Van Offerberger, who's dropped down, and Victor Aguerto as well, the 204 and the 384. So that is why we've got a full course yellow. I'm just going to have a little scan of the circuit, see if there's anything else that might be... I have to feel for Wesley de Goy sitting there at the Marshall post just off of turn number 10. But we've got a full course yellow employed.
Oui, mais je pense qu'il n'y avait que cet incident-là sur le tracé, mais on n'a pas regardé à laisser la course aller. On a privilégié la sécurité pour le coup, et donc on est parti sous procédure full course yellow, ce qui veut dire que pendant qu'on se parle, le temps continue de s'écouler. Ça veut dire que la course est toujours en cours actuellement. On ne peut pas se dépasser très clairement, mais les minutes décomptent et ce sera intéressant de voir comment les pilotes vont gérer la reprise, le restart. On sait que certains font des réglages pour que les pneus viennent à température un peu plus tard. Ici, ils sont en train, entre guillemets, de se refroidir ou en tout cas d'être managés à une température qui n'est pas habituelle. Donc ce sera intéressant à suivre au moment de la reprise. Alors vous le voyez peut-être sur le circuit, les drapeaux jaunes ne sont plus agités, ils sont fixes et donc ça veut dire qu'on va relancer les hostilités d'ici quelques instants, Alex.
Yes, the full course yellow is coming to an end when the yellow flags are not being waved, they're held stationary and the slow boards are out. This time around, our flag starter on the start-finish straight has the green flag in hand, ready to get things underway, as it's going to be down to Tristan Kroon on when he decides to restart proceedings. Here we go, back under green flag racing, and it all concertinas the field, and up the inside, that is going to be a change. Victor Louis through for the race lead. Dan Steeman looking to try and get through. He's tried the crossover through turn 3. Now at turn 4, Steeman steamrolls his way past Tristan Kroon for second position. Roxanne Lantinga in fourth at the moment, as round the outside goes Vilma Swan on Sem van der Heyden. That was a great move by the Swede, through for fifth place. And now he's got through also on Roxanne Lantinga. Max Storm through on Swan, now for sixth place. Well, it was all down to how the restart was going to happen, and Victor Louis now is going to lose the lead. Dan Steeman now gets through and leads on lap number 5 out of turn number 11. Great move by the Dutchman, and now he says, right, guys, follow me.
Oui, exactement. Le meilleur des redéparts a été pris dans un premier temps par Victor Louis, qui se place à l'intérieur et qui reprend la première position à Dan Steenman. On pensait que le Néerlandais avait fait le plus dur, mais il est en difficulté ici dans ce nouveau tour, dépassé dans un premier temps par Victor Louis. Dan Steenman qui reprend la deuxième position à Tristan Kroon, et on a Kevin Latinga qui vient aussi se mêler à cette bagarre.
Mais
Tristan Kroon qui repasse. C'est Roxane. Ah oui, c'est Roxane. Et ils sont partout les Latinga aujourd'hui.
Je sais.
Mais effectivement, c'est Roxane Latinga qui était mêlée à cette bagarre. Mais pour l'instant, c'est Tristan Kroon qui a repris la deuxième position. Dan Steenman a glissé au troisième rang. Et tout cela fait les affaires de Victor Louis, qui a pu creuser un petit écart en tête. Ça va faire ses affaires, alors qu'il reste déjà 3 minutes 30.
Could you see the swarm in the background? There were 3 wide coming out of the final corner.
Et regardez Alex, ça se bagarre encore pour la quatrième place, avec Dan Steenman qui est passé en deuxième position. Et puis pour la quatrième place, c'est difficile à dire.
Roxanne
Latinga dépassée à l'instant.
This is absolutely crazy. That was Max Storm getting through on Roxanne Lantinga. And now, that was not what you wanted. 3-line astern, and that was the 247 Sem van der Heyden that literally got crushed from front to rear bumper as they all went charging through like the charge of the Light Brigade into turn 7. Steeman, very, very lucky. Snap-on oversteer from the right rear, and he managed to catch the slide. Meantime, it's down to Dan Steeman in second and Tristan Kroon in third. They've now got to start chasing Victor Louis, who has a lead of 1.2 seconds. But when Dan Steeman has just put in the fastest lap of the race of 56.044, with 2 minutes and 20 still to go plus on the timer, well, I've seen it where drivers have literally pulled a rabbit from the magician's hat and got the lap times they needed. Meantime, squabble coming out of turn number 6, a line of about 12 to 13 karts. But I'm going to be more interested in how Steenman tries to close a 1.2 deficit to Victor Louis and get past him. He's going to get his head down. It's not going to help much in terms of aerodynamics in terms of karting, but it's going to do a little bit. May not be enough, but we have got just a handful of laps to go. Victor Louis continues to lead out of the final corner. On to lap 9. What's the lead gap? 1.169 seconds. Roxanne Lantinga and Max Storm still battling away over fourth place. And let's not forget, earlier on in the day, she was battling alongside Victor Louis and Alessandro Tudisca for a potential heat win. And bearing in mind, Roxanne Lantinga is, yes, a rookie. Bit of side barging here between 339 and 214. Lewis Mackey and Yanni Bouillet, but still ahead of Max Storm. Roxanne Lantinga doing a sterling job to keep the 264 at bay for fourth position. Just over a minute to go.
1 minute encore au temps réglementaire, plus le tour additionnel comme d'habitude, avec un leadership confirmé pour Victor Louis. Oh, attention là, dans la bagarre, on est sorti très très large du côté de...
Gillian Cammon's in the middle of all of that.
Ouais, et
255.
c'est Yanis Bouillet, il me semble, qui a été contraint de mordre dans l'herbe là-bas. Alors que pour la deuxième position, Tristan Krohn est passé à la deuxième position devant Dan Steenman. Une bagarre de Néerlandais pour le premier accessite. Et ça a fait une nouvelle fois les affaires de Victor Louis, qui avait vu son avance passer d'une seconde 2 à 1 seconde il y a quelques instants. Et là, il va très certainement reprendre un tout petit peu d'avance, de quoi s'assurer très certainement la victoire. Ne crions pas victoire trop vite, parce qu'on a vu tout à l'heure en X30 senior que Fionn McLaughlin s'est fait avoir dans le dernier tour. Problème mécanique alors qu'il était largement en tête, donc ça peut arriver aussi à ses concurrents. Mais ne jouons pas non plus les oiseaux de mauvais augure. C'est en tout cas bien parti pour Victor Louis. 1 seconde 2 d'avance sur ces deux hommes. Tristan Krohn devant Dan Steenman qui passe à l'attaque au niveau de l'épingle juste avant d'aborder la ligne droite de l'Europalan. Il reste devant Dan Steenman.
Et ce tour,
ouais,
en ce moment, c'est le dernier tour ici,
ouais,
mesdames et messieurs. But final lap, and look at the gap, it is actually coming down. But Victor Louis is on course to becoming our latest race winner here at Karting Genk. Heat 10, and another new winner beckons. Over to you for the finish, Simon.
Ouais, Victor Louis qui vient s'ajouter à la liste des nombreux vainqueurs des manches qualificatives. Victor Louis s'impose dans cette manche entre les groupes C et E. C'était la 10e manche qualificative de la catégorie X30 Senior. Elle revient à Victor Louis. Le Belge a devancé toute une série de Néerlandais. Dan Steenman, Tristan Krohn, Roxanne Lattinga, Sam van der Heyden, Max Storm pour les 2e, 3e, 4e, 5e et 6e positions. Le Britannique Lewis Mackie termine 7e devant Julian Cameron, Mika Voss et Yanis Bouillet qui complète le top 10 de cette manche qualificative. Un classement que vous découvrez si vous nous suivez sur la chaîne YouTube de l'Iame Series Benelux. Dans le top 15, on retrouve Tayo Vliegen, Wilmer Svan, Conor Grant, le pilote irlandais qui a encore vécu une manche assez compliquée avec 9 positions de perdues pour l'Irlandais. Très à l'aise dans l'exercice des qualifications, moins chanceux dans l'exercice des manches qualificatives. Il est 13e et devance Angelo Melli et Enzo Menendez. Pour compléter le top 20, on retrouve Hugo Besson, Kunderoy, Thibaut Géladé, Luke Taylor et Luis Tormas, le pilote espagnol, qui complète donc ce top 20 dans cette manche qualificative dominée par Victor Louis. Cette fois-ci, il était à la recherche d'une première victoire. C'est désormais chose faite. Et il rejoint à la liste des vainqueurs Lauritz Sachs, Enki Kalteren, Alessandro Tudiska, Mathis Merskout, Sam Balota et Clément Outran. Voilà pour les petites anecdotes et les précisions. Dans quelques instants, la dernière manche qualificative du jour avec la catégorie X30 Senior, cette fois avec les groupes A et B.
Time for our last heat of the day. Here is your starting grid for X30 Senior, heat number 11 of the weekend, A and B. Clément Outran and Alessandro Tudisca, both heat winners this weekend, are on the front row. Kevin Lantinga and Marco Piccolo are on row 2. Mathis Merskau, another heat winner, on row 3, joined by Fionn McLaughlin. Tobias Norman and Otto Peikkinen round out row number 4, ahead of Bertrand Saxe and Georges Nassar. Clément Massot, Iliano Couture, Hugh Holey, Tyrone Kinard, Christian Bizatti, Job Müller, Noah Maton, Suleiman Zamfari, Raphael Dow and Jack Nettleship round up the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid will be Lucas Horsica, Maximiliano Radek da Silva, Rafael Linders, Casper Norman, Maxim van Schoenwinkel, Aaron Ferrazano, Jeroen van Duivenvoorde, Dinan de Vos, Kane Ince, Rins Vos, Eric Vess, Ruby Villenden, Carl Luthart, Olivia Sampson, Luna Claire, and last but by certainly no means least, the Spanish tornado, simply known as Ruben Moya. A capacity grid. It's been a busy day here today, Simon, but we have been pretty much entertained every single step of the way, and we've got another 14 qualifying heats before the finals tomorrow.
Ouais, encore un très très beau programme demain, mais effectivement aujourd'hui on a déjà vécu pas mal de manches qualificatives. Il y en avait 17 au programme et on arrive donc à la toute dernière de la journée ce vendredi. Il y en aura encore bien d'autres demain, donc vous savez comment nous retrouver, soit sur le Karting Genk, soit sur la chaîne YouTube de l'Iame Series Benelux. N'hésitez pas à vous abonner avec ces lives vidéos qui vous sont proposées avec l'ensemble des courses, les manches qualificatives, mais aussi et surtout les finales. Dernière manche qualificative ce vendredi avec les groupes A et B de la catégorie X30 Senior. Clément Outran, Alessandro Tudisca en première ligne, le Français en pole position devant le Belge Kevin Lantinga et Marco Piccolo au 3e et 4e rang. 5e place pour Mathis Merskau. Tiens, hein, vainqueur de manche qualificative cette journée.
So, let's see what happens. Will it be Outran? Will it be Tudisca with a 4th win this weekend so far? Last race of the day, it's underway. Here we go, and it's a straight drag race between Tudisca and Outran in towards turns 1 and 2. And, well, we've had a little bit of a moment off of turn 2, one of which I think was the... Oh, don't tell me. Was that Q Ho Lee? I think that is. Q Ho Lee straight, near enough straight on. And, well, that is not how the Korean driver would have wanted to start the final qualifying heat of the race day. But at the moment, well, the person leading it is not Clément Outran, not Alessandro Tudisca. It is Kevin Lantinga, the 296 from the Netherlands, that has got the early getaway. But Outran and Tudiska and Lo Piccolo. Lo Piccolo has had no luck with regards to heat wins this weekend. Has not had one yet. But could that change? Well, yes, it was Q Ho Lee. Oh, and there's someone with a very, very noisy exhaust. That person will more than likely be pinged with the mechanical black flag, or as we like to say in the UK, the meatball flag. So someone is going to have to park that in very, very quickly. I've got a feeling that, I'm not too sure, that might be possibly someone like maybe Ruby Verlinden, Maxime Van Schoenwinkel or Iliano Couture. It could be Couture, because he started in 12th place. And Q Ho Lee, well, that's like someone playing a very, very loud tuba, out of tune at the moment. But Kevin Lantinga is holding on for the race lead, as if his life depended on it.
Oui, attention à l'attaque de Clément Outran justement pour le gain de la première place. C'est passé de manière assez nette pour le pilote français qui récupère sa première place. Kevin Lantinga, qui avait pris un superbe envol et réalisé un superbe début de course, repasse en deuxième position. Non, il réplique pour reprendre la première place, et qui vient tenter de s'intercaler là, Alessandro Tudiska et Tobias Norman. Oh, ça s'est touché quelque peu. Alessandro Tudiska qui passe en deuxième position. Attention, Clément Outran à ne pas aller s'accrocher là, notamment avec Tobias Norman, le pilote danois qui n'a pas toujours été verni ce vendredi. Et Clément Outran qui passe en deuxième position. Avec un contact là. Et attention, Alessandro Tudiska à ne pas aller s'accrocher non plus. Lui qui a jusqu'ici réalisé un top début de week-end. Et je pense qu'il est conscient de cela. Il ne doit pas s'énerver outre mesure dans ce peloton. Il est pour l'instant 6e. Rien de mal fait pour le pilote belge, qui a encore de très belles ambitions au championnat. Il pourrait encore terminer facilement sur le podium final en fin de saison. Il est pour l'instant 4e, avec notamment un superbe week-end d'ouverture du côté de Mariembourg. 2e à l'issue des manches qualificatives, 2e à l'issue de la finale, derrière le leader du championnat, Sam Balota. C'était un magnifique week-end d'ouverture, et donc ça veut dire que du côté de Mariembourg, il arrivera là-bas pour la finale du championnat en confiance, et donc il faut avant tout marquer des points ce week-end, et jusqu'ici il réussit plutôt bien son pari, et les choses sont en train de se calmer dans ce peloton, avec Kevin Lantinga qui a pris le large en tête du classement. Il possède 1 seconde 1 d'avance sur Clément Outran, qui emmène avec lui Tobias Norman, Mathis Merskaut, Marc Lopiccolo et Alessandro Tudiska.
Well, Tobias Norman from Denmark having a lot more luck his side this time, the driver on the OTK. Mathis Merskaut, previous heat winner. Clément Outran, previous heat winner. Alessandro Tudiska, previous heat winner. Theo McLaughlin, well, he's currently running 8th, along with the likes of Batom Saxe, Tihon Kinad, Suleiman Zamfari. Ruben Moy has already gained 17 places from the back end of the field, and is now up into 19th. So how far will the Spaniard get through the order, as we are just under 5.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. But a good run here by Kevin Lantinga. 1.163 seconds was the gap after 4 laps. Now it could be possibly extending. Let's find out. 0.98. New fastest lap. 55. It's all the fives for Clément Outran. 55.555. Try and say that rapidly. Not easy. In the meantime, Alessandro Tudiska gets past Marc Lopiccolo from France in the number 375. So that is a change for 5th on the road. So it's now about how the rest respond behind Kevin Lantinga. And we've seen both Kevin and Roxanne at this point competing for race victories. And this is what we like to see, that there's always evolution over the course of the race season, especially when you get to the tail end of it. You get past that second half, and then there are those drivers that know that they're not going to be in the championship standings. They know for a fact that they have an opportunity to improve and get themselves ready for the next trip to Iame Series Benelux for 2025, for instance. The same could be said for a lot of drivers, including the likes of Mathis Merskaut. Didn't join us at the opening round at Marienbourg, then joined us at Austriacorp, and really set the championship alight a little bit. But a DQ in the A final last time out, right at this very circuit, just a few weeks ago, back in August, meant that it put him a little bit further down the order than he would like. However, with 4 minutes to go, Kevin Lantinga holding on to that lead, and at the moment, between him and Clément Outran, it spans to about 0.8 of a second. Looks like that gap is coming down somewhat, Simon.
Ouais, on arrive tout doucement dans le money time de cette manche qualificative, la 11e de la journée dans cette catégorie X30 Senior, avec Kevin Lantinga toujours en tête. Attention, parce que l'écart tend à se réduire avec Clément Outran, le pilote français qui n'a pas dit son dernier mot pour la victoire. La course n'est pas gagnée, loin de là pour Kevin Lantinga, le pilote néerlandais. Qui voit revenir Clément Outran, et Clément Outran revient avec d'autres pilotes, notamment Tobias Norman, alors qu'on voit ici John McLaughlin qui remonte. Il est passé en 7e position devant Bertram Sachs, le pilote irlandais, très à l'aise sur ce circuit limbourgeois, mais pas toujours chanceux aujourd'hui, avec notamment ce problème mécanique dans l'une de ses manches qualificatives alors qu'il était largement en tête. C'était sous la pluie en début d'après-midi. Kevin Lantinga, Clément Outran, Tobias Norman, c'est le top 3 au moment d'aborder les 2 minutes 30 restantes et un tour. Qui va l'emporter? Kevin Lantinga, le leader de cette manche qualificative, ou tout simplement le poleman Clément Outran? Réponse dans 2 minutes.
Well, we're heading down into the final couple of minutes plus an additional lap still to go, as that is a very robust manoeuvre on Tobias Norman by Alessandro Tudisca. So we still have time to play with. So with just under 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, Kevin Lantinga is just 0.4 of a second away from Clément Outran, who is chasing him down. There's a bit of a bigger gap now between second and third, as Alessandro Tudisca is trying to hustle. One, Mathis Merscalt. Lantinga looking to become a new, different winner here today, as up the inside, through on Mathis Merscalt goes Alessandro Tudisca. Tobias Norman from Denmark trying to also wrestle his way through. Marc Lopiclo from France trying to get through in his own right and trying to make a couple of moves up the order. But more to the point now, Clément Outran is right with Kevin Lantinga. They're coming out of turn number 8 for what is going to be more than likely the second from last time here at Karting Genk here today. We've had 17 qualifying heats in total. Another 14 to go tomorrow. That's going to be 8 senior. That's going to be 4 junior, and that is going to be 10 senior races, I believe. And it will be the case that whoever has got through the most demanding schedule over the course of this year's Iame Series Benelux Championship, these drivers will need every single second of recuperation, refreshment and revitalisation ready for what is going to be another long day in the office. Warm-up starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning. As a little bit further back, Hugh Holy gets through on George Nassar in the 294 from Victory Lane. But the timer has now run out. One more tour to go after this one to round out the race day. Kevin Lantinga, 1,400 metres away from something to celebrate. Last lap of the day underway here in Heat 11. X30 Senior, A versus B, and Kevin Lantinga, the minute he got to the front, he pulled an initial advantage and is still holding on. Clément Outran, looking for a second heat win today, is trying to tee him up for the crisscross through into turn number 6, but Lantinga was wise to it. Outran to the outside. Lantinga defends into turn 7. Now into 8. Outran's trying to force the door open, but Kevin Lantinga says that Clément Outran will not pass him on the corner. Now into turn 10. Lantinga shuffles the back end, shimmies it over to the left-hand side. Now defence. There comes Alessandro Tudisca. It's going to be a three-way scrap for the race lead. Utron trying to force the issue. Tudisca right in the wheel tracks of the pair of them. It's going to be the run to the line. Who's going to take it? It's Kevin Lantinga. Kevin Lantinga wins by 48 thousandths of a second. Drag race to the line. Kevin Lantinga finally gets a heat win in Iame Series Benelux in 2024. What a last-minute defence. Did the old shimmy going into Cafe Corner, did Kevin Lantinga. And well-deserved. 48 thousandths of a second separated first and second place after 12 laps. Lantinga takes the win, head of Clément Outron, Alessandro Tudisca, Mathis Marscalt. Tobias Norman rounds out the top 5. Marc-Claude Piccolo, Fian McLaughlin, Bertram Saxe, Clément Massot and Morocco Suleiman Zanfari round out the top 10. Lucas Horsika, Job Muller, Tihon Kinard, Jack Nettleship and Ruben Moya round out the top 15. Moya claimed 21 scalps on the way to 15th position. Q Ho Lee, George Nassar, Casper Norman, Noah Metton and Carl Luthart round out the top 20. Aaron Ferrazano, Rafael Linders, Rafael Dahl, Kane Ince, Christian Biazzati, Maximiliano Radek da Silva, Eliano Couture, Otto Paikkonen ended up 28th after that race. Ahead of Jiro van Dievenvoorde, Dylan de Vos, Ruby Verlinden and Eric Vess round out the 32 finishers. Lap 6 we lost Luna Claret. Lap 2 Maxime van Schoenwinkel. And on the opening couple of tours, Rinse Vos and Olivia Sampson. But Kevin Lantinga, a new race winner in 2024 ahead of Outron and Tudisca, your top 3 as Heat 11, A versus B for X30 Senior concludes the action here on Friday evening.
De laatste winnaar van de dag is Kevin Lantinga. Wat een finale om over.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Before the first two heats, we struggled a lot with the chassis. The first one I got pushed off, and yeah, we were the dry setup in the wet. Second one, the chassis felt bent. We checked everything after. Me and the team, my mechanic Luca Griggs, he as an assistant manager of the team worked hard and looked what was wrong with the chassis. Then we find some things with which were broken. Checked everything on the bench from the English croc team. And yeah, now the result is there. I'm really happy about it. It was a hard race, but a tough one. And the result, yeah, P1 couldn't end the day in a better way.
Yeah. What's your feeling at the end of this first day?
Yeah, it was a hard day, like I said. Yeah, struggling with the chassis, bit emotional, of course, because yeah, the speed was really good the complete weekend. In every practice we were there, qualifying P2, and then the heats come there where you have to show the speed, and you're struggling. So that was really hard. But yeah, after all the hard work, we managed to get the victory in the last heat, and I'm really happy about it.
Yeah. Tomorrow, other heats for your program. Another big day tomorrow, busy one.
Yeah, really busy one. I have 3 heats left in the rain. Normally I'm quite good in the rain. We look for the right setup with the team and everything, and then I hope the result is there, and I'm here to speak with you after the final.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Dank u wel, Kevin Lantinga, de laatste winnaar van de dag in de X30 Senior klasse. Dank u wel.
"17 qualifying heats in the books after what has been a very, very busy Friday here at the Home of Champions for round 4 of the Iame Series Benelux 2024. It has been fast, frantic, chaotic at times, but we got there in the end. The time now, 7 p.m. local time here in the Limburg region of Belgium. And what a day it has been. But the action heats up even higher tomorrow morning. Join us live at 9:40 a.m. on iame-motorsport.com and also the Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel. To find us on social media, you can head to @Iame Belgium on Facebook and @Iame Series Benelux on Instagram. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes here at the Home of Champions. From our team at Iame Series Benelux, a big thank you to the Lemons family in Karting Genk, allowing us to host our penultimate round of the season here. Our team of marshals, our ladies and men in orange, thank you so much for such great work here today, and everyone else behind the scenes. And a big thank you to everyone watching at home. A big thank you to everyone being a part of this weekend. Tomorrow we go again, and what's more, there are trophies on the line. On behalf of Simon Mirguet, my name is Alex Goldschmidt. See you in the morning. À demain.